Stand up, New York Giant fans. Hopefully we're live. I got that weird notification right before where it says you're out of storage as soon as I hit the live. So hopefully
you look live to me. It says live up in the left-hand corner.
As long as we're live, as long as the people in the chat can see us. Appreciate all you guys for being. Yep, I think we're here.
We're good.
Arctic, what's going on? Cy Guy, what's going on? Graham, what's going on? Papa Goots, what's going on? King Trizzy, what's going on? Chase, what's going on? Bad Dog, of course, yesterday. What's up, Deception? Of course, yesterday, the Giants did what we kind of expected. We knew that the New York Giants were going to have to attack the secondary. We didn't have a cornerback. Maybe we were thinking they wouldn't double dip in the secondary, but regardless, not too surprising. It was a huge need for this team. A lot of players from the secondary kind of dropped out of the first round. They get Tyler Nubin, who many feel is the best safety in this draft class. And then they go out and they get more of a developmental corner in Andrew Phillips, who's a bit versatile. Kind of feels a little bit like the Cordell Flott pick. You're going, for traits and a guy that you could develop. But yeah, I'm not too surprised by that. I think day 3, we now turn our attention to the line, the offensive line, the defensive line, potentially a running back, a tight end, maybe getting one more playmaker before the day's over. Maybe there's a guy like a Joe Milton, like a surprise quarterback late. We'll have to wait and see. But looking forward to seeing what the New York Giants do with their first pick.
Yeah, without question. I agree. I mean, at this point, you say developmental. This is pretty much what these guys are at this round. They're going to be developmental talents, and that's what the coaching staff is there for. It's what makes good coaches and good GMs finding guys that fit schemes and getting the most out of these guys. And you get to day 3 if you can, get a guy that just makes your team, even as a special teamer. That's kind of a good thing. Or if they make the team as a depth piece, you kind of hit on that pick. If they become a starter, well, then you really nailed it. But yeah, at this juncture, you're looking at guys in day 3 that, you hope can just make the team and in best case scenario start. And of course, maybe find that diamond in the rough that becomes a star. But the Giants definitely needed to address the secondary, which they did. And, today, like you said, I think that they're going to address more of the line just to get some more depth on that offensive line and the defensive line. But we'll see. I mean, who knows what the New York Giants are going to do. It'll be interesting to see if they could go running back here. They can, people keep talking about Spencer Rattler. I don't think the Giants are taking Spencer Rattler. I do think he's a Ram. I know LA Lou don't like that, but I think that's where he's going.
We could. I mean, but, at this point, if we did, for all the people that want to replace DJ, he's not going to be.
Well, that's the thing, Chris. I think the next time the Giants draft a quarterback, it's got to be what they perceive to be their future franchise quarterback. I don't think you're going to take a guy to just be a backup at this point.
Yeah. I mean, they tried. I mean, by all accounts, they tried to trade up for Drake May, who they obviously identified as their guy and weren't able to do it. So what do? They continue to build the team. That's the next best option. So looking forward to seeing how they fill out the remainder of this roster today. NY Giants 26 says attack the offense today and trade back if we can. Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to trading back. I mean, of course, as the draft prolongs and it gets later, it's probably harder to trade back because, like Bad Dog just said, you're talking more so about depth guys, but maybe a team does really like a player, maybe a Spencer Rattler, for example. Maybe a team really wants to ensure that they get him, and you're able to trade back in the 4th round and get an extra 6th round pick, whatever it may be. But yeah, it would be nice for the Giants to be able to pick up an extra pick today. Of course, after the draft, though, there's going to be a ton of players that are undrafted.
Exactly.
Bring in like 10 guys off of that probably that will compete to make the roster. I saw people in the chat also say it was a good point. I meant to pull it up. This year, Joe Shane actually said that there was, I don't remember what it was. It was an insane number of guys that they had as draftable players that didn't enter the draft due to the backlog in the COVID year, something along those lines. So they may not feel there's a ton of depth in this draft. So they may not be looking to trade back to acquire more draft capital this year. They may just be trying to get the best players they can, but we'll have to wait and see. We got 3 picks left. We're going to be on the clock real fast. We have the
seventh pick today, 107, I think. So
yeah, we're coming up fast. We have like the 7th, 8th, 9th pick, whatever it may be. So we're going to be fast. The picks come in a lot quicker today. So looking forward to seeing how it plays out. You got to think TJ Tampa fell down. I saw somebody, OMB said, I want TJ Tampa.
Still there.
You got to think he fell down due in large part, I would think, to medicals because he was projected to go higher. And maybe that'll come out after the draft. But a lot of times this happens. Guys drop 2, 3 rounds later than people think. And you hear after the draft that maybe there was a question about their medical report. So that could be the case with him.
Yeah, I don't know what is going on there. It's pretty crazy, but I don't know. There's nothing on Twitter about it. Whoever Brees Hall is, I mean, that's the Jets running back, right?
Yeah, Brees Hall. Yeah.
He said TJ Tampa going to be the steal of the draft, and y'all don't even know. I at this point, I think people do know. I don't think Brees Hall gives people enough credit for doing the research on the draft. I think everybody knows at this point. There's got to be some weird thing because he was supposed to be like middle of day 2.
Yeah, it was supposed to be
middle of second round rather. So I don't know what happened there.
So Independent says, I question the cornerback pick mostly because I watched very little Kentucky Bowl, but I'm hearing 5'10", small hands, no interceptions. And yeah, he didn't have an interception. People question the hands. I watched back some of his highlights last night. The way that he was able to perform at the Senior Bowl, he looked like he was really good in coverage. But yes, the book on him is he doesn't have good hands. He's smaller, projects more to be a guy that's in the slot. But the Giants probably see a guy with really good traits that could fit into their defensive scheme, who's versatile. And it's like I said, it's kind of like the flat pick, but you kind of expect those types of picks as you get later into the draft. Does everybody want to have an immediate day one contributor? Of course. And we all know that the Giants need more help in that secondary. So we'll see if they do that in free agency or potentially with one of these picks as well. But I think it's a guy that they feel like they could develop over the next couple of years. It could be a contributor for this football team.
Yeah, without question.
Newman's obviously a day one guy. I mean, he's going to be an immediate contributor who
I think the Giants could also look at tight end at some point today.
Tight end certainly in play. They brought in 2 for top 30 visits. So that's, I mean, one of them's already off the board, of course, but tight end certainly in play for the Giants, potentially with this first pick.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They definitely could look to go that route. Because Darren Waller, even though it's not official, people try to do that. People fooled a couple people on Twitter. The trolls came out and said, "Do it per the SI. He's retired," which we all know was BS. So I mean, it's tight end, but I do think that Darren Waller will retire.
I do too. I expect it.
Yeah. So the Giants definitely could use another tight end, and there's a couple.
Isaac, by the way, the guy that I had mocked in the 3rd round, he's a guy in my eye had on. They brought him in for a visit. We could go edge here with this pick. All you got to do is look at the top 30 visits. That's usually the way Joe Shane goes. His first 3 picks this year, that's been the case. So don't be surprised if one of these guys, whether it be an Adisa Isaac, whether it be one of these linemen that he brought in potentially. They didn't bring in any running backs. Theo Johnson out of Penn State. They brought him in, a tight end. This is kind of the round where he could potentially go. So those could potentially be the picks for the New York Giants. They could double up at the cornerback spot. Wouldn't stun me. Or they could go O-line. I mean, I think that, we'll see. But I'm hoping it's offensive line. I think we need more depth there, but we'll see what we do with the pick.
Yeah. Isaac got drafted last night.
Oh, he did. I missed it. My mistake.
The Ravens took him. Of course they did.
Oh, I missed that one. Okay, so they took
but of course the Ravens got him, and of course the Cowboys got Cooper Beebe. I mean, why wouldn't they get Cooper Beebe?
So all right, so he's off the board. So I mean, I'm hoping line here, Bad Dog. That's what I want. I want line with this pick.
Yeah.
Who says they say Rattler is going in the 4th? The Rams don't have a 4th. Nothing against Rattler. I just want Pratt from Tulane. Giants could be looking at Pratt too if they want to go with a late quarterback. There were rumblings that a lot of people felt. I remember reading early in the process that they felt Pratt would fit the type of quarterback the New York Giants would be looking to select on it, in terms of a day 3 prospect. So he's a possibility as well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the Rams could always trade up if they wanted Spencer Rattler.
Goblin says, "Hey, Chris and Bad Dog, been watching you guys about 4 years. I think this is my favorite draft so far. Happy to be watching with you both. Who else is excited to actually have a complete young wide receiving core? Let's go." I love last year's draft too. I'm not even going to lie. And it's still really early to judge last year's draft. But I mean, listen, Malik Neighbors is much better than anybody we drafted last year. There's no denying that. But yeah, this has been a great draft. I mean, I like the Andrew Thomas draft too. When we took Andrew Thomas, we ended up with Azeez Ojulari. We were all really excited about that. Or maybe that was McKinney, actually. I think it was McKinney round 2 that year, right? So we ended up with Andrew Thomas and McKinney that year. I was excited about that draft. But yeah, this has certainly been a draft I'm excited about, especially with those first 2 picks. I think both those guys should be immediate contributors for this football team.
Yeah, they'll be day one starters. Both of those guys should be day one starters.
Yeah.
Well, Neighbors definitely will be a day one starter. And I think that Newbin easily should win out.
Yeah. So, and Neighbors, like you said, it kind of rounds out that wide receiving core, Goblin. So, yeah, I'm really excited about the future of this football team. And Art Stapleton said it best. I've said it several times on Twitter too. It's not just about this year at the wide receiver position. They didn't get Malik Neighbors for Daniel Jones. They got it for the quarterback position. They got it for the future development of this.
Correct.
That's the way you have to look at that pick.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It was like, oh, we got nobody to throw to him. And I'm like, listen, man, Malik Neighbors is 20 years old. He's here for at least 4 years. It doesn't mean Daniel Jones is going to be thrown to him all 4 years. So, we'll see.
And Peter says the main issue is a project corner over BB. Why do that? That tells me either we're all wrong about BB or they know what they've invested in the line thus far and they're done for now. Yeah, or maybe Peter, they may not like BB. They may not feel BB fits their blocking scheme. They did bring him in for a top 30 visit, but they may have said, he's not worth this pick. We'd rather go with the developmental, corner. A guy that they may feel fits their defense very well, but obviously they weren't super high on BB. Otherwise, they probably would have taken him. So we'll see. I don't expect anybody that we draft throughout the rest of this draft, especially if it's on the offensive line, to be guys that are immediate contributors year one, but that's okay. You don't draft just for year one. You draft for guys that could develop, and depth at that position in particular is probably the most important unit of a football team to be able to have quality depth. So,
especially at ours, Chris, because how many times have our guys gotten hurt?
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see how it plays out.
There's a couple good receivers still left. Not that we're going to take a receiver, but there's still a couple of guys. Troy Franklin still, Brendan Rice
was a stunner. He was a top 40 prospect by a lot of people.
I'm saying, him and Brendan Rice, I'm surprised they're still there.
That was a stunner. So we'll see. Maybe there's something medical with him as well. Marshall Law says, to me, Joe Milton is the most intriguing day 3 prospect. He would be a fun draft pick. I agree with that. Or among one of the most fun prospects. Not a guy that I would expect probably to ever be the starter for the Giants. You don't expect that when you take a guy 4th or 5th round at that position in particular. But certainly would be a fun prospect and a guy that you would be intrigued. Could the New York Giants over the next 2 or 3 years develop him into something? So it would be a fun pick. I don't think we're going to do it, but it certainly would be a fun pick, and I wouldn't rule it out. Misleading Story says, just want to shout you fellows out for all the work you put in every year for this. Let's hit that thumbs up, fellas. 1/6 of the people liking the stream is far too low. I appreciate that, Misleading. If you haven't done so, hit the thumbs up. Subscribe, ring the bell. More importantly, going over to Bad Dogs. We'll be recapping the draft probably on Monday, Tuesday, whatever day works for us. But definitely go over there, and appreciate all you guys for being here. And hopefully the New York Giants knock this draft out of the park, man. I'm looking forward to it. We're going to start any minute, right? 12 o'clock it starts, right?
Yep. Yes, any minute. This should not take as long. I'm just looking to see what they graded the Giants and CBS. So Andrew Phillips got a B- grade. Everybody else got A+ pretty much in that, except for Patriots taking Kane Wallace. They got a nice C-. Actually, there's a couple C's there.
Out of the day 3 quarterbacks, Randy says, out of the day 3 quarterbacks, who would you take? I mean, if we were had to take
Rattler.
Yeah, I might take Milton. I'm not even gonna lie. I just think his upside. I mean, most people are gonna say Rattler, and I get that. And Rattler was a good prospect coming out. I don't think I want any of them, to be honest with you. But if I had to pick one, I might go with Milton, or the kid from Tulane that Lou mentioned. He's a possibility as well. So we'll see. We'll see if the New York Giants ultimately end up going that route, Randy. But I'm not anticipating it. Joe Shane is giving you hint after hint after hint after hint that he's content with the quarterback position. And obviously he's not, because he tried to trade up to get a guy that he loves. But basically the way that I read what he had to say, if I'm trying to read between the lines, is if we can't get a guy we love, we're okay with the quarterback position for now. And that's why I don't expect us to take a quarterback at this point throughout the rest of the draft.
I was looking at the grades. I don't know who the CBS guy is, but the Giants got an A+ for Malik Neighbors.
As they should have.
And the Vikings got a C+ for JJ McCarthy. I guess this is the way I looked at it, because they said this, they had a quarterback spot to fill, so it makes sense. I don't love him as much as others do. I guess that was where I was with McCarthy. I just don't love him as much as others did, I guess. I don't know. But Yeah, we got an A+ for him. We got B- for the other two. And again, that's CBS. I mean, that could be. How did the Cardinals get a B+ from Marvin Harrison Jr.?
Yeah, that's an A+ pick. That's an A+. I mean, I don't.
But the funny thing is, whoever wrote this said, I think Malik Neighbors will be better, but it's close.
Yeah, I mean, you're splitting hairs. I mean, they're both fantastic.
Pete Prisco. That's who wrote that.
Joe says if they like Drake May that much, then why didn't they offer more than a first-round pick?
Patriots, listen, the Patriots have to want to make the trade too. It's not just the Giants. The Patriots
people are talking about like the Giants didn't offer a lot. They offered this year's first, next year's first, and a second-round pick.
Yeah.
The Jets to get Sam Darnold only had to give up 3 seconds for the same exact jump.
Yep, and then they drafted a quarterback.
The Giants offered a lot more than that when you factor in that the Giants' first-round pick next year, especially if they're going to be drafting Drake May, rookie quarterback in this situation, without Malik Neighbors, it's probably going to be a top 6-7 pick. So you're basically giving up potentially a top 6-7 pick with the 6th pick this year and a second-round pick.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I think
that's a big offer for that small of a jump.
The Patriots, it takes two to tango.
Yeah.
We can offer all we want, but if the Patriots don't want to trade out of it, they're not going to trade out of it. And they want a Drake May. So it takes two. And listen, we have 6 picks this year. And again, I think that obviously Drake May would have been, I mean, I wouldn't have been upset with Drake May at all, but I think that a lot of Giants fans I just want a quarterback, and I don't care who it is as long as it's not Daniel Jones. And I don't care what we have to give up. But as I said, especially if you go out and you give up number 6 and you give up next year's first and you give up another second, you're sticking Drake May right into the situation you put Daniel Jones in. And Daniel Jones, like him or not, the situation around Daniel Jones has sucked for years. So who would, people say, well, Malik Neighbors, there's nobody to throw the ball to him. Well, I mean, on the flip side, who would Drake May be throwing the ball to?
Yeah.
I mean, at that point, I guess they could have went receiver in the second round. I don't know who was.
Well, they would have given up the second-round pick.
This year's second-round pick, right?
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was next year's, but I think it was.
Either way, though, who is he throwing the ball to? So, I mean, I understand. I understand people are done with Daniel Jones, but if we force a quarterback in 2028, Chris and I are sitting here 4 years older talking about the same shit we're talking about with this draft. Why did they do that? Oh, they reached, and now we got to get just let's ride it out. Daniel Jones is going to be the quarterback here in 2024 anyway. And again, I could be wrong because God knows I've been wrong before, and I'll be wrong again. But when those top 3 quarterbacks went off the draft, I'm not saying the Giants can even get Cam Moore, but I think Cam Moore is better than anybody outside of Michael Penix, which we were not getting Michael Penix. But I think Cam Moore's better. I think Cam Moore's better than people think he is. So, and another year of college will only help. I'm sure Sanders is an intriguing prospect. Clinton Ewers. There's guys that can play the position. And on top of that, there's always one guy that just comes out of nowhere, Chris. We see it every year. One guy that comes out of nowhere.
And I think Shane next year, now that he has Neighbors on this team, would be more inclined to take a risk.
Mm-hmm.
Even though he was clearly willing to do it this year because he loved Drake May. But next year, if Malik Neighbors suddenly looks like an incredible wide receiver and this line starts to look a little bit better, he may say, all right, I'll take a quarterback comparable to a guy like a Michael Penix or J.J. McCarthy because now I've got a situation for this guy to be successful. So that's the way I always looked at it, man. For them to take a quarterback in this current situation, especially if you have to give up capital, you have to believe that guy could be the next Josh Allen. Right. And they clearly felt that May could. They couldn't get him.
Right. That's exactly it. Maybe next year the Giants are picking 6th again. And next year the guys in front of them don't need a quarterback. And it's easier for them to move up with us draft capital and say, okay, we're gonna move up and take whoever, Clint Ewers or Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders, whatever. Or whoever the hell else comes out of nowhere, because there is going to be one quarterback that comes out of nowhere.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. We'll see what happens. I want to get through 2024, worry about 2025 and 2025.
Worry about it 1 year at a time. Man.
I told you every year, Chris, we get to this point in the season or off season and we get to training camp, and every year the optimistic side of my brain goes, all right, I know Daniel Jones can do this. So I'm do it. I know he can do it. He's got some guys around now. The offensive line's better. He's going to be good this year. And then inevitably 3 games in the season, I'm like, oh my
I don't think he's tricking me this year. I think he could be better next year, but I don't think he's tricking me into thinking that he could be the long-term answer.
No, I don't think he's a long-term quarterback. I
yeah.
keep thinking to myself, we're going to win games.
We could.
The fan in me keeps going. My heart keeps telling me, yes, they're going to be good. My head's like, come on, man, you know better.
Yeah. Yeah, but we'll worry about next year, man.
Well, that kid, he's not happy. I mean, I don't know what's going on there.
He must be a Falcons fan.
Yeah, he must be. I think he was a Packers guy.
Well, his dad was. Maybe the kid's a Falcon fan.
Maybe they made him an Eagle fan, and he's really upset.
Ricardo says, "Would y'all be okay with Rattler at 107?" I'd be okay with it. Like, I'm not gonna scream. It's the 4th round, whatever, right? We've done that before. We've taken 4th round quarterbacks. Didn't work out.
Ryan Nassib, Kyle Aletta.
Yeah. So this is typically the round where if you do like one of these guys as a long-term backup with maybe a little bit of upside, you may do it. So I wouldn't be stunned if they do it here. But no, I'm not gonna be upset. Do I? Is that my preference? No, it's not my preference. I'd rather try to continue to build up the offensive or defensive line with this pick.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's just, again, I think you want guys that are going to play. You want guys that are going to play. If you draft Spencer Rattler, he's not going to play. I just think the next time the Giants, again, I'm not going to be upset. I like Spencer Rattler. But there's Joe Shane giving you a call. I like Spencer Rattler, but I don't think it makes sense for the Giants to take him. If we had, say, we have 4 picks today, right? 3 picks.
3 picks.
If we had 5 picks today or 6 picks today, I think it would make more sense to do that. But because we have so few picks, I wouldn't be upset at all if they took Spencer Rattler. I just feel like they should work more in the trenches. I feel like they should get a couple more big dudes, whether it be on the defensive side of the ball or the offensive side of the ball. So
if they like Rattler enough to be a guy that could potentially compete to be a starter in the near future, he would have been taken already.
Yeah.
So my mindset with that is we already got a decent backup. We got Drew Lock.
Right.
I'd rather just continue to build the depth on the line.
Yeah.
Pete says realistic percentage that Neal develops into a middle of the pack right tackle this year. I'm not going to be ultra negative and say 0%. I think there's a chance, but I don't think it's high. I would say maybe 20 to 25%. You know, I still think there's a chance, and you got to hope that the new offensive line coach that we bring in can change some of his habits and he can get better. But the thing I worry about with Evan Neal is I don't even know if it's a coaching thing. He's just so slow out of his break. Like he just doesn't come across to me as a guy that projects to be a guy that's going to be good in pass protection at the NFL level. And I hope he proves me wrong this year, but I am highly skeptical of Evan Neal going into year 3 to be the long-term right tackle for the Giants.
There goes the tight end right off the board, right off the bat, Jatavian Sanders out of Texas.
Yeah, so the first pick's in, guys. Sanders, many felt, and he had a poor 40 time at the combine. That's why he dropped. But many felt before that he was the second best tight end in this class.
Yeah, he was projected to go yesterday, right at the back end of the second round or beginning of the first round.
Yeah, he was.
Beginning of the third round.
Before the combine. The combine kind of hurt his stock. But they get a good tight end prospect there. Wouldn't have minded that pick for the Giants, to be honest with you.
No, I wouldn't have minded that at all. At all either. Looking at some of these guys to see
who's the best running backs left. We've got
they had that kid from Notre Dame that
he's good. He's good.
Still there. And he came in for a 30 he was in for a top 30 visit.
I think we could go. I wouldn't be stunned if we go running back with this pick. Denver just traded up to 102.
Might happen fast.
Who would Denver trade up for here? Interesting.
I don't know.
This is so late in the draft. I mean, they must feel the teams ahead of them could potentially take this guy, but
I guess.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Watch Sean Payton take Spencer Rattler.
Yeah, right.
With Bo Nix. Who's the pick?
Who's the pick, Denver?
Losing record in 7 straight seasons for the Denver. Wow, that's crazy. That's basically since they won their last Super Bowl, right? With Peyton Manning.
Yep. It's because they don't have any quarterbacks. They don't know what the hell they're doing, and now they have another one.
Yeah. Well, yeah, since even when Peyton was there at the
The
end.
first team in NFL history to miss playoffs 8 straight seasons immediately after a Super Bowl win. Hey, we're not even in that class. How about that?
We're pretty close. After wait. Oh, because we had that one winning season in 16. Yeah.
Yeah. Then again, you have to avoid a Super Bowl to be in that category too. So,
Yeah.
you know, there's a
Yeah.
lot of teams that
That's
haven't
true.
won one.
Yeah,
Including
like
Detroit here.
Cleveland, for example, could never even qualify.
Detroit.
Yeah.
Jacksonville. They couldn't. Cleveland.
Half the league. It's like
Cincinnati.
it's like 12 teams that have never won a Super Bowl.
Right.
I think like 8. How many teams have let's do the math real quick. How many teams have not Troy Franklin? Makes sense. A guy that was really dropping.
Yeah, it does make
They would
sense.
trade up.
Yeah. It's a good pick there. I mean, I'm surprised you made it that long. So Brendan Rice is going to be next.
Yeah. How many teams, Bad Dog, have never gone to a Super Bowl?
Detroit's never been to a Super Bowl.
Cleveland.
Jacksonville's never been to a Super Bowl. Cleveland's never been to a Super Bowl.
That's 3.
There's more. I'm sure
Our division, everybody's
won one in our division.
We said Detroit.
Yeah.
Packers, of course, have.
Yeah,
Bears have.
The Vikings.
Vikings have.
The Texans obviously haven't.
That's 4. Titans have. They lost.
The Titans have. They lost to the Rams, right?
Jaguars, we said.
Yep.
Who's the other team we're forgetting in the South?
Atlanta's been there. New Orleans has been there. The Colts have been there.
Raiders have.
Yeah.
Chiefs, of course. I think it's maybe
Chargers have. Baltimore has. Jacksonville has not. Indianapolis. That might be it.
I think it's only 4 teams have never been, right?
Yeah.
Did we say we said the Lions, right?
Yes, Lions. This is the first one we said because it's in Detroit.
Wow.
I thought this might be the year.
They were close. They were close. They were really close.
Troy Franklin's a good pick for them. But it also makes sense because pair him up with Bo Nix. I mean, they both played at Oregon last year, so you got Bo Nix as receiver.
They did go to Davon. They went to a Super Bowl. They didn't win, but we said have been to a Super Bowl. So did the Falcons have been to a Super Bowl as well.
The Bengals have been to 3 Super Bowls. They lost to the Niners twice, and they lost to the Rams.
Arizona went to a Super Bowl. They lost to the Steelers.
Yep.
With Larry Fitzgerald and Kurt Warner.
Yeah. Yeah, Troy Franklin. I just thought about that, man. He went to Oregon, so you paired him up with Bo Nix. Bo Nix, that was his top target there. So at least you're helping him out a little bit. He'll have some familiarity with him immediately.
And let's see. Chris, that was Howie calling. He wants yours and Bad Dog's opinion on the long snappers.
We gave him all our information. He's not listening. Bastard.
Who are we taking here, Bad Dog?
I really think we're going on the.
You think we're going line? Yeah.
But they could take the running back. I mean, they brought him in for the visit. The kid out of Notre Dame. I forgot what the hell his name is.
Vikings went to a Super Bowl, James, early on, but they've been to
they went to 4. They went to 4 Super Bowls
early
lost
on.
Every one of them, but they've been there.
Yeah, they're like the Bills of the 70s.
Yep. Jalen Wright's still there. That'd be a fun one. They didn't bring him in for a top 30 visit, but that'd be fun.
But no wide receivers with 600 yards. Didn't we own that stat a few years ago? It might have been like 700 yards, but
the Eagles owned that stat, and
that's right.
In the playoffs.
Yes,
it was like 500 yards. None of them had.
Yeah,
when Wentz was the quarterback there.
Wherever Joe Judge goes, lack of production at the wide receiver.
Correct. It follows him everywhere. Speaking of guys that weren't happy, Drake May was probably like, "Oh my God, not Joe Judge." Drake May was on the phone. Please trade with the Giants. Please, let Dable be my coach.
Rich Rod says, "I would love defensive tackle, but G-Man going edge, book it." I could see it. I could definitely see D-line with this pick for sure. I think they're going to go offense, though. They went defense with the last 2 picks. I think they're going to go offense. I think they go line here. I really do.
Yeah.
But I could see, maybe they take another receiver if they really like one here. Maybe. Who knows?
Well, like I said, Brendan Rice is still there. If they, I don't think they're going receiver, but I'd be very
I don't
happy
either. I don't either.
with Brendan Rice.
Who's the best guards left? Let's take a quick look, Bad Dog. Let me pull up.
Lamia is the best guard.
Yeah, I'll let you pull it up then. Yeah, you pull it up.
Christian Mahogany. I mean, you're talking. These guys are, they're again. You can look at the rankings all you want, but these guys are projected to go like in the fifth round.
We could use a tackle too, if we're being honest. You could use a swing tackle.
Yeah, Christian Jones is the best tackle available. He was projected to go in the middle of the third round, so he's.
I know we signed a Luminor, but you could use another tackle, especially if it's possible you may have to shift Neal.
I would tell you, man. I kind of would like Jalen Wright here.
Yeah,
I wouldn't mind. They're going to add a running back. That's
that's the Tennessee guy, right?
Yes.
Oh, I would love that pick.
I think that would be.
He's a guy. You want to talk about guys that are explosive that can, he's one of them. So that I would love that pick here. Actually, I like that pick.
Well, the first thing it says is he had the second fastest 40-yard dash out of all the running backs who ran at the combine. So he's a threat to go the distance every time he touches the ball.
Former teammate of Jalen Hyatt. Maybe he put in a good word.
Yeah, I mean, he'd be a fun pick.
Yeah.
Wow, the Cardinals had a shitload of picks. Holy cow.
Yeah, they had like 5 picks in the third round.
It's crazy.
Or 4 picks in the third round.
And now they have another pick, and it's coming in right now.
Here we go. They took Melton, guy that we might have taken at 47. And Benson, a guy that we may have taken at 70.
Yep.
Picks in for the Cardinals. That's a team that's building from through the draft. That's for sure. With all the
if they're going to do anything, it really depends on the health of Kyler Murray. That's just really what it is.
Kyler Murray's got no excuses now. You got Marvin Harrison Jr.
Well, I'm saying his health.
His health. Yeah.
I'm not saying his production. I think when he's healthy, his production. I still thought it'd be better because I really thought he'd be an elite guy, like top 5 guy. He isn't. He still could be, but not yet. But he's got to stay healthy. I mean, that's his whole. I think he's dealt with injury, but yeah, if he's healthy, Cardinals could be. That's a tough division, but the Cardinals could be pretty good.
Cardinals are 4-13 in each of the last 2 seasons.
Yeah, we know how it goes. We've been there.
Yeah, we've been there. We've been there, Arizona.
Been there for a while.
We're really
wins came against playoff teams.
In recent history, we're really no different than Arizona. The only difference is we won our Super Bowl. They lost theirs.
Right. There you go. Kyler Murray's missed 15 over his last 34 games due to injury.
Here we go.
Already drunk.
Good for her, though. Good for her.
She's already hammered. She's been drinking since 8 o'clock this morning.
What does the chat want? You guys let us know. Who do you guys want with this pick? Let us know.
God, look at that crowd still. Day 3, I'm probably not getting myself involved in that.
What you want?
The crowd. No, the crowd. I'm probably not getting myself.
You got to be a diehard fan to be there.
I'm a diehard fan. I'm still not doing that.
Yeah, I think I would only go for day 1. If I was like going actually to
especially after I don't like crowds like that. I'd be like, no, thank you.
Day 1, that's it.
No, thanks.
Let's see. Tight end, Estime. You want the running back out of Notre Dame?
Yes, I'm saying that.
Bucky, I love Braylon Allen. I love Braylon Allen, guys. He's got those Brandon Jacobs vibes to him. 245-pound running back. I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, the first sentence about Braylon Allen, no thanks. Allen is a big back who joined Ron Dane. As soon as I hear Ron Dane, we can say no.
We went to the same college, so naturally they're going to say that. And they're both huge.
No, it's just because of the only freshman in Wisconsin who rushed for 1,000 yards. But still, when the first sentence from Braylon Allen has Ron Dane in it, no thanks.
He can't catch the ball either. He doesn't have good hands, Allen.
Give me that little explosive. He's not even really little. He's 5'11", 210. I mean, it's pretty good size running back. Give me Jalen Wright. We're gonna go running back.
I would prefer Wright. I would prefer Wright at this point. Yes, I agree with that.
Give me
if we're going running back.
If we're going running back.
Who's Arizona taking?
Because honestly, I mean, I don't know what they're going to do with Eric Gray, but Eric Gray's that type of back. You know what I mean? I don't think we need. I think they could use another like an explosive playmaker out of there.
Demerson. So they go safety to the Arizona Cardinals.
And a 4-4.
We got the Chargers, Tennessee, and the Giants coming up.
Yep. Chargers picks probably already in, I would imagine. Nope, still says on the clock there. Surprising. Normally these picks fly by.
Especially once you get out of like the fourth, it really starts.
Yeah.
At that point,
they're not even showing guys going up to the microphone at that point. They just show it on the bottom of the screen while they're showing highlights.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
You know, that's what it is. That's what it is.
Here we go, guys. Let's go. I'm going to ignore the chat now because you guys will ruin it because we're up in 2 picks. No offense, guys. No offense.
Yeah.
Picks in for the Chargers.
Come on, baby. What do we got? What do we got?
Jim Harbaugh's always sitting at the head of the table.
As well, he should be.
Another Michigan guy for the Chargers. Another Michigan guy coming, I bet.
Why not?
Wait, what's his name got drafted already, right? The running back from Michigan? Did he get drafted?
Blake Corum, yes.
He got drafted, yeah.
He's going.
The receiver from Michigan, did he get drafted? I think he did. I saw that, actually. What's his name? Roman Wilson. He got drafted 3rd round.
Okay.
He's going to take one of their linemen. Watch. Pretty good answer. I couldn't do that.
I think I pulled a hamstring just looking at that, honestly. I can't do that. So it's amazing how flexible you are when you're little.
Yeah.
You're like you have your bones and tendons aren't fully developed, so they just move all over the place. My kid's the same way. He's extremely flexible.
Chargers making the pick.
International Fan of the Year. Hey, does Tom Grossi get to do with the Packers?
He should.
Wasn't he the Fan of the Year?
He was. Yes, he won that award.
Yeah, so he should be able to do that then.
Alabama goes. I'm sorry. Chargers go with the Alabama D tackle.
Yeah. Where is that? Why is that not updated?
Harbor's a bit of an advantage in this draft too because he recruited, I'm sure, a ton of these players.
Yeah.
Well, he was at Michigan.
It didn't go. DJ Tampa's still there.
Has to be a medical thing, right?
It's got to be something. I mean, there's got to be something. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
I think, well, the Giants took a corner, but I think they also brought in Cam Hart for he's still available. And they brought him in for a
I could see another corner. It wouldn't stun me if they went with another corner. I'm leaning. Here's
that was Gettleman's philosophy, Chris. How many corners did Gettleman draft?
Oh God, so many. He took Beal.
That was his.
So many. I mean, we've taken a ton too since Shane's been here. Shane took Cordell Flott. He took a corner yesterday. He took what's his name last year? Hawkins.
Banks and Hawkins.
Banks.
There.
That's 4 already. I'm probably missing one.
Maybe they're not. I don't think they brought TJ Tampa in for a 30 visit. Cam Hart they did though. He's a big ass corner. She's 6'3", 202.
That's big. That's like one of those. That's one of those Seattle Seahawks corners back in the day.
Right. He's built more like a safety.
Legion of Boom.
That's a big ass corner. 6'3".
I think Newman's like 220 pounds, man. That's big for a safety.
Yeah. 6'3", though. 6'3" is the thing that I'm like, that's more of a safety. Not so much the weight. Like TJ Tampa, 6'1", 189. That's normally your prototypical corners.
Yeah, that's probably what Banks was, right?
Tam's a big, third best is Chris Abrams drain. He's 5'11", 179.
What's his name was a stick last year. Forbes.
Yeah, Forbes only weighed like 160 though, and he was
was
like
a stick.
5'10". He's tiny.
I wanted nothing to do with him because of that. Like that's to me, that's
He got cooked too, man. He got cooked.
Yeah.
But let's say Washington for taking Manuel Forbes, who ended up with the best corner in the draft.
Tennessee
Titans pick is in, so
we're up, guys.
next.
I'm sure you guys already know, but I ain't looking at the chat. I'm sure you guys already know.
I don't look at the chat either. I'm looking at the guy keeping it light with his Truly and now the Toro.
You think we go tight end?
Lawnmower. What?
I think I could see a tight end here too.
I want the running back, man. Screw it.
Yeah.
Screw it.
You want the running back?
I want the running back.
If they take a tight end here, you have to figure, okay, they know because they signed 2 other tight ends. Like they know Waller's cooked.
Yeah. Did they bring Theo Johnson in for is that the other?
They did.
Okay, he's still there, so
he's a possibility for sure.
That's a possibility.
I don't know. We'll see.
Stover's still there. That's kind of surprising because he was really good for Ohio State last year. But I mean, I would love Jalen Wright.
They already got the Vikings on the clock there. So technically the pick is in for the Giants. They just haven't put the Titans pick up yet.
Correct.
Let's go, guys.
Yeah, it still says the Giants are on the clock on that thing.
So Titans first 2 pick J.C. Latham and Sweat. They go.
So they're building in the trenches as well.
Yeah.
They didn't have a 3rd round pick.
There's the Titans fan of the year.
Where did the Packers pick?
They have to show Grossi. Unless he couldn't go. Maybe he couldn't make the draft.
The Packers don't pick in this round. Oh, yes, they do. They pick 20. They pick 126th. Yeah, he's got to be there.
Who's the pick? Here we go. Running back would be fun. I think Giants fans would like that.
Yeah.
But
they could go any route here. It's going to be somebody we don't even
never heard of. Cedric Gray, linebacker, North Carolina, 6'1", 234. Not many linebackers have gone. I mean, it hasn't been a rich linebacker class, but not many linebackers have gone.
No. I can already see the Eagles next. The Eagles' next pick is going to be Jeremiah Trotter Jr. Why not, right?
Why not?
He's the best linebacker available. But, Jeremiah Trotter played for them forever.
Of course.
So.
Who's the pick?
On my thing, it doesn't even say the Giants picks in. It says they have 4:15 to pick.
Yeah, I saw on the TV screen. There we go. Picks in. Giants didn't waste any time. Joe Shane's just like, here, take it.
Yeah.
Take it. So he ran to the podium for this.
He ran to the podium.
Let's see what we got.
Gut feeling is it's in the trenches.
I'm leaning tight end. I don't know why I'm leaning tight. And I would guess it would be Theo Johnson if they went tight end because of like you said, they brought him in for the top 30 visit.
Yeah.
I'm leaning tight end.
There is Theo Johnson right there.
Yeah.
So maybe they already know because why are they showing that? Why are they showing that?
Maybe they think it would make sense for the Giants, perhaps.
Maybe they know.
Maybe they know. Maybe somebody.
I mean, it would totally make sense. It certainly would not be a bad pick here. And again, they brought him in for a top 30 visit. So
I'm leaning, but I mean, who knows at this point? You're guessing. Amani Toomer.
He ran a 4.57.
Amani Toomer and London. Are they in Germany, or is that's just a German bar? No, Big Blue Germany. They're in Germany.
There you go.
Pretty cool. Who's the pick?
How come the Giants fan don't get to do it?
Theo Johnson.
Theo Johnson. See, there you go.
So the Giants get a tight end. We'll look into him, but makes sense, right? They brought him in for a top 30 visit. Obviously, they think there's a good chance Darren Waller is going to leave. So they get another weapon potentially for this offense. Yeah, you got him and Bellinger now, right? So Giants go tight end here. Not shocked because, again, it continues to follow the pattern that has been put forth here for the Giants since Joe Shane's been here. They draft off the off their top 30 visits a lot. So
yeah, listen, man.
Here. Giants get another weapon.
6'6", 260. He's a big guy, but again, this pre-draft analysis, the statistical production didn't match his talent at Penn State, but he has traits to be more productive in the NFL. He put on a show at the Combine where he ran the second fastest 40-yard dash of all the tight ends at 4.57. He's a big target with long arms and big hands to snatch the ball out of the air. He has a frame to cover up defenders in space. He's a competitive inline blocker. It can get even better there. So I like this pick. I mean, again, with Waller retiring, you figure you do need another tight end. And seeing that they brought him in for a top 30 visit, that makes all the sense in the world for them to bring him in here. So I think that's a good pick. And again, not technically the trenches, but tight ends obviously have a lot to do with blocking as far as, more so than receiving.
Yeah.
But it'd be nice to have a playmaker there as well. And again, a red zone target that can get open.
Well, now you got him and Bellinger, right? So they got some guys they could throw the ball to there. So Giants, get that tight end. It makes sense knowing that Waller's probably going to leave. And we got 2 more picks. Where do they go, Bad Dog, from here? They go O-line, D-line. Who knows at this point?
Yeah, I was going to say your guess at this point is as good as anybody's. You just throw a dart, throw some names up there. Throw a dart.
I just had a feeling as it was getting closer, I'm like, this would be a spot where they could go a skill position. So I thought running back or tight end. So
yeah,
and they only brought him one running back for a top 30 visit. He was already off the board. So, yeah, I'm not shocked with that pick.
Tight end makes a lot of sense without question. I think that makes a lot of sense for them. Yeah. I think that was a good pick.
I like it. We get another tight end. Let's see what they have to say. Run stuffer, and I like that. Lifestyle res. I like that.
Kyrie Jackson.
Running back, D-line, or quarterback. I don't think we're going quarterback. I think running back is clearly still a possibility if these guys continue to fall. Obviously, D-line and O-line are possibilities. Who knows, man? But that would be my prediction as of now. Running back or one side of the line. Yeah. With the remaining.
We don't pick for a while now.
I just had a feeling we're going offense there because you doubled up in defense the last 2 picks.
So. Yeah, we don't pick for a long time now.
Yeah, so we got a tight end. Hopefully he's Bellinger, right? We all like Bellinger's rookie year, so hopefully he's a guy that can help contribute to the offense, and we get another piece for Daniel Jones to throw the ball to this year.
Yeah, and hopefully he develops into a really good blocker, and he can be a guy that can catch some passes in the red zone. That's kind of what they used Bellinger for his rookie season. He had like 4 touchdowns, and we did like him. He was playing well before he got his eye ripped out of his head. So kind of fell by the wayside, but I like the pick. I think Joe Shane is just getting back to basics and just building this thing from the ground up. So obviously I know people want a quarterback, but as we've said a number of times, I think some people say you got to build a team before you get the quarterback. Other people say you go out and get the quarterback, and if there's a quarterback there and you love him, you take him. I agree with both philosophies. There was no quarterback at 6 that the Giants loved to do that with, so you might as well build for the future. If it's not Daniel Jones and somebody else, then you're building for that quarterback. If Daniel Jones somehow does become a year 6 wonder, then you got a team for Daniel Jones. But since that quarterback wasn't there, build it up.
Omar, I know you're kidding, Omar. Omar says, I quit. I am now a Jets fan. Omar's he's done. He didn't like that 4th round pick, so he's turning in his Giants card.
Yeah.
I know you're joking, Omar, but I bet you there's about 10,000 people on Twitter that just said that are looking.
I got to be honest with you, Chris. I don't know how. I know we all kind of have our favorites, guys we'd like. I don't know how anybody gets mad at a 4th round pick. I was like, son of a. I think we do that like every year. It'll be a 6th round. They're picking 219th. That's a terrible pick, Joe. What are you doing?
Yeah. Let's say. Listen. We needed a tight end. So Giants obviously liked him. You know they did that because they brought him in. So we'll see how it plays out. But let's take a look at him, Bad Dog. Let's take a look at Theo Johnson. I want to get to know him a little bit. I'm going to be honest. I don't know much about the guy. I remember the name because we brought him in for a top 30 visit.
Well, again, I just like he's a big dude. He obviously can run. He's a 4.5 guy. And they said that he's, they didn't really use his talent at Penn State. I mean, that was just the little scouting report I read on him. So
let's see. What should we watch? Let's watch. This is only a 4-minute video. We'll check him out here. Let's share it with the chat.
Yeah, Philip, we should make a joking trend to be upset at a lame pick. Damn it, Joe! Why are you taking that guy at 238? You had this guy at 238.
Here he is lined up where that arrow is.
Showing some late pressure. It's a run and busting free.
Little pancake block.
Nick Singleton in a foot race. One that he will win. Touchdown, Penn State.
As the defense out, Aller should know right away where he wants to go.
He waggles the pocket, lofts it toward the end zone for his tight end. Caught.
That wasn't a good throw. That was a nice adjustment.
Good adjustment, yeah.
Deep is the motion man. Aller to throw. Stays in the pocket, goes through his progressions. A strike is caught over the middle.
That's another. I don't like this. I know people are high on Allen for Penn State. I don't like him. I don't like him. That was a good throw, though.
He's got a big arm. Well, I've watched Penn State games, but yeah, he hasn't looked good since he's played.
No, he was wide open there.
Yeah, that's just a picture.
That's what I want to see. Our tight end running open down the seam.
Here's a chance for Theo Johnson in the flat. Up he goes, and in he goes. Stuck the
Yeah, he's big kid.
Aller. Throw it. Aller looking over the middle. Ball caught. Theo Johnson down to 10 at the 42.
Oh, Gus Johnson got Penn State, Illinois, too, huh? His voice is so. No, I know, but Penn State, Iowa.
Yeah. I guess he just does Big Ten games, right? It seems that way.
That's not Gus Johnson. Oh, this is Iowa.
Aller again pulls it and
That's
rifles
an
it
offside.
down the middle, complete, same guy. Theo Johnson first down out around the third.
Boy, all against Iowa. They said we can't throw the ball deep. Let's just give it to Theo.
Was able to
Yeah.
run away from
I mean,
Rutherford. This ball is outside the 10-yard line. Pass caught. Theo Johnson makes a man miss. Driven.
Not bad.
Yeah, he's got to lower the pads and get in there.
Four-man rush. Rutherford again has time. Throws down the middle, and the catch is made.
That's not Theo Johnson.
Oh,
Oh, I like that. I like that. I was like, that's not Theo Johnson.
no. The block is, though.
But that is.
Awful.
I like that.
Play fake. Rolls out. Crosses body. Puts it on the money. Theo Johnson gets his shoulder square. And Theo Johnson. They'll move him back into the shotgun and see if he takes the snap. Tribula on the flip. It's Aller breaking it down.
I gotta be honest, man. I freaking love college football. I love college football. Maybe it's because it's on a Saturday, and I just know I have it all day, and there's so much to choose from. But I just love college football. With the NFL, you don't get the selection, especially when you don't have, I don't buy the NFL package, so I get Jets, Patriots. That was a nice catch.
He's pretty athletic, man. You can tell he's athletic for a tight end.
Yeah.
And play right away. Aller over the middle, wide open. Touchdown, Theo Johnson. Now sets.
Big kid.
Johnson.
That right there, that's what Daniel Bellinger was doing for us. That exact thing right there.
Yeah.
But see, I like these down here, Chris. I like the red zone stuff.
Open touchdown, Theo Johnson goes to the sideline momentarily. And now
Backwards.
Ote is in. Backwards double pass. Oh, he's got it, and he's gone. Theo Johnson.
I thought there was another 84 out there.
Steps up in the pocket, wants to run it. Throws on the move. Caught over the the shoulder and out of bounds. Theo
Definitely looks
Johnson,
like a guy that could be a
tight end.
playmaker for us.
Play fake. And this pass is caught inside the 20.
Yep.
Theo Johnson.
I'll take it.
Not bad.
We needed a tight end. I'll take it.
We did need a tight end. And again, we were talking about it. You know, they brought him in for a top 30 visit. So makes sense.
Let's see.
The Raiders are on the clock. The Patriots took Javon Baker. Atlanta took Brandon Dorless. Do the Raiders take? I keep saying the Raiders are going to take Spencer Rattler. Are they ever going to take Spencer Rattler? Saying they're going to take him.
We'll see. Maybe we'll go undrafted and we'll just pick him up. Talking Eco says Bellinger and Johnson can be a great tight end duo. Hopefully. I mean, he definitely seems like more of an athlete, even though I do think Bellinger's a bit underrated as an athlete. He's more of an athlete than Bellinger. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see what he can bring to the offense. Vance says Penn State quarterback was garbage juice. I think he'll be better in the NFL. He struggled last year. I actually like Aller's arm when I've watched Penn State games, but he was not good last year when I watched him play.
I'm not maybe I'll develop it. I wasn't a fan of it.
No, last year he certainly wasn't impressive. Sean says, would you trade Daniel Jones for
Packers are picking right now? Does Tom Grossi get to do this? Did they trade up or were they picking there?
Not sure. Sean says, would you trade Daniel Jones?
No, they traded with the Jets.
So it's not Tom Grossi.
Who's this guy? Where's Tom Grossi?
Sean says, would you trade Daniel? I think you meant to say Kirk Cousins. Yeah, but
it's international. It's an international thing. That's why.
Yeah, but I obviously don't think they're trading Kirk Cousins. I think the Penix pick was for the future. I don't think it's for now. They're not trading Cousins. They just signed him. Talking Eco says, also hot take. Shane's not getting a late quarterback this year. I don't think it's a hot take. I don't think it's a hot take.
There's no reason to. You got 3 quarterbacks already.
Because I don't think he drafted a quarterback unless he knows Dable can mold him into a franchise guy. I wouldn't be surprised if he took one, but I'm not expecting it at this point.
I like that Theo Johnson pick, man. That could be a sleeper pick. Honestly.
Why not? You get that's one of the positions that historically you could get great value at, right? You look at the best tight ends in the league right now. I mean, and not saying that he's going to be these guys, of course, but the best tight ends in the league, George Kittle, I think was a 5th round pick.
Travis Kelce
was like a 3rd or 4th round pick.
Normally the tight ends picked at the tie end of the draft aren't really good. Hawkinson's really good. He was
great. Yeah. I don't think Andrews was a day 1 pick. I think he's later. So historically, that's right. Value it.
Because usually you're not going to take a tight end that early. So a lot of times they are 3rd round, 4th round picks. That's usually when you start to address that. But I'm not saying he's going to be those guys. We're not saying he's going to be those guys, but if he can, be halfway decent. I mean, when Dallas Goedert, was he a 1st round pick?
Goddard, I think he was. I remember when
the late 1st round, right?
Yeah, he was definitely a 1st. It was late, but he was a 1st round pick. Elias, stand up, new member. Welcome to the squad, man. Thank you to everybody for being here. Kelsey was 3rd. Tyreek was 5th. Yeah, Tyreek fell bluegrass because of character concerns. That's why he fell. Otherwise, yeah, he would have been much higher. But yeah, he had stuff in college that was concerning. Richardson goes to the Raiders, the cornerback.
Oh, so Rattler continues to slip down because ain't nobody taking him here anytime soon. Jacksonville, Cincinnati, Jacksonville, Indianapolis, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, Seattle again, Chicago, Philadelphia, San Francisco, Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay might take him.
I actually like that pick, man. Dog. I like that pick by the Giants. It's another weapon.
No, I'm saying I think it was a good. I think it was a good pick.
I like that pick.
Yeah.
Did Braylon go? Well, he hasn't been drafted yet. He's probably going to be drafted, but he hasn't been drafted yet. Braylon Allen. Pug says, release DJ after the year and sign Justin Fields. I mean, I personally would rather just draft a quarterback if we have the opportunity to do that. And you have to figure if Justin Fields plays well, if he gets an opportunity to play this year, they would just keep him, which is why they traded for him in the first place. Obviously, Russell Wilson's going to start the year, so we'll see what goes down over there. But I would rather just draft the quarterback, man.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest. If the Giants wanted Justin Fields, they would have already did it.
Exactly.
They only give up a 6th-round pick to get the guy.
Exactly. Listen, man, you're not going to replace Daniel Jones like that. Just you guys got to be relegated to the fact you're stuck with him this year. It is what it is, and I wouldn't want Justin Fields. You would have to pay him. You have to pay him a lot of money. He's going to be a free agent.
And Sid says, "What available cornerback, a veteran cornerback, would you like the Giants to bring in?" Oh, we went over the list yesterday, Bad Dog. Obviously, Adoree Jackson was part of that list.
Yeah.
You had who was the other corner? There's some big names, but they were older.
Right.
I can't recall. Yeah, let's run down the list real quick.
Yeah.
I mean, naturally, Adoree Jackson makes sense because he's been here. You know what he's like in the building if it was cheap. But who's the other guys?
Let's see. Xavier Howard, Stephon Gilmore, Patrick Peterson. Those are probably your best.
Those are the big name guys. Yeah, but they're up there in age. There's a reason they're still available. But one of those guys. I mean, I would like the Giants to bring in a veteran corner, preferably a Jackson, just because he's been here. He's familiar with the guys in the locker room. Could be a leader, So if they could bring him back on a really cost-effective salary, I'd be down for it. But
I mean, Eli Apple's out there if you want to go get him.
No, but yeah, any of those guys, obviously, you would view as
we can bring back Fabian Moreau.
Yeah, any of those guys is a stopgap, right? If you're drafting a corner at this point, it's kind of like a 1-year fill-in. As you continue to build your roster through the draft. But I'd be open to any of those guys on a 1-year deal.
Yeah, that's what it'll be. It'd be a stopgap, just a position filler.
And I hope they do that because I think it makes sense. There's a lot of youth in that secondary. I would like a veteran, even if he doesn't get the starting job, a guy that could, at least compete. I hope they do. I think they will. I think Shane probably is waiting for the market to completely die down. They probably want to see what they were able to acquire in the draft before they go ahead and do it. But I think they will add another corner in free agency.
Well, Patrick Peterson used to be a beast.
Oh, he was incredible. He was a special teams guy too, right? He was a good kick returner, if I'm not mistaken.
But yeah, he'll be 34.
Yeah.
So he's up there in age. Xavier Howard is 30. So it's not the war. I mean, he's a Pro Bowler in 2020. Not that the Pro Bowl freaking matters, but who's the other guy? I said Stephon Gilmore, right?
Stephon Gilmore used to be great.
Yeah, I'm just saying these are probably your biggest names, but again, he's going to be 34. So, it's funny. Dallas got him, and they all thought he was going to be good. Oh God, we got Stephon Gilmore. Don't matter, man. They're old. He's not 23 anymore. He's 33.
JX says, "Are we still writing off? Are we writing off Hawkins? I still believe I'm not writing off Hawkins.
You just can use depth at the corner position.
Yeah, I think we need depth. I wouldn't feel
a veteran.
Yeah, I wouldn't feel super comfortable with him as the starter going into the year. Same thing with Flott, but I'm not writing any of those guys off. They're still developing, so I'm not writing them off.
That's the thing, though, Chris. Do we have a vet? I mean, think about our secondary. Who's the veteran?
We don't have one.
Right. So you could use a guy for nothing else, maybe just veteran leadership.
Yeah.
And Adoree Jackson does know, he does know the play, well, he'll have to learn a new playbook, but he does know the system here. He does know what it is to play for the Giants.
There's Deion Sanders. Man, he's really blown up, man, with this Colorado job.
Right there, man. When I look at Deion, I just see how old he is, and I was like, God, I'm old. Adoree's only 28, so I'd bring him back.
Deion, I'll tell you what, though. Deion, I mean, obviously he's got the gray beard. He looks really good for his age. Like, if he shaved the beard, you wouldn't think he's as old as he is.
Well, most athletes do.
Yeah.
Because some athletes let themselves go.
Yeah.
But a lot of times, man, they stay in good shape.
I'm excited to see.
They get the best of everything. They're loaded, man. They got no stress. Stress ages people.
That's true.
And what stresses people out more than anything else? Having money, paying your bills. When you have that kind of money, there ain't no stress there. So shit, they can do whatever the hell they want. They want to go relax for 3 months. We'll go relax for 3 months.
I'm excited to see what Colorado does this year. I mean, because last year, of course, they were the talk of college football for the first month, and then, who was the team? They got smacked. I forgot who it was. They got Oregon. I think
Oregon kicked the shit out of
them, and then it just kind of went off the rails.
USC kicked the shit out of them. Yeah, well, I mean, they didn't. Their defense was awful, and their offensive line
was the worst in the country.
Sucked.
Yeah,
that's why I was like, oh, Shedeur Sanders already auditioning for the Giants.
Picks in for the Jaguars, and
I think Shedeur Sanders going back to college was such a good decision by him because he's going to be at least in the top 4 quarterbacks, I would think, next year. He might even be the best quarterback coming out, depending on how the year goes.
Right now, if you were doing a mock draft today, he probably would be the
I have him second. I think Cam Ward is better.
Second to Cam Ward, yeah.
I like Cam Ward a lot. I think Cam Ward is better than, but I think Shedeur Sanders will be quarterback too.
It was a no-brainer for Shedeur Sanders, especially now with the nil money, like what they make. Well, they're still
right.
Playing. He gets a ton of money. Like you said, he gets another year to come back to what.
And they're going to build a program because Colorado is now with their transfer portal and recruiting. And you're playing with Deion Sanders. Colorado went on the map,
and
you're going to get a lot better prospects now.
And there's no Caleb or Drake May in next year's class.
Correct.
So, made sense. Space Oddity says I switched to my Bills podcast after you picked because I'm a Bills fan first, and the host loved Theo. Said it was the best pick of the round by far. I listen. He's got a great athletic score, that's for sure. Somebody said in the chat, I think it was one of the top.
It was the top because they said. Remember when they showed it? They go, "Why are they showing that? Do they know the Giants are taking them?"
Well, the top now. I think they said it was graded as one of the 10 highest ever by a tight end.
Oh, gotcha.
Like ever since they've been doing it. So, listen, it's. I'm excited about that pick. Could be a playmaker in this offense. Probably not going to be asked to do a whole lot of blocking. He looks more like he's going to be a guy that is going to help you, in the pass catching game.
Yeah.
So another tackle off the board is the Jaguars go with Foster. Giants still have 2 picks.
The guy in CBS didn't think it was great. He gave him a B+.
That's pretty good.
Gave him a B+. All these other guys got A's. Javon Baker got an A+ for the Patriots. Well, he was the guy that should have went earlier anyway.
D says maybe Jones could wear 17. Oh, because of his Duke number?
Oh, because of Dave Brown's number. But give him Dave. That was Dave Brown's number, who ironically played for frickin' Duke.
Daniel Jones is the captain of the team. He's not changing his number.
That number 17 is get it away from Giants lore, man. Outside of Jeff Rutledge. So I don't even know number 17 of the Giants. Dave Brown. Daniel Jones ain't 17. But he was 17 at Duke.
Wait, was Burris? No, wait, Burris was why is it? Was he 17? I think Burris was 17, wasn't he? I can't remember. It's been so long.
Maybe it was. Maybe he was 17.
I can't
remember.
Was
17. He was.
Right, Burris was 17. Yeah.
Yep. Blacksco Burris. What could have been?
Jaguars picks in.
Imagine if Jerry Reese would have just given up the 4th round pick for Tony Gonzalez that year.
Oh yeah, Wan'Dale Robinson, 17, of course.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. One of my favorite players on the team right now. I love him.
Jordan Jefferson. Not to be confused with Jordan Jefferson.
Let's see. I vote Daniel Jones for 17. Give Daniel Jones a red jersey for the season.
Yeah, right.
Ain't gonna happen. Yeah, 17's been bad luck, man. You've got you Burrs shot himself and Dave Brown. So let's stay away from 17.
Jeff Rutledge was just a backup.
Pick is in. Yeah, I was like certain he was 17, but then I was like, let me just make sure. I thought Plax was 17. Yeah. I owned his jersey. He was one of my favorite players on the team back then.
Maybe Spencer Rattler is dropping because Matt Miller's pro comp is Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson was number 2 overall.
Giants fans were saying, a lot of Giants fans were hyping Rattler up to be a guy they want to take in the early 2nd round.
I actually did think Rattler would go earlier, but again, there's a reason that they're like, nope, this is more important. This is more important. This is more important because at this point now you're just thinking about him as being a backup. So
either way, I'm not getting a Neighbors jersey until 2025 when he changes his number. Yeah, I wouldn't touch a Neighbor. Good point. I would not touch a Neighbors jersey because, yes, if Daniel Jones does leave the Giants in the not too distant future, I would assume he would take number 8. So that's a really good point. I wouldn't buy a Neighbors jersey.
no, he could be number 88.
I think he will be, but he might only be 88 for a couple of years.
Yeah, I don't think a rookie wide receiver is getting the quarterback's number.
No, but if Jones leaves, he will.
Yeah, if Jones is gone,
Yeah,
he definitely will.
Let's see. And Elias says Estime was a top 30 visit. And he he's a running back, went to Notre Dame. Certainly a possibility here. Bad though, pull up the top 30 visits again. Let's go over the guys that are still left.
Right.
I think he was the only other running back that was a top 30 visit. So
We don't pick till 166, so
yeah, we got a while to go. We got 50
we have
picks.
a long ways to go. I don't like this one. I don't like the way that.
Andrew likes Theo. He's a fan of Theo. We got a tight end.
Theo was the guy we brought in. So Drake May gone, McCarthy gone, Panks gone, Daniels gone, Nick's gone. Well, Rattler's still there.
Rattler's the only quarterback.
Rattler's still there. Tishwan Palmer from UAB was a wide receiver they brought in.
Odds are we're not going wide receiver.
Right. Trey Benson, he's gone.
Yeah.
Estime still there. Well, no, they didn't bring in Estime. That's one of those ones that's local. It doesn't count towards the top 30.
But they brought him in.
So, yeah.
Still possible.
It don't count towards the 30 allowed. So I don't know what the hell that means, but they talked to him. Theo Johnson was also a local.
Okay.
So they just got him. Alt is gone. Giovanni Manu, University of British Columbia. He's a lineman. He's tackle. Cooper Beebe gone. Patrick Paul gone. I think Jordan Morgan's also gone.
Okay.
Isaac's gone. Turner's gone. Chop Robinson's gone. All the edge rushers are gone. Jerzon Newton's gone. I don't know if Christian Boyd. These are defensive tackles. Christian Boyd, Mason Smith, and Feldarius Payne.
So just based off that, I think there's a good chance they're going to go D-tackle with one of these last 2 picks because those are a lot of late round targets at that position.
Yep.
So just based off that, I think there's a good chance they could go D-tackle with one of the picks, but keep going.
Travis Knight, only linebacker. Then there's a shitload of corners. Max Melton's gone. We took Andrew Phillips. I think Evan Williams went in this round. Kool-Aid McKinstry's gone. Chigozie, Nusium. Cam Hart's still there. And Chow Smith Weed. And then they've already taken Tyler Newman. He's a safety.
I think there's a good chance we go DT with one of the picks.
Yeah,
Because they were targeting a lot of late round guys. It's exactly what we said about the wide receiver position in the first.
Yeah.
You read between it, they only really brought in high first round guys. So, so same thing with DT. It seems like they brought in a lot of late round targets. So, good chance they go DT.
Yeah, listen, there's going to be a bunch of guys that do go undrafted that you'll be able to.
And they've had a history in Joe Shane's first 2 drafts where he took DJ Davidson late and then last year they took what's his name? Why does the name escape me? He looked really good early on in the preseason and in training camp, but he didn't really get a chance to play until late in the year last year. Why does the name escape me? I think it was our last pick last year. Somebody in the chat's going to say it. Seahawks pick is up, but they've had a history of taking late defensive tackles. Jordan Riley, there you go, Jordan Riley. Yeah, who looked really good. So I could see that. I could see them going DT with one of these 2 picks.
I can't believe Brendan Rice is still out there. All right, 1 o'clock, time for a beer. I'll be right back. Saturday, it's my cheat day.
Do what you got to do. Do what you got to do. Do you take Pratt or Rattler if they go undrafted? I could certainly see them bringing in a quarterback to compete with DeVito as an undrafted prospect for sure. I'm still thinking they're probably going to be drafted, but quarterback is such a weird position, man. It's so hard because kind of like what Shane said in his press conferences, if you're a backup, you can't really compete unless the starter gets hurt. So there's only so many teams that are looking for a long-term backup quarterback. So is it possible like a guy like Joe Milton could go undrafted? I think it's certainly possible. I wouldn't project it. But yeah, if one of those guys goes undrafted, I see no harm in bringing one of them in, compete with DeVito to be the practice squad guy. Let's go, let's go, let's go. That was the running back that had a ridiculous combine, right? He ran like a 4.33, didn't he? Again, yeah. I mean, listen, I'm good with that. I watched a couple of his highlights after people told me that. I'm good if they go running back here with one of their last 2 picks for sure. And I still think there's a good chance we could go running back with one of our last 2 picks. Because right now we only really have 2 guys, and what I think will be, and I know we signed a guy, but 2 guys that for sure are going to be part of the rotation next year. And Eric Gray didn't get much play last year, so I wouldn't be surprised if they draft a running back with one of these last 2 picks. Wouldn't be surprised at all. Come on. Fifth round can bring a hidden gem. Richard Sherman, Tyreek Hill, Ben Coates, Herschel Walker. Keep going. You got George Kittle. Keep going. And Connor says, is TJ Tampa still available? Love Theo. I mean, I believe he is, but at this point, I think you got to question, why is he still available? And we see this almost every year. I got to assume it's due to something on his medical report. That would be my guess. But yeah, he's still available.
All right. I opened the window, man. It's freaking nice.
Michael, good to see you, man. He says, do you think they should have traded back for Theo? I mean, that was around where he was projected to go, right? I mean, everything I saw, I think Theo, he was around a 4th round guy. I mean, at that point in the draft, how much are you going to get if you're trading back? And, if you really like the guy, you take him.
Hey, how do you know he's guaranteed to be there and who you trade him with? And you got to want somebody that wants to come up and get the pick. And
yeah, I mean, maybe you get an extra 6th round pick or something if you trade back. And there's Mason McCormick. A lot of Giants fans wanted him.
It's just not that easy to just go, I want to trade a guy, because you have to find a trading partner.
Yeah.
And there might not have been anybody that's like, oh, we got to get up to 107 to get our guy.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's at this point, like I said, at this point in the game, we're all going to have our favorites, but the odds of these guys coming in and being extremely productive, there's a reason they drop into these rounds. Not saying it can't happen, but.
And Michael, I agree with that. I've been saying that throughout the draft, that the Giants should at least be open to potentially trading down later in the draft. But like Bad Dog said, as you get later in the draft, there's less of a reason for these teams to trade up, right? Because a lot of these guys are, depth guys. They're guys that you may not want to invest extra capital and move up and go get. So there's not as many willing trade partners. If there's, if there was a trade option, I'm sure Shane listened. But if you really likes that guy, you take him, man. And he probably feels Theo Johnson could be an immediate contributor this year. And my guess would be he's probably going to be. He's probably going to be a guy that, especially if Darren Waller retires.
Right. Yeah. That's a whole thing. Like, he could come in and be a guy that actually starts, or, in a 2 tight end set. I think Bellinger would be the starter, but again, I like the Theo Johnson pick. I think that serves a need. And again, there's definitely some talent there. There's good size there. He's pretty quick for a tight end. So, wow.
Let's see.
But again, there's gonna be a lot of guys that are undrafted that I don't know how they decide, how that happens, like how the teams get the pick on who they sign that are undrafted. And I heard Spencer Rattler's not going to go undrafted. Somebody will take him.
Okay, so Ross said that apparently it's because Tampa is very scheme specific. Well, maybe the Giants, if that's the case, maybe the Giants don't feel like he fits the scheme.
But does anybody feel like he fits the scheme?
Yeah.
You get passed over a lot, you know.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. Do we have a compensatory pick? We do not. We do not. We only got 2 more picks, guys. I think we got pick one, like 160.
166 and 183.
Yeah, we got 2 picks, but we're not up for about another 50 picks. But then they're gonna go fast because they're
Yeah.
they're within 15 picks or so of one another, so they're gonna go fast. We got another weapon. Tampa
Brendan
saying,
Rice. I can't believe Brendan Rice is still out there.
and Tampa they are saying is strictly a slot. Well, the guy we took yesterday, a lot of people are projecting to be a slot. So, Ernest says, "Hey fellas, went to a bar on Thursday. That's awesome. So couldn't catch the stream until today. Do you think that we'll take another offensive lineman? Still think we need depth? It's obviously possible. Just based off. I mean, listen, Joe Shane's first 4 picks were all top 30 visits. So just based off of Bad Dog ran over the list.
Yeah,
just,
the defensive tackles.
I have to think they're going D tackle with one of these last 2 picks because 3 of those guys were late round prospects who are still available. So that's where I'm leaning. I think we're going to go DT with one of the 2 picks. The other pick, yeah, it certainly could be O-line, certainly could be running back. Yeah, who knows? Maybe a little bit more help, maybe depth in the linebacking core. That's possible. A guy that could contribute on special teams. So, I mean, listen, at this point, they could go anywhere. I mean, they go anywhere. You just want to get a good football player.
Right. You just want to get a guy that you can make your team. Look at how long ago it's been since Dolphins won a championship ring. Look at how ugly that sucker is.
Do we really need another mid running back? Give him a chance. Give Eric Gray a chance. I think Eric Gray's going to get a chance regardless. I mean, they spent a relatively high pick on him last year for a running back. What was he, a 4th round pick? Maybe it was a 5th round pick.
5th, I think.
It might have been 5th. But I think he's going to get a chance regardless. I don't think he's going to be the bell cow, obviously, but I think he's going to get some work next year. He didn't get it much last year. So
no, he didn't.
He
got work and doing something he shouldn't have been doing, which was returning kicks.
Yeah. But I'm not against getting another back that could come in here and compete. You want to get him, late day 3. I'm all for that, man.
Yeah, it just depends on what Joe Shane feels the team needs at this point. And he'll go out and get the best guy that he feels fits the Giants at that position. Tight end was definitely a need, especially, like you said, with Waller. It's impending retirement, and I'm sure it'll happen eventually. So we need a tight end, and they brought in Theo Johnson. I think it was a good pick. The first pick of the 4th round was also a tight end. So this is about the 3rd and 4th round are a lot of times where the tight ends are taken.
I think Theo Johnson is one of the more exciting picks the Giants could have taken there because he's going to be a guy that's going to be a guy that you expect to be a contributor day 1 for this team. So, if they would have went offensive line, I mean, I'm not against that. I'm for that, but it's not a guy that you're going to get super excited about. They're not going to play.
Right. You hope they do, but at this point, you're not going to be like, oh my, like I said, I'm not going to be like, oh, why did he take that guy at 183? It does what it does. You just hope these guys find a way. Like Micah McFadden, for instance, 5th round pick. That's a guy you're like, that was great value because he looks like he could be really, really good.
Yeah, Jalen Wright. I would have liked him.
Oh, that's what Miami needed. They needed more speed.
Oh,
they don't have enough with Tyreek Hill and Waddle and A-Chain.
Oh, that is such a Dolphins pick. That is such a Dolphins pick, too. They love running backs like him, right? They traded for Mostert. And then
they got A-Chain. They got A-Chain.
He was a guy that ran a ridiculous 40 last year.
Yeah.
That is such a Dolphins pick.
Well, that's like the Chiefs with Xavier Worthy. That's such a Chiefs pick.
He's going to do well there.
For 2 years or for 2 months, I was saying that Worthy's going to be a Chief.
Yeah.
It just makes sense. But
he's going to do well in Miami.
Yeah, I don't know how much he's going to touch the ball there.
Well, yeah.
I mean, but this is what you do. That's why he's picked 120th overall.
Yeah.
Because
he'll be the eventual replacement for Mostert, who's like
he could be a kickoff returner, maybe. I don't know if he returned kicks at Tennessee or not, but maybe use him for that. Who knows? Who knows?
Jalen Wright, Michael.
Oh, Chris got kicked off the stream again. Oh man. Well,
I'm
there
back.
he is.
Jalen Wright, Michael. They went with the running back. Seattle on the clock.
That was fast. I wonder where they're from.
It looks like they're in a soccer stadium, right?
Right. Well, this is their international fans of the year, so I don't know where they're from, I'm saying.
Yeah.
What country they're from. I wonder.
They got the Seahawks logo up on the. Oh, there you go. AJ Barner. They go with another tight end. So, like we said, this is not surprised. A lot of tight ends usually going like
this. Is usually when the tight ends start. The third and fourth rounds. The day 3 is usually when you address this position.
Michigan's had what 6, 7 guys go already. So they've had. I mean, you not surprised,
right? Not surprised at all.
I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind one of those Michigan offensive linemen day 3.
No, right? What's the guy? Is he still there? I don't even know. I should check.
Faded. We still got pick 1.
Oh, he's gone.
We're 160 something and 180. So we got
166 and 183, I think. Or what we have. I think that's what we got.
Milton would be good for special teams and upside at quarterback. We'll see. We'll see. I guess it's all international fans, so I guess that's
what I'm saying. These are international. These international fans of the year.
Yeah, that's why they didn't have Grossi.
Right.
Look at that bear head. I'll tell you what, man, the NFL does a really good job of like trying to promote football overseas.
They do. They've done a good job.
Yeah.
They're very good at marketing. That's for sure.
Why they make so much money.
Yep.
Connor says, would you take an interior defensive lineman or running back? I would hope to get, I would love, I think they're going to take it. One of those picks is going to be an interior defensive lineman, like I said. The other pick, I would love Braylon Allen if they took him. I don't, I'd like a running back for sure. But listen, the pattern says probably look at those top 30 visits. That's probably what we're going to do. Last year, 4 of the first 5 picks we made were top 30 visits. And thus far this year, our first 4 picks have been top 30 visits. So there's no running backs on that list anymore other than the Notre Dame running back. So that's a possibility.
Right.
So that's a possibility.
Defensive tackle seems to be the way they're going to go here.
They just took a punter, by the way, right? Was that a punter? I think they took a punter to the Bears.
The Bears?
Yeah, they took a punter.
Oh, they went by
They took one of the Eagles picks.
Yeah, he did. And he was a punter from Iowa, so he got a lot of work.
Well, Iowa's got great special teams, but that's a little early to take a punter.
Well, not when he's from, like I said, Iowa. All they did was punt, so he has a lot of work.
And we all know that the Bears value special teams after the double doink.
Right. Son of a bitch. Terrible. Terrible game.
Let's see. J-Tag says, no quarterback taken since pick 12 is wild. Yeah, I'm not that surprised by that because quarterback's either a position you take really early if you love them, in a lot of cases overdraft them because you want to ensure you get your guy, or you just wait until day 3. So, like, for example, the draft in 2021 or 2, with the one with Kenny Pickett, nobody felt any of them were capable starters. So nobody went until like the late third round. Cade Stover out of Ohio State just went.
Yeah. Another tight end. This is the round of the tight ends. This is the round of the tight ends. This is where they're all going.
Connor says, can you share the list of I think Bad Dog has a better list than I do. My top 30 list doesn't include all these guys, but yeah, I'll share the one that I have. Let's see if I can find it.
Most of these guys are already gone. But here, I can bring it up. I think
Oh,
I
yeah,
can
you can bring it up and then I can share it, right?
Yeah, let's see.
There it is. Okay.
Yeah.
So let me see.
I can make it bigger. Hold on a second. Make it a little bigger here.
All right. So there you go. So quarterbacks are all gone, other than obviously, just scroll down there. Other than Rattler. This was actually the list I had, but it didn't include Estime. So maybe I got a little bit earlier than you did. So Estime's left. That's the first thing. Palmer, I think, is still left at UAB.
Mhm.
That's the only other wide receiver left. Both tight ends are gone. We obviously took one of them. Manu is still left. BB's gone. Of course, Alt is gone. I think
All gone.
yeah, I think so. The only guy left is the guy from British
Manu.
Columbia,
Yeah.
BC. All the edges
Over.
are gone.
Yep.
DTs, we said there's like 3 left, right? So
Yep. Jerzon he's gone.
yeah. So that's why I'm thinking DT is going to be one of those picks.
Yep.
Tyrese Knight, the linebacker, obviously still available. And then so potentially a guy maybe they feel could provide depth and help on specials. Possible pick there.
Yep. Phillips, Melton's gone, Williams is gone, Kool-Aid's gone, Cam Hart's still there.
So you're not looking at many guys from that list that are still left. And obviously we're not going to take another. I don't think Hicks is available. So
well, whoever did this obviously was with Iowa's. I think there's a good chance they go O-line at 47 with Morgan, Paul, BB on the list, and they didn't.
Yeah, so I think you're looking at Bad Dog. I mean, I think it's a DT, man. I'd be surprised based off that list if DT isn't one of these last 2 picks.
Yeah.
And Kevin says they also met with Brady McGregor. Edge.
Tyrese, Anthony said Tyrese was taken, so he's gone. The linebacker.
And Jalen Ford, linebacker, Texas at the combine. Okay, we'll see what happens, guys. We'll see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Are the Giants seriously not going to draft any O-line like 2021? I mean, good chance. But obviously they brought in like 4 in free agency. So, I'm not that surprised by it. If you would have told me before the draft started, would you be stunned if they don't take a lineman? I would tell you no, because they put a lot of their free agent resources into that this year.
Right.
And they've drafted a lot of offensive linemen they probably feel are still developing from previous years, like an Azudu, like a McKeithen, like an Evan Neal, so I'm not stunned if they don't. I'm just a guy that always wants to take a lineman at least once in every draft.
Mm-hmm.
J-Tag says there is so many super athlete running backs left. I doubt we draft one. And considering we picked up Dante Miller, I think we wait to get a UDFA running back. And especially when it's possible. Maybe we do go with the guy from Notre Dame if he's still available. It's possible, but yeah, we'll see. I think it's a DT, and I don't know after that. We'll see. We'll see what the other pick is. Let's see.
Mm-hmm.
No more linemen. We suck at drafting them. Yeah, but if we suck, we got to eventually get good at drafting them. Otherwise, we're never going to be good.
Right. That's right.
Actually,
you gotta. Oh, they drafted Andrew Thomas. I mean, he's pretty good.
Yeah, that's about it.
Evan Neal hasn't worked out.
Yeah.
I like John Michael Schmitz. I think.
It's way too early to be down on him. But every other lineman we failed that has had time is, we've drafted rather has failed in recent history that, you've had time to evaluate.
Yeah. Yeah. No. I mean, if you're talking like big running backs, Braylon Allen's still there. I mean, that's a fullback. There's no such thing as a fullback. Even when you go to best available, I click fullback. It says no players are available for this position. They don't make them anymore.
Juszczyk is a rare breed. He's one of the few.
Right. Braylon Allen is a guy that you're looking at 6'1", 235. That's that type of guy. I mean, estimates 5'11", 221, but Eric Gray's that size. So
we'll see. I mean, they could certainly go running back with one of those picks. 49ers up. We still got another 40+ picks.
I know.
It's day 3, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep. Day 3, there's a big gap between because you have all the compensatory picks
Yeah.
as well. So it takes a while to get through everything.
Has Kalen Carson been drafted yet, guys? Let me know in the chat. He was a guy I liked.
Kalen Carson.
He went to Wake Forest. Right? Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he was. No, he's still there.
He's still there.
He's still there.
He went to Wake Forest.
It's the same. It says the same thing. Carson is a scheme versatile corner. That's the same thing it says about TJ Tampa.
Yeah.
Who's still sitting there. Still sitting there.
Brendan, yeah, I think Rice is still available.
Brendan Rice is still available, which I don't understand. He's freaking. He can be really good, and this, especially now, you're going to get good value for him.
And AJ Jones says, "How are you guys feeling about Jaden Hicks, safety out of USC?" I don't think we'll take another safety because we just drafted one
right
in the second round. I shouldn't say it's impossible. And, you know, as you get later, a lot of those picks are guys that you may feel could contribute on special. So I wouldn't say it's impossible. Bucky Irving just went, but I'd be mildly surprised if they went safety at this point, right? So we still, you know, at this point, you drafted your starter noob, and you still have Belton, obviously,
Pinnock.
Yeah, Pinnock. I don't think we'll draft another safety.
No, I can't. Especially again because we don't have many picks, so
yeah,
they're probably you're gonna start drafting for positional need, just for depth purposes.
So Bucky Irving, he's an exciting player. He got hurt, right?
Yeah, Oregon guy. That's the best running back available.
He's a good player. I think he only dropped a bit because of his injuries. Yeah. And Elias, thank you very much for the $5 donation. Appreciate you for being here, man. Appreciate that, man. Hope this Bryce Wheaton has something for us this year. I think he's got a good chance. I mean, I don't know, but I think he's got a good chance to make the team this year without knowing what we're going to do in terms of the UDFAs, because I really like our receiving core in terms of where it's come from.
Right.
We don't have a ton of depth there when you look at it after the first 4 guys that, you know, the obvious first 4 guys. So I could see Wheaton, if he has a strong camp, being, you know, one of the last receivers to make the team. But the thing is, you got to be able to, we saw it last year. It's, if you're going to be that last guy, you got to be a guy that can usually help contribute for special teams. So that's a big thing. But I think he's got a decent chance to make the team. They're all wearing Campbell jerseys.
As well they should be.
And John, man, thank you very much, man, for the 99-cent donation, man. I appreciate it.
Gee, of course, Dan Campbell, former Giant.
Oh, you love him. Love him.
He's a good coach. Don't take no shit. Old school guy. Lions are kind of an old school team, the way they're built.
Listen, old school, new school, whatever. That's how you win.
Win in the trenches, right?
They got a great offensive and defensive line. That's what gives them the ability to be able to compete every week.
Yep.
And the Giants are clearly trying to mimic that. I mean,
as well they should.
You know, you got Brian Burns. You draft Kayvon 5th overall a few years ago. You spend as much as you do to retain Dexter Lawrence.
Yep.
So
Andrew Thomas.
And they draft Evan Neal early. They're clearly trying to mimic the same strategy.
They just haven't done it as well yet.
Yeah, they haven't done it as well.
Not for lack of trying. Well, maybe put it together one of these freaking years. It'd be nice. It'd be nice.
Come on. Sam Laporta. Well, he was an early pick for them last year. We said that last night, right?
Yep.
He was like a second round pick, right?
Yeah.
He's the
The
dude.
Jahmyr Gibbs one, I remember thinking, what the hell are they doing with that?
Laporta's from Iowa. He was from Iowa, right?
I think so.
They produce a lot of good tight ends.
And linemen usually.
Yeah.
That's their style of football. Iowa. They don't produce any quarterbacks, wide receivers. Nothing like that.
Look at this. TJ Tampa's still there. Spencer Rattler's still there.
I'm surprised Rattler. I'm surprised no one's taken Rattler yet.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. The Jets have 2 picks here. I could see them taking him at this point.
Yeah, they could.
I mean, they just traded Wilson.
Detroit could take him. Who's their backup?
They could.
Bridgewater's not there anymore.
They took Hendon Hooker last year.
Oh, that's right. Well, they won't take Rattler then.
Who's the other quarterback on the Jets? Oh, they signed Tyrod Taylor. I forgot. So I don't think they would spend the 4th round pick on Rattler. I forgot about Tyrod Taylor.
Taylor.
And Elias says Mason Smith top 30 is gone. How about Leonard Taylor from Miami? Was he on the list, Bad Dog? Leonard Taylor? I don't think
he was not. He was not on the list. Not on the list.
Let's see.
Not on the list.
Like at this point, it's I think they're taking somebody off the list. It's not like the pattern show. That's what Joe said.
That is their pattern for sure.
Let me look at Leonard Taylor. He is 6'3". He's over 3. He's at 6'3", over 300 out of Miami. Interior lineman. I mean, I think that's the position they're going to go with. But if I had to guess, it's going to be one of those guys that they have on their list.
Yeah.
But I do think they're going DT with one of these 2 picks. Makes sense. You lose Leonard Williams, get more quality depth there.
Yep. I don't even see their other guys in here.
Connor says Bryce Wheaton didn't make the team last year, and now we have Neighbors taking the top spot. He won't make the team. I forgot about McKenzie, special teams guy. You're probably right. He would have to have a great camp, Connor. He would have to have a great camp. McKenzie's going to make it. Special teams, he's going to be that last guy that makes it. So he would have to have a really good camp. So you're probably right. He's not making the team. Unless they go with 7 receivers, but
I can't see him.
Probably not. Probably not. That's a good. Yeah, I forgot about McKenzie. He'll be a guy that everybody roots for in camp, but he probably.
I bet you she's getting booed. Anytime a politician gets up there.
Oh, she's a politician?
700,000 people attended the draft.
Insane.
Holy shit.
700,000 people? My God, Bad Dog.
That's insane.
How many people live in Detroit?
A big city. I mean, a couple
It's
million.
a big city, but
probably a couple million. Well, it's not just Detroit people either.
Of course, people travel. There's one of the linemen we had brought in, Manu from British Columbia. So he just got picked. So
I like how Mark Holmes is acting like he's at the draft. He's just in Detroit sitting at a restaurant with 3 computer screens up there, like he knows what the hell he's looking at.
And John says we're putting a lot of stock into Singletary. Yeah, he's going to – I think Gray will be a part of the backfield as well. But, yeah, Singletary is going to be our running back this year. There's no doubt about it. He's going to get 15-plus carries a game probably on average because I do think the Giants are going to run the ball a good amount. Yeah, I mean, he's a good running back. He's not obviously nowhere near Saquon Barkley, but he's a good running back. Yeah, maybe we'll still draft a running back. We might still draft a running back.
Without question.
Eagles picks up. And not a J-Tech says, how do you feel about all the new goofy uniforms in the NFL? Houston and Denver look terrible.
He's pretty good.
Yeah. people always complain about the Giants uniforms, and I get it, but I'm with you, man. I think a lot of the newer age uniforms, for the most part, I'm not a big fan of them. I mean, every once in a while there'll be a uniform I'm like, I actually really like that, but I don't know. I didn't like the new Jets uniforms a few years ago when those came out. I didn't like. It's grown on me a bit, but when it first came out, I didn't really like the new Rams uniform. I don't know. It doesn't have a lot of the uniforms don't have like that. They feel more like college uniforms to me nowadays.
I'm just looking at Mark Holmes' channel. This dude has made 13,000 videos. Holy shit.
He's like the Truman Show.
13,000 videos. He's been on YouTube as long as I have. I think I've made 2,300.
Well, he makes like 3 a day now, 4 a day, right?
That is wow. Sorry, man. I got to do other things.
There's a running back, Ray Davis.
Yeah. The running backs are going off the board now. Shipley just left, or Shipley went.
Ray Davis.
Bucky Irving went. Ray Davis just went. So 3 of the last 4 have been running backs. And I saw Detroit took Giovanni Manu. So that's one of the top 30 visits that the Giants had. He's gone now.
Yeah. So it's getting down to
the Eagles took Will Shipley. They must know Barkley's going to pull a hamstring.
And Rich Rod says EG will run for over 800 yards, Singletary 900. That's a lot. I mean, especially when you factor in if Jones is healthy, he'll probably have a decent amount of running yards. So that's a lot. I hope that'd be great. I don't think it'll be an even distribution, if I'm being honest. I think Singletary will be the guy that gets the majority of the carries. But Gray will be factored in.
NFL Christmas.
Did Rattler get picked?
Not
no,
yet.
I saw people mentioning Rattler, but no. David says, love the tight end pick. Johnson would be a low-key steal on day 3. I mean, even DeVito has to be better than what Penn State had at quarterback. And we still have DT Riley from last year. I still think we'll go offensive guard or DT, but quarterback could still be in play. Running back, quarterback, still in play.
I don't think
we're doing it.
I don't think they're going quarterback.
Yeah.
Unless the guy does go undrafted.
I think at this point, if you're the Giants, you only got 2 picks left. You're picking in the 6th round, right? So, I mean, I think at this point, you probably just wait until you undrafted free agency and you snatch a guy to compete with DeVito. That's probably what you do.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, let's see the guys that are going to go undrafted. I think Rattler and Pratt both get drafted. And I think Joe Milton. I think the rest of these guys are going to go undrafted. Jordan Travis at Florida State, Devin Leary out of Kentucky. Sam Hartman's not going to get drafted. I'll be shocked. There's really nothing here. I mean, there's really
Leary's the dude from Kentucky, right?
Yeah.
He looked good at the combine to me as like a guy that maybe you snatch on as a UDFA.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think he'll be drafted.
Yeah. He had a big arm.
I think Rattler, Pratt, and Joe Milton will be drafted at some point.
Yeah.
Milton just because of his arm talent. No other reason. And his size. 6'5", 235. You know.
He might not, though. He might not.
I could see somebody taking him in the 7th round just to.
Well, I think he will, but I wouldn't be shocked if he doesn't get picked. I wouldn't be shocked.
Well, I won't be shocked either.
Yeah.
I'll be shocked if Rattler doesn't get drafted.
I think Rattler, yeah, I'd be pretty surprised if Rattler doesn't get picked. I would predict that Milton will get picked, but I wouldn't be stunned. There's always players like that, like Bryce Ford Wheaton, for example. Last year, most people said he's going to get drafted, and every Giants fan was excited when we snatched him when he didn't get drafted.
There's a reason they don't.
Yeah.
But a wide receiver is a little bit different than a quarterback.
Of course.
Notable 129th overall player. 1964, quarterback Roger Staubach. Of course, they drafted him, and then he went into the Navy and didn't play until 1971, I think.
You think about that back then, how the war used to have, like Ted Williams, for example. How much better would his stats be if he didn't have to go,
Yeah, Ted Williams served 4.5 years in the prime of his career.
He's still at over 500 home runs.
Mm-hmm. He would have had 3,000 hits if he.
Yeah.
He might have been the all-time leader in RBIs too. Guy had 1,839 RBIs. I mean, I think the record's 2,297, so he could have passed that.
I'd be fine with a running back at 166 and Joe Melton at 183, Anthony says. He wants the quarterback and the running back. Milton would be a fun pick. He'd be a fun pick.
He would be. Jesus. I was looking at Ted Williams' stats. He was pretty good.
I mean, he's the greatest hitter of all time.
One of my favorite cards in my collection is a Ted Williams 1939 play ball rookie. That freaking guy was amazing.
Niners are up. Who do you think's the greatest player of all time? Is it Ruth?
Ruth.
Mays is up there though, right?
It's Ruth. Babe Ruth was not only one of the greatest hitters ever, he's just one of the best pitchers ever.
Yeah.
He's the greatest player ever. Mays is right near the definitely top 3.
Up. They just took the running back everybody was talking about. Running backs, like you said, they are flying.
They're flying. They're big happens, man. There becomes a run on them. It was tight end at the beginning of this day. And now it's running backs.
That's crazy, dude. He's 220.
The last 4 of the last 5 picks and the last 3 picks have been running backs.
Guy's 221. He ran a 4.33. That's crazy.
That's pretty.
So nice. He'll probably do well there with the 49ers in that rotation. The Niners always get good value out of late running backs.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously CMC's they traded for, but before that, they always get good value out of late running backs. So
that.
Wow.
Athleticism score.
Wow. So that's like 5 running backs. What in like the first 6 picks or 4 running backs in the last 5 picks?
4 in the last 5. Last 3 picks have been running backs.
They're flying off the board.
Yep. So 5 running backs picked in this round so far. It's been what? 1 tight end, 2.
And Medium
3,
Pep says,
4.
I'm on the Jordan Travis train. No need for him to play right away. Heisman candidate, projected to go late day 1 to 2 before injury. I'm okay with that. He's a guy you stick on the practice squad. I'm okay with that. TJ Tampa just got picked.
But Baltimore. Why wouldn't it be Baltimore? Every year they do it.
So Baltimore takes TJ Tampa, who many felt was a second-round pick.
Yeah, second-round pick.
So there you go. I mean, who knows what this guy's going to end up being, but they historically are one of the best teams in the NFL in terms of drafting.
Yeah, they are. Showing his basketball highlights, I'm sure that matters. We all know he's an athlete.
Remember with JPP, they always used to show the cartwheels or the
Who was the guy they showed jumping over the car last night?
Oh, that was our
the corner, right? That's the corner from Kentucky.
Jared Wiley just went to Kansas City, rather, from TCU.
Andrew Phillips. It was to him, right? Wasn't he the guy that they showed jumping over the car?
That's a good pick for them. I bet you, because obviously Kelsey's getting older. Who's Noah Gray, right? That's the other tight end on Kansas City. They like to use the tight ends a lot, so he'll probably do well there. He's got Pat Mahomes and Andy Reid. He'll do okay.
I think that's a 6th tight end taken in this
heavy round for tight ends and running backs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, Bob, I saw that.
5.
Yeah, Doug, did you see that? Did you see the video of Nubin's call with the Giants when he found out?
I did not.
Oh, we'll share that now. If this doesn't like warm your heart as a Giants fan, like I don't know what will. Like it was. Let me just pull it up for you guys. Let me just find it. It's probably on Giants. I would think on the Giants YouTube page, probably.
Jaden Hicks is still out there. Cam Hart's still out. Not that we're going to double on corner, but he was one of the guys we visited with.
Where's the Giants? There we go. Both of them, by the way, if you guys didn't see, Phillips had a really good reaction too. Yeah, here's Newman's draft call. So let me pull this. All right. Let me share this with the chat. This is pretty cool.
Great, man.
You ready to be a New York Giant?
Bro, I'm ready. I'm ready, man. Come get me.
All right. We're
Come
about
get
to.
me, bro.
We're about to. All right.
Bro,
I'm
thank
gonna hand
you
you off
so
to
much.
Coach
Oh, my
Dabo
God.
here. Yeah, congratulations,
Oh, my
man.
God.
We're jacked up
Oh,
to
my
have you.
God.
Bring those
Bro,
ball
thank
skills
you so much.
yeah, bring those ball skills with you and that
Thank you
leadership.
so
All
much.
right.
Yes, sir.
All
Yes,
right.
sir. Yes, sir.
All right.
You gonna get
Congratulations.
All
All right, man. I can't wait. Here's Coach
yes,
Dabo.
sir. Yes, sir.
Hey, man, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing amazing, bro.
Yeah, that's
I'm
great, man.
doing amazing, man.
Well, we're excited to have you. You're such a great guy to watch. Ball hawk, true pro already, and you fit what we're trying to build, man. So, congratulations.
Hey, man, I appreciate it. Y'all just made the best decision this whole time.
You got it, buddy. We'll be in touch here.
I'm getting teary just watching it, Bad Dog, and I've seen it like 4 times.
I was going to say,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you
I
so
literally
much,
have
man.
tears like
welcome.
starting to come out of my eyes just watching.
Man,
I'm
doing
just so
great.
happy for
I'm
you.
doing great.
but
Yes,
it's
sir, man.
why
I'm doing
that was why I asked, like,
Yeah.
you know,
Doing great.
Justin Pugh, what's that like? Because it's your dream to play that, and you kill yourself for so many years and work so hard for you to get that call. It's something none of us are ever going to experience. What the hell that feels like. So,
And this is
You
another
know.
good one. This is Andrew Phillips, by the way.
The 70th pick overall in the third round of the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select cornerback Andrew Phillips.
yep. I can't imagine what that feels like.
But yeah, the first one in particular, that really got me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, I can't even fathom what they must go through, you know, sitting there just waiting to hear your name called. Then you get that call. It's gotta be it's gotta be a thrill of a lifetime.
Yeah.
Gotta be. Oh, I thought they were leaving. They're just doing what the hell is going on there?
I noticed the New York Giants did not release the phone call on Neighbors. He videoed in. They showed that when he videoed in when they made the pick. So it was like a video call. What I'm still looking forward to is we see it every year whenever the Giants bring in a weapon. I'm looking forward to the weird exchange between Daniel Jones and Neighbors.
Right.
It's always funny when we brought in Darren Waller. Daniel Jones just has like that introvert personality.
Yeah, he's
it's
a
always-
socially awkward
He's
person.
socially awkward, so it's always funny to see how he reacts to when you see the new guys come in and they try to introduce themselves.
Right.
Lions about to make the pick.
I mean, Neighbors they have a press conference with Malik Neighbors.
Yeah, he it wasn't. He didn't say much. I just think that's his personality, though, man. Some guys are, different.
Well, Deontay Banks is like that too, right? Deontay Banks is a quiet guy; he doesn't really say a lot.
Yeah,
So
everybody's different. Everybody's got different personalities.
I don't give a damn what his personality is. I want his personality to be scoring touchdowns. That's all I care about, man.
I'm excited about him, man.
I
think
don't
he's gonna
care.
score touchdowns as a Giant.
Yeah.
I think that's the second safety that got drafted from Utah.
I think he's bring those highlights up and get people hyped up.
Of who?
Neighbors.
We showed it last time. We showed it yesterday, I think, right? Maybe we didn't.
I don't think we did. I don't remember.
I had my own stream the day after. That's what it was. That's when I showed it. But yeah, I can't wait for Neighbors, man. Neighbors is a freak. When you see that the acceleration on that guy, the way that he's able to create distance, dude, Neighbors is gonna be awesome for this team. Did I see the FaceTime video between Andrew Phillips and the Giants? That one brought a smile to my face. No, let me see if I can find it. Let's see if we can find it. The Newbin reaction was awesome, though, man. That was like awesome. Let's see. That's what you want as a fan, man. You want guys that, they can't wait to play for your team. Oh, yeah, here it is. I did see this, actually, but I'll share it with the chat. I did see this. This was cool, too. It was pretty fun. It was like a 3-minute conversation, but yeah, it's funny. Let's see. This is with Andrew Phillips.
I love it. Welcome aboard. We just want to call and say, hey, welcome you to the New York Giants.
Hey, man. I can't do too much talking, man. I'm ready, man. Let's get straight to it. You feel me?
Good to have you, bro. Good to have you.
Hey, thank y'all so much, man. Me the world, man. I'm ready to come in and work. Hey, thank you so much. Every last one of y'all. Y'all meant the world to me. Y'all been the best for this whole thing. What up, Coach? I ain't forgot about that joke, man.
All right, buddy. We'll see you.
All right, Drew. We'll see you tomorrow, buddy.
See y'all, man. Thank
Congratulations.
You so much, man. All right.
What do you think the joke was, Bad Dog?
I have no idea. Knowing Dable, it could be anything.
Oh, the Jets just took Braylon Allen. They took the big thumper.
Yeah, good for them. Let them have Ron Dane. Let them have dollar store Ron Dane. Honestly, like I said, I don't think we need a running back. But at this point, it don't matter. I'm not going to get upset with whatever the hell they take. It doesn't. Just whoever they take, hopefully the guy makes some kind of, some kind of impact. Do the 49ers, are they on the clock right now? Do they take Brendan Rice? I mean, his dad was God.
You kind of have to.
Right? I mean, his dad was God.
Throw him a bone. It's like what the Dodgers did for Piazza with Tommy Lasorda.
Yeah, but like Brendan Rice was supposed to be like an early 3rd round pick. He's got good size, pretty good speed.
Throw him a bone.
The Niners got to take him, right?
Yeah.
They got to take him. I mean, there's all this talk about.
Or they could take Frank Gore's kid who's in this draft.
Yeah, but Brendan Rice ain't going to fall down the.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
It's got to be Brendan Rice.
Maybe he'll take both of them.
Maybe.
Patrick, what's going on? He says, let's go, baby. G-Men Big Blue Wrecking Crew is back, baby. Let's go, Patrick, man. Come on, baby. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay.
49ers fans would love that pick.
Yeah, I mean, they should do it.
Starting to empty out now.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's not the way it was the first couple of days.
Look at this. Look at this hat. That's how you know you're a diehard fan. If you're traveling to Detroit from overseas to go to the draft.
Hey, I would travel wherever. I'd travel overseas if I got to pick, say the Giants.
Of course, of course. That's a really cool hat. So they go with Jacob Cowing. They go with a different receiver.
What are they doing? How do you not take Brendan Rice?
Wow, he played 57 games at college. That's insane. So he's obviously probably because of COVID.
Slot. Definitely. 5'8". Tiny.
57 games. They play about 13 games a year.
Yeah. He's there 5 years.
Yeah.
I can't believe they didn't take Brendan Rice. I can't believe it. I wonder why Brendan Rice is falling down like that.
Maybe we'll take him.
He played 5 years in college. That's why.
Seahawks picks in. I don't know why they're showing a guy rubbing down a cow, but
well, he must be coming from Wisconsin.
That's Stover, the tight end.
I thought he was going to try to tip him over. Yeah.
All right, let's go back to the chat.
Cam Hart's still there.
And Patrick says $10 for good luck. Eli Manning's number. My favorite Giant of all time, man. I would say we should pick Rattler, but who would throw him the ball? That's the running joke on Twitter. After Tyler Newman got drafted, some guy added me. He said, "Yeah, but who's going to throw him the ball?" And I said, "Well, hopefully the opposing quarterbacks."
What the hell happened?
Every time, anytime you go on Twitter for like the last 2 or 3 months, whenever you bring up the idea of drafting a wide receiver, everybody would always spam, "Oh, well, who's going to throw him the ball? Who's going to throw him the ball?" Because Daniel Jones. So last night on Twitter, I saw after we took Tyler Newman, everybody was running the joke. "Oh, who's going to throw him the ball?
Right.
Take a quarterback. Who's going to throw him the ball?"
Yeah, exactly.
I'm like, well, hopefully the opposing quarterback.
Yeah.
Let's see. Detroit just said an all-time attendance. Yeah, they showed that earlier, Marjorie.
700,000.
Insane. Almost 1 million people went there in 3 days.
That's crazy. It's crazy.
Even if Waller doesn't retire, he's going to get. Well, that's a fact, James. He's not going to stay healthy.
Yeah, just cut him at this point.
I don't think.
If he doesn't retire, they ought to just cut him.
I'd be stunned if he plays this year. Stunned.
Agreed.
Pick is in for Seattle. And Ryu says, Christian Badlock, love the first 2 picks. The 3rd round pick was strange. I don't know if I would consider it strange. We needed a corner. And he's a guy that they like. But I'm with you. I wanted BB. 4th round pick, I can't argue with that. I like the 4th round pick. For sure, Theo Johnson. I get why fans wanted BB or a lineman there because it's an immediate contributor. But listen, if they feel he's a guy that could develop, I can't hate them for that. I mean, cornerback's an important position.
That it is.
And obviously, we need corner help. They probably project him to be the long-term slot guy.
I just saw somebody say Deuce Vaughn is Dallas's number 1 running back, and he's right.
Yeah, because they lost.
What the hell didn't Dallas take a running back?
They took a running back. I thought they took a running back.
Did they?
I think they did.
Well, I can look.
Maybe I'm wrong. I thought they did take a running back.
Maybe they did. I didn't really pay attention to them. No,
they didn't.
They took Nealon. They took Cooper Beebe. They took Luafau.
I thought they did. Maybe
Tyler Guyton. They've taken offensive linemen.
Wow. So Deuce Vaughn's what, like 5'5"?
I mean, listen, I wanted the Giants to draft Deuce Vaughn last year, but I didn't think Deuce Vaughn would be your number 1 guy. I just saw some in the chat say, imagine him against our defensive line.
Yeah, we'll get eaten alive.
They got Zeke back. Oh, they must have just happened because when I was looking at free agent running back, Zeke Elliott was on there.
But Zeke at this point is not going to be the number 1 running back.
No. That must have really just happened. Because literally,
Yeah, he's 5'5". He's going to kill us, Joe. He says, you're right. Boston Scott.
yeah. No, the last thing I see is Cowboys have yet to draft the running back. Team owner Jerry Jones on free agent Ezekiel Elliott, who the team looks to sign after. Okay, so they haven't signed him yet, but he's probably going to sign there. But I don't think he's there yet. His production, boy, he has really slipped down the
Zeke?
yeah.
That was a horrible contract. But he used his leverage, man. He knew that the Cowboys at the time were one of the favorites to go to the Super Bowl. He knew how important he was to the team, and he forced them to give him a ridiculous contract.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, his production is really.
Oh yeah, they run him into the ground early in his career.
Yep, they did run him into the ground. He's really fallen off at a great 2016, 2018, and kind of the end of that. I mean, he couldn't even be the starting running back in New England. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
running backs fall off quick.
they do. They do. They do.
Picks in for the Chargers. We still got another 30 picks. Crazy.
I know, man.
You look at Austin Eckler, man. That's nothing. $4.2 million a year. I mean, I know he's older. I think he's like 29. But $4.2 million a year is like what a backup offensive lineman gets.
Right. That's right. That is correct.
It's just the position's just been devalued. Here we go. Yeah, I know he wasn't good last year, Big Mike. It's just $4.2 million for a guy that's been in the league a while. It's just not a lot of money. I mean, it's a ton for us.
Right.
Spencer Rattler has now dropped into the 5th round.
Yeah, it's.
I never liked him. I didn't like his reputation in high school, and the fact he couldn't be successful at Oklahoma. Now, granted, I know Caleb Williams was there, but
Oh, like I said, he went into his sophomore year as a Heisman favorite, but he played poorly at the beginning of the year. He turned the ball over a lot. I think Spencer Rattler's problem is his sense of entitlement. Like he just,
yeah.
And I'm still surprised that he hasn't gone yet. But then again, I mean, at this point in the draft, what are you looking for here? A backup?
Yeah.
Other teams feel like, oh, all right, maybe we don't need a backup, or we have other needs or whatever. I think he'll get drafted at some point. But I actually thought he was going to go, especially after those first 6 guys went in the top 12. I thought for sure he would go earlier than projected. He's going much later than projected.
Yeah. He
can play. I mean, there's something there.
Yeah.
But there must be something else there that's causing him to drop down the
I mean, at this point, if the Giants take him, sure, why not?
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather take Brendan Rice at this point.
Picks in for the Cardinals. It is such a unique position, though, where I think teams have learned over the course of history that it's really not worth it to spend a 2nd round or a 3rd round pick on a quarterback.
It really isn't.
It's so it's so rare that will hit, that if you're going to take a shot on a guy that you feel is not more than likely a potential starter, you wait until mid to late day 3.
Right. Or get one undrafted.
Yeah.
Like we did with DeVito. Because that's the other thing. I mean, you never know what these guys become in the NFL, but who's to say Rattler would even be better than DeVito was? Who the hell knows? Rattler's better talent, but that doesn't mean anything. Tom Brady's talent in college was There's a reason he's picked 199th overall.
Yeah, and Jalen Hurts did work out, Mr. Morris. There's always going to be examples, but
he was a second-round pick, though. And
yeah,
Hurts was also a runner-up in the Heisman, so it's not
he also inherited a great situation.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's always going to be some examples, but history tells you that it's so rare that you're probably better off going with getting that, trying to get a safety, for example. Like the Giants.
I'll be honest. I honestly think the Eagles took Jalen Hurts because they were keeping him from the Cowboys. I still feel like that's why.
I honestly think they took Jalen Hurts because they envisioned having a Taysom Hill-like role for him in that offense when they initially drafted him, with the upside for him to potentially.
Which they kind of do, because how many times does he get shoved in the ass? I mean, that's kind of what Taysom Hill's in there.
That's what I think because obviously they had just signed Carson Wentz to a massive extension.
Yeah.
I think when they first initially drafted him, they said, well, maybe he's a guy that could potentially become a starter one day, but we're going to have some kind of role for him with this team early on. Mm-hmm. And then things obviously developed the way that they did. Ryan says, good teams take an O-lineman every year. We need one. I'm with you. I mean, I would love a lineman with one of these last two picks. Take one.
Yeah. I'm not going to sit here and get upset and we don't take a lineman at 166. Whatever the hell he decides to do, he does. I don't. It doesn't matter to me. I'm just going to trust him when he believes. I just hope whoever he takes can just make the team at this point.
Picks in for Arizona.
Well, I like what he's done so far, without question. I think he's done a great job with addressing the secondary, getting a tight end, obviously getting maybe the most explosive wide receiver in the draft. He might not be the best, but he's
Neighbors?
Although the guy at CBS says he's going to be better than Marvin Harrison Jr.
There's a lot of people who think he's the best.
So, listen, I know a lot of Eagle fans. I saw it on Twitter. They did not want the Giants to get Malik Neighbors.
I mean, he's awesome.
There was, and then so I had some. It had to be an Eagles fan. Some asked on my reaction video. I was like, "Oh, just so upset Neighbors. He's upset because he don't want to go to the Giants." I'm like, man, guy was flying high when he got his name. What are you talking about?
Yeah. And you're right, Big Joe. As far as the backup, the Eagles historically have valued that position much more than most teams. They paid Nick Foles a lot of money to be a backup. Obviously, that worked out. But, historically, you're right. They have valued that backup quarterback position more than most.
I think it's because they know their quarterbacks can never stay healthy.
Yeah.
But, Dan Quinn, they hired him as head coach, and Washington fans like, oh, Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn really wasn't a good head coach. I think Dan Quinn's one of those guys that's a really good how there's some guys that are really good coordinators that they don't make good head coaches. Rex Ryan, for instance, great defense coordinator, bad head coach. Wade Phillips, great defense coordinator, bad head coach. McDaniels, great offense coordinator, bad head coach. We saw it. McAdoo was really good offensive coordinator, bad head coach. I think Dan Quinn is in that realm. He coached the Falcons, was not good there. Great defense. I'm just glad he's not on Dallas.
Well, they did go to the Super Bowl, right, when he was the coach?
No. Was Dan Quinn the coach when they went to the Super Bowl?
I think he was. Shanahan was the offensive coordinator.
Oh, maybe that's what I was thinking of.
Who got a ton of the credit, because obviously Matt Ryan won the MVP that year. I think Quinn was the coach that year, though.
He could have been.
Obviously, things fell off quickly thereafter.
Was it that long ago that they went to the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
2016?
Yeah.
Oh, they were only 11-5. Yeah, he was. They did go to the Super Bowl that year.
But Shanahan got a lot of the credit, which obviously morphed him into getting the job with the 49ers.
Right. Let's look at him.
Let's see. Sid says the big benefit to taking a quarterback is never having to hear about Tommy DeVito again.
Yeah. He's 43-42 as an NFL head coach.
Yeah, he's had some success. great. Obviously, like you said, his biggest accomplishment for me is what he was able to do for that Dallas Cowboys defense in his first. Yeah, they went from like the league's worst to like one of the best. And obviously, drafting who they did help, but he had a lot to do with that too.
Right.
Which is good that he left.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm glad he's not there anymore.
Yeah.
This is like in Dallas. Dallas beefed up their O-line.
Yeah, they took 2 early.
I love Guyton. Guyton is a beast. Well, no, they took Guyton with their first pick.
I agree with this. I think you can make an argument, Sid, that Steve Spagnuolo is the greatest defensive coordinator in the history of the NFL. I think you can make that argument. I mean, he took down the greatest regular season team of all time with the New England Patriots, and the Giants defense was incredible in that game. And you've seen what he's done with the Chiefs in recent years as the DC, some of their defensive performances. You can make an argument. Obviously, Bill Belichick is going to get the nod by most.
I give Bill Belichick the nod in every coaching aspect ever.
But Spagnuolo has been he's up there as an all-time great DC. He's up there.
Well, without question.
Yeah.
Without question.
Yeah.
He was our head coach. He was the interim head coach when McAdoo got fired, right?
Yes. Only for like a game or two, but yes.
Yeah.
And then he didn't do well with the Rams.
No, he didn't do
shot,
but there's another guy who just was not a good. Some guys just aren't good head coaches.
And Connor says, I thought we picked at 141. No, we never had pick 141. We haven't made any trades. We never had pick 141.
No. Well, we did, but that was that was in the Carolina trade. I think we swapped picks for the Brian Burns.
Yeah, like going into the draft.
That's why. Yeah, that's why.
Yeah.
Swapped whatever the hell it was. I think we swapped picks with them. So we gave up our 39 and I think we swapped fifths, and that's how we got Brian Burns.
That's it. I'll gladly move back a few spots for Brian.
I am not ready in the summer by Chris, but I'm anxious to see what the hell this Giants team is.
I'm excited, man. I'm excited.
It's so stupid. I get all excited for months, and then by Halloween it's done.
I'm excited.
This year by Labor Day it was done. We ain't even played again.
I think the Giants are going to have a really fun defense this year.
I don't know. Me being a defensive guy, I'm definitely looking forward to that.
Yeah, I'm really excited about the Giants defense this year.
And obviously we got a guy in Malik Neighbors that can be exciting on offense.
There goes Cam Hart. We brought him in, right?
Yep, Cam Hart's gone. That was one of the best players on the board.
So that was a corner we had brought in. He's gone.
Yep.
I think we still have at least one corner still left, if I'm not mistaken, that we brought in for a visit.
I don't even know if he's on like the
or all of our linemen are off the board now because the BC guy went.
Yep. I think the defensive tackles are still there.
The linebacker's gone.
Jalen Carson's still there. I know you like him.
I like him, yeah. I'm surprised he's still available out of Wake Forest.
This Chow Wade Smith, that's a guy that we took in brought in for a top 30 cornerback from Washington State. Chow Smith Wade, rather. I think that's it for corners. I think he's the only one left that we brought in.
Once you get out of the first two rounds of these mock drafts, though, when you try to project these things, it's impossible.
Oh, yeah. It's like trying to pick a perfect bracket. You're never going to do it.
First two rounds is obtainable.
Like I said, someone on Twitter is like, oh, my complete 7-round mock draft is done. I'm like, why would you? Who spends who has all that time to do a full 7-round mock?
So he did every team?
Out of your mind.
He did every team?
Yes. You got to be out of your mind to do that. You got to have a lot of downtime.
Yeah.
Even if I had all that downtime, that is not something I'm spending my time doing. I have a hard time getting through a first-round mock with all the guys. I don't pay attention to all the teams. I pay attention to our division and I pay attention to some other ones, but like I'm not looking at what the Jacksonville Jaguars are doing.
So who I'm just curious about like draft trends with Shane. Who are the colleges we drafted from this year? We took LSU,
Kentucky
in the third, Minnesota,
Ruben.
Who's the? And we just
Penn
took
State. Penn State.
Penn
Big Ten seems to be.
Big Ten. But we've taken 2 players from Kentucky too. We took Wandell.
Yeah. That's SEC.
Yeah. Yeah. I know.
Peniel was an SEC guy. Thibodeau was a Pac-12 guy.
Picks in for Buffalo.
Banks is Maryland. He was ACC. I forgot.
And Dharma says, "How good is Theo late under?" I mean, we'll see how good he is, but he was, obviously, like Penn State's offense wasn't lighting up the collegiate world last year. They were more so known for their defense. But yeah, I mean, he's a guy that had an athletic score that was off the chart. He was the highest rated. He had the highest RAS score of any tight end this year in the draft. Ran a 4.56, I think it was. And we watched some of his highlights. Definitely looks like he could be a guy that can make plays for the Giants.
He's a big guy, 6'6", 260,
yeah,
4.57 speed. And again, it said that his skills at Penn State were really used, and he could be, he could succeed at the NFL level. Because Allard is not a good quarterback. Penn State's passing game was garbage.
Yeah.
Last year.
But yeah, definitely. I feel like so far in this draft, the Giants have gotten 3 guys that are going to have pretty big contributions next year. And that is our first, second, and fourth pick. Bills go with a center out of Georgia.
That was the best center left on the board. He was the best. Brendan Rice still there. Brendan Rice.
And I see a lot of people saying they want Spencer Rattler. A lot of people want Rattler.
People want Rattler.
Don't get your hopes up.
Yeah, people want Rattler just because they don't want Daniel Jones.
But I think at this point, if you want Rattler, he ain't gonna supplant Daniel Jones. So.
Protein shake.
Oh, thanks.
Peanut butter and balm protein.
Thanks, Elvis.
I couldn't get you Starbucks because I didn't know you drink my phone.
It's fine. Remember this is. We'll take it. We'll take it.
What do you got there? You got something to eat?
No, it's a.
Oh, shake.
Yep. Take it.
Shane said he was happy with the quarterback room. Yeah, I mean, he gave us all the signs. Some fans just didn't want to believe in it. He was happy in it to an extent, though, because as we found out, he was looking to move up to get Drake May.
I don't see at this point in the draft. I don't understand a guy's a reach in the 4th round. I have a hard time with that's a reach this late.
Who said it was?
Right on your.
In the chat, you mean? Okay.
Yeah, you brought it right up there. Theo's a reach.
Oh, Theo's a reach. I don't think Theo's a reach.
I just don't know. I don't know what I don't know what a reach is at this point in the draft.
He was a projected 4th round pick. I remember from all the mock drafts I used to do.
Right. I just don't. Again, I don't understand what. At this point, I'm going to just not trust our GM. When people say, "Well, I thought Wandale was a reach," Wandale's ended up being really good.
Cordell Flott seemed like a reach on draft.
Right.
Yeah.
But at the same time,
if it hits, you don't care.
With Joe Shane, it's like, well, what is his philosophy? So I don't know.
Let's see.
Well, I asked her to go to Starbucks, and she said she couldn't go to Starbucks because she didn't know my drink. I'm like, come on, I'm a caramel frappuccino guy. We know that. Cinnamon dolce latte guy.
Tommy G says, look at Dan Duggan's post. Let me take a look.
Dan Duggan.
How about Theo Johnson? Let's see what Dan had to say.
It says Theo Johnson didn't actually have a Giants visit. We had a great experience with Shea Tierney, who was his team's OC at the Senior Bowl and knows Dable's son. That's what.
All right, so a connection to Dable.
Yep.
I mean, listen,
Dan Dugan.
we needed
Dan
to try
Dugan
that.
said, I tried to tell you last night, these are the first 4 picks from the one and only Giants 7-round mock I did. He got all 4 of them right.
He had all 4?
Yep. He had all 4 right. Dan Dugan.
First 4 picks?
First 4 picks were all.
Wow.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I didn't even see that. He had a row in the 2nd round.
Oh, okay.
But
I
he
hit
got
the first
3 of the
2.
4 right.
Let's see. I hit the first 2 in my only mock I did on my channel, but I didn't hit anybody after that.
Yep.
What was that? I hit the first 2 the other year, but I got them reversed in my last mock draft I did on the channel when we took Azeez Ojulari and Kadarius Toney. I had a trade down in my last mock, but I reversed it. I had Ojulari first and Toney second.
Yep.
And then I think there was another. Last year we both hit last year. I think a lot of Giants fans hit last year.
Yeah.
Because we all wanted JMS.
Yep.
But once you get out of that 2nd round, man, it's so hard.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
First 2 rounds, you could kind of be like, well, these are their clear needs. These are the best players that are probably going to be available with those picks. You could kind of, speculate.
I understand, like, people are stupid. It's something I have to work on because I get very impatient with stupid people. And I understand people can't comprehend what they read. And it gets worse and worse as time goes on. And I'm just like, I don't know how these people get through a day. So I tweeted this morning, I like what Joe Shane has done so far this offseason. I feel like he's gotten back to basics, addressed our needs, and has not overextended himself. Go G-Man. Drafting for need is not what you need from a GM. Free agent is for needs. Drafting is for BPA and positional value. Did I say anything about the draft? Is the offseason not free agency and the draft?
But I mean,
hello,
even if you want to
hello, McFly.
Even if you want to even if he wants to make that argument, I mean, Neighbors was the best player when we drafted, and Newbin was probably the best player when we drafted, or certainly among the best. So he kind of did both. He was able to match need with BPA, and you kind of want the perfect marriage during the draft, right? Like, ideally, you want to be able to draft the guy at a position you really need, and you want to take the best available player. So
right.
I feel like he kind of did that.
It's just stupid. Off season. I didn't say draft. I said off season. Free agency is part of the off season.
People read what they want to read, man.
People are just stupid. I mean, George Carlin said it years and years and years ago. People are freaking stupid. Think about how stupid the average person is, and then think half the population is more stupid than that. Especially social media, it brings them all out. It does. What do these guys do all day?
I mean, I don't disagree. I mean, there's a lot of people I love to conversate with on social media, but there is definitely
just people's inability to read.
Yeah. And Dharma says the reaction my cousin had when the Eagles traded up and got Dejan was priceless. He was drooling from the guy, and they effed it up. He's a big commie fan. Dude, I wanted the Giants to get Dejan. I was hoping that he would fall in our lap. It didn't end up happening. So I was not happy.
Washington are Dallas and Washington like to help Philadelphia out.
Remember Wink tried using X to set up the defense, and Bobby got it. Shane said Newbin is elite at that, I think. I mean, I would think Okereke would keep that, but I would think that he would keep the mic because Okereke is a really smart player in his own right, man. Appreciate that, my 2 cents, man. Thanks for popping in, man. We're almost done, Bad Dog. We got another, 20, 25 picks until we're up. And then another 15 picks after that. We're almost here, Bad Dog.
Almost.
Germany. They've shown Germany a lot in these, obviously for us as well. They've shown Germany a lot with these foreign fan clips.
Right.
Well, didn't they play a game in Germany this year, if I'm not mistaken?
I think they did.
Yeah.
I think they did.
It's good to see that the game's, growing globally.
Mm-hmm. Texting.
I'm curious for all the and what's going on, Zograf from Serbia. I'm curious with all the foreign fans. I'm always interested to hear their stories. Like, how did you choose the team that you did? I'm always curious to hear those stories because obviously we choose the teams we do for the most part because this is where we're from.
Right, local.
Yeah. So I'm always curious to hear that. And I think a lot of the Giants fans that have been a part of my channel that have lived overseas, what they have told me, a lot of them, it was because of Odell Beckham, which kind of makes sense. He was such a big, player at the time, when we started to get popular overseas.
I think we were also the first team to play in London against Miami the year we won the Super Bowl. Last year we won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, Beckham definitely was an exciting player without question. Hopefully Malik Neighbors can be that exciting as well. And hopefully we can win some damn games. They don't do a lot of winning with Odell Beckham here, but.
And Davey says, never argue with stupid people. They'll drag you down to their level and beat you with an experienced Mark Twain. That's a good quote.
Oh, you can't argue with stupid. I'm not arguing. I didn't respond to him. I'm just saying, like, I guess it's just me. I have to understand not everybody can have common sense. The saying is common sense is no common anymore. It's just common sense. I didn't say if I would have said feel like he's done a good job in the draft, the comment would make sense. When I talk about the offseason, what I mean obviously is free agency and the draft. He did not give up
he clearly
3 first-round picks to get Drake May. He did not pay $100 million for a lineman. He didn't overextend himself in free agency. He didn't overextend himself in the draft. He didn't trade up to make these things and then give up extra draft capital. And he addressed needs. He addressed the line. He addressed the secondary. He addressed wide receiver. He addressed the tight end spot. He addressed the pass rush with the trade by Brian Burns, which is also part of the offseason, is it not? I mean, it just, oh my God, it hurts my head sometimes.
But and people read what they want to read, but even if he didn't comprehend what you said, but even with the fact that he didn't comprehend it, what he said doesn't make sense because they took guys that were BPAs where they picked.
Correct. Malik Neighbors was BPA.
Yeah, like taking JJ McCarthy would have been more so picking for need than BPA.
Correct. And that would have been overextending yourself.
Yeah. And what's going on, Nate Trons? He says, yo, my two dudes, I've been on hiatus for months. Good to see you, man. He says, so Malik Neighbors, when does DJ leave? It won't be this year. So we'll see how he does this. He's going to get one more crack, I think, with the Giants, and we'll take it from there. But it won't be much longer this will be if he plays like he did last year or he gets hurt, he will not be starting for the Giants going forward. David says, still hope to get some pork and beef for the lines, pork for the O-line, and beef for the D-line also. I love what the Giants are doing, building a foundation for long-term success, not one-year wonders.
Right.
Let's just hope it's successful this time around, right?
My point was outside of the trade for Brian Burns, I don't think he really did any. He didn't overextend himself.
In my opinion, Joe Shane, since he's been here, of course, there's been mistakes.
No GM is 100%. Harry Rosen makes mistakes.
Been here though, everything he's done has been, in my opinion, rational, based off the circumstances he's been put in, and I think he's had a plan and he hasn't steered away from it. He has not steered away from it. With Gettleman, it was the complete opposite. Gettleman, 1 year you're like, okay, this is his plan. The next year he would completely flip it. He with Shane, it's been a clear plan since he's been here, and he has not steered away from that. And hopefully the plan works out. But I'm at least appreciative as a fan that he's had a plan and he's stuck to it. And you got to hope that the plan works out.
Yep.
But David, man, thank you very much. Nelly says, another draft weekend in the books with you guys. I'm okay with the picks we've made, but I'll be cautious. You should be cautious about next season. We all should be. The Giants always find ways to hurt us. Hopefully it's a surprise year like 2022 and we all have fun, but you should all be cautious. And Daniel says, I'm from Brazil, and the first games I ever saw was our last Super Bowl win. Well, there you go. That's how you became a fan. I fell in love then and there, and I've been here ever since. I mean, if I was a person from overseas, I would imagine, yeah, I would have fallen in love with that, especially the first one, Daniel. But obviously, you didn't start watching the league yet. But the first one, the whole David versus Goliath against the greatest regular season team of all time. But yeah, I mean, the last game-winning drive, Eli Manning, that was a fun team, man. That was a fun
let's change that. The first one you ever saw. That's not the first one they had, though. That was the third one they had.
Yeah, I'm saying the first one. Oh, yeah, the first one that I saw. That's right.
Yeah,
I meant that team. I'm thinking like Eli Manning.
Oh no, see, yes, there was two other ones. Let's not discount those because those were amazing. Those were amazing times as a Giants fan.
I miss Gettleman. His press conferences were amazing, Big Joe. I miss his press conferences. He was funny. I don't miss him as a GM, but I miss his press conference.
Right. I mean, even Joe Judge's press conference. Well, his press conferences kind of suck.
Yeah.
Right there. Got to do that right there. Got to do a better job right there. Right there. Right
no,
there.
No, Gettleman was actually pretty funny.
Yeah, Gettleman was pretty funny.
He didn't do a good job as a GM.
No,
Jay says Theo looks to be really good. Thoughts, G-Men. Yeah, I can't wait, man. I can't wait to see Gio line up as a Giant. Listen, he's super athletic. We'll see. I mean, I don't want to get too excited about these draft picks before we see them on the field, but certainly seems like a guy with Kafka and Dable calling the plays that they could get creative with in this offense. So I'm excited about it, man, for sure.
So I told you I wanted a pizza, right? So I'm getting ready to order a pizza.
Nice.
And this, no, I'm not going to do it. Because it's just so stupid. A 12-cut pizza with green peppers and meatballs is $31. What are we doing here?
What is it?
$31. That doesn't even include the tip of it. What the
pizza?
$31 for 12 pieces of pizza.
The price of pizza's gone. I remember when I was a kid, and now we sound like we're old guys, but
I am old, but holy shit.
I remember when I was a kid, a pie. I mean, this is without the toppings and stuff, but it used to be $5 for a pie. I remember there were certain days of the week where you could get a pie for $5 when I was like really young, like 6, 7, 8 years old. My family would get it on that day. Now, dude, a plain pie, even a plain pie is like
$20. That would have been without the toppings. I think it was $21.99.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, they go for about $22. Yeah,
20 years ago, 20 years ago, I could get a 12-cut pizza, 12 wings, and a soda for $19.99.
Yeah,
not anymore.
Yeah, now it's sliced.
It's $31. I'm going to a restaurant. Like, why would I do that? And if you add delivery and tip, you're talking almost $40. Why wouldn't I just go and get veal parm at that price point?
Yeah,
it's the same price. That's crazy.
Yeah,
that's New York pizza. But Papa Guzzo, I don't even live in the city. I live upstate where it's not cheap, but it's not like it is in the city either. People don't understand the difference between living upstate and like in the city. People ask me about that all the time. I'm like, nah. I don't live in the city. I go, we have lawns up here, we have trees, we have our own cars, we have backyards. It's different. It's different up here. It's a whole different country. You get out of the city.
It's facts. It's funny though, James. You're absolutely right. Even though Manhattan is outrageous in terms of the price of everything, when you go there, they still have the dollar pizza shops. Now they make a fortune because it's nonstop. There's like 15 people in there, and that's for a plain slice. But yeah, they still have the dollar when you go into Manhattan. They still have those. If you need a quick bite, you get one for $1.
God, it might be cheaper for me to drive to Manhattan and back and get a freaking piece of pizza from there than it is to order one up here.
Yeah,
that is absolutely insanity. That's insanity.
And David says, look at how he in the Philly Eagles fans are singing his praises. But remember 2020 when he took Jalen Reagor over Justin Jefferson. And didn't they want to tar and feather him after going with Hurts in round 2? Listen, there was a period of time.
Absolutely. They wanted him fired.
For about 2 years where Howie looked like he was going off the rails. And then everything just came together.
Yeah, it did. When they took Hurts, everybody just gave
all of a sudden, us talking about the slices of pizza got into a political discussion. now people are arguing why the slices of pizza. Well, obviously inflation, but I got into a political discussion. We ain't gonna talk about that.
No. I mean, they're lucky they're not on my channel because as soon as you bring that in, you're gone. We don't mess around with that.
No, nobody's being disrespectful. Nobody's being disrespectful.
It don't matter. It's just
differing opinions.
Too contentious to people. I mean, sports gets contentious, but politics are just
nobody's being disrespectful. Everybody's got their opinions, though.
Yeah, but even so, I always say it's a sports stream. Just keep it to yourself.
Yeah. And Natron says, "Do you think the price of pizza is bad? I got 2 kids that I buy snacks for, and I spend about $91 on it. My God, dude! I mean, you go to I went to the movies last week, and listen. We all know that when you go to the movies, the prices are outrageous. But I got a soda and a popcorn. I think it was a medium. It was like $23 or something.
It's just...
I remember when I used to. My first job was at a movie theater. When I was like 16.
Listen,
my first job, you used to get, even then it was, but for a large soda and a large popcorn. So this is like 20 years ago. A large soda and a large popcorn, it was like $8.50.
That's crazy.
I got a medium popcorn and a medium soda. It was like $22. It's crazy.
I have one kid, and I'm like, I don't know how people raise 3 kids. Like, I go and he wants daddy, I want Cheetos. I gotta go get a bag of Cheetos. $6.29 for a bag of freaking Cheetos. It's $3 for a 2-liter soda.
Yeah.
They were 99 cents. Like 5 years ago, they were 99 cents.
Yeah.
Not $2.69 plus tax. Well, there's no tax on it, but plus deposit. There might be tax in soda. There's not tax in groceries. I don't think soda's a grocery. I think there is tax on that. So it ends up being $3. Box of cereal, $6.99. Milk, whatever it is, $4.69. It's like I'm like, holy God, man. Look, if I didn't have to eat, I swear to God, I'd be retired already. Like, live my life without food. The food is so stupid.
Royal Wolf says he's biting his tongue so hard right now. You don't want it to get political. I don't even know if it's political, man. I just think it's the cost of living goes up over time, and obviously, COVID,
cost of living goes up. Your pay don't go up though.
COVID hurt, obviously. Oh, there you go. There's the running back from Notre Dame. So that's a lot of people hoping for. He just got picked by the Denver Broncos.
The way I look at it is this: when it comes to politics, I don't care which side you're on. We all get screwed. That's the way I look at it. We all get it.
There's no winners, man.
We get it from both sides. It does not matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
That's insane.
And Natron says, back to sport. No politics, please. I got depressed just thinking about it.
Yeah.
We were just talking about pizza.
I was just talking about how it's $40 or
I'm just trying to talk about pizza.
A 12-cup pizza with 2 toppings is $40, and that's just absolutely, utterly insane. $3.25 a slice. It's crazy. It's so stupid. I can't believe it's that much. But the toppings are $4.50 a piece. What the hell, man? You used to be able to get 3 toppings for like $1.
And Edwin, man, thank you so much, man, for the super sticker, man. I appreciate it, man. Thank you for being here, buddy. Thank you for being here.
I told you I wanted a damn sub, but that sub place is a long ways from my house. So I don't want to freaking make somebody deliver that to me. And I don't want to drive over there. Maybe next weekend.
And James Vegas says, I missed the dollar menu from McDonald's. I remember the dollar menu from McDonald's.
Yeah, I don't eat McDonald's anymore, though.
Yeah.
That's
Wendy's used to have that too, but then they then it became like the $1.99 menu at $2. But yeah,
Wow, even this is way up. Like the subs, when this place first opened, I could get a 14-inch sub for $9.99. It's $19.20.
double.
$19.20.
That's just the price. Everything went up, man.
$19.29.
Let's see. Audric just went to the Broncos. Yep. And now the Bengals the picks are starting to fly. This is the point in the draft that we were talking about earlier, where they don't even show the stage anymore. They just show,
Right. Yeah, they show pick is in and they show it.
You know why? Because they don't want the optics of the empty crowd.
Correct.
Yeah.
Shit, I forgot I gotta do this. I forgot to post this.
And I appreciate you, Bill. I love you too, man. I always talk to you on Twitter, man. Mike B says, so say DJ plays lights out this year and we make the playoffs. Is he the answer or is he still on the way out? No, of course. I don't know if I would use the term answer, Mike, at that point, but I think he's the quarterback for 2025. If he plays lights out, Mike,
we're not going to be able to get a quarterback.
I don't think the Giants would extend him more than likely, unless he plays like, when you say lights out, do you mean he plays like Pat Mahomes, which obviously is not going to happen. But if you basically, all right, here's what I'll say. Here's where I stand on Daniel Jones going into next year. The Giants clearly at this point do not feel he's the long-term answer. It's as clear as day. They tried to trade up for Drake May. I feel like they're kind of where they were when they first took the job in 2022, where they didn't extend him on the 5th-year option. But they're also in a place where they have so much money committed to Daniel Jones where they're like, well, we're going to stick with the plan we had unless we have a real opportunity to get a guy we absolutely love, which they tried to do. Otherwise, we're going to build this team for 2 years, and then we'll reassess from there. They're also going to factor in the fact that Daniel Jones has an extensive injury history at this point. For Daniel Jones, in my opinion, to keep his job, I don't think he sees an extension no matter what after next year. He would have to have 2 really good years in a row for that to become a topic. But for Daniel Jones to keep his job after 2024, he would have to duplicate what he did in 2022.
And then some, I think.
And then a little bit more. Like he would have to have a really good year. And in 2022, we were fair. He had a good year.
He did.
He had a good year. But he would have to be even better. Otherwise the Giants could save $20 million if they cut him. So he's got to stay healthy and he's got to have a big year, man. He's got to have a big year. Agreed. I'm not saying he's got to be Josh Allen or Pat Mahomes, but he's got to have a big year.
Yeah, he's got to play like a top 10 quarterback.
Yeah, he's got to have a big year.
He's got to do that. He must do that. And yeah, he's got to give them a reason to think, okay, we don't need to move on. He's got to stay healthy. I mean, that's the first and foremost. He's got to stay freaking healthy.
I don't think we extend the Mike no matter what off of next year, because the 3rd year, Mike, because they didn't touch the salary. Mike, what I think they would have done, like, let's say Jones duplicated what he did. This is what I thought the plan was all along. Like, if Jones got better last year, which I thought he was going to. I didn't think he was going to be Pat Mahomes, but I thought he was going to get even better because 2nd year in the offense, you get Darren Waller. It went to hell. Andrew Thomas got hurt. Daniel Jones looked horrible. But what I thought the plan would have been if he grew up the following year, or even if he matched the previous year, where he had a pretty good year, I always thought they were going to try to, because if you looked at the way that they structured the contract, the 2nd year, they ballooned it up, man. They had a huge cap hit for this year for this exact situation. If he got hurt or if he played really bad, they'd be able to get off the hook after 2 years. If Jones had a good year last year, I think they would have taken that money and spread it out over years 3 and 4, which would have further committed them to Daniel Jones. The fact that he didn't, I think the Giants, if that situation arises again, where Jones has a good year, like he does in 2022, they'll be okay. We made the playoffs. We're picking 25. We don't love a quarterback. Jones's contract is actually pretty cost effective based off the increased market because it's only about, and I'd have to look at it again, but I think the Jones contract in 2025, if we were to keep him, is only about 40 against the cap. And people hear that and that's crazy, but the salary cap is going to be astronomical. So I think they wouldn't touch the contract. They wouldn't feel the pressure to extend him. They would just let him play out the third year. I don't see any scenario where the Giants extend Daniel Jones. No matter what he does this year, outside of him winning a Super Bowl. I don't see any scenario where they extend him. I think they would make him play the third year.
Yeah, they're not going to extend him. No way.
Yeah.
No matter how. Just on his injury history alone, I don't think you do that.
Yeah.
Look at this sub, though. By the way, like that's what the sub looks like.
There you go.
That's what it looks like. Now, is that worth $20? It might be.
It looks good.
It might be.
Good.
That's what we call the Godfather up here.
It looks
the
good.
Italian mixed, everything roll. You got to get all the stuff on it. Roasted red peppers, olives, jalapenos, pickles, lettuce, tomato, provolone. Yeah, boy.
And Bill, man, thank you so much, man, for the incredible generosity. Bill always in our streams, always supporting us, man. We appreciate it, buddy. He says you could tell it's deep in the draft when the price of a bag of chips is discussed for 10 minutes. I'm praying we get lucky with a solid offensive line next pick. I don't trust the current vets.
Spencer Rattler's gone.
Yeah, Spencer Rattler goes to the Saints. Yeah, Bill, I mean, it is when you do these long draft streams, especially like you said, when you get to day 3,
and there's a gigantic.
You got to have some fun, man. You got to talk some food. You talk about some movies, whatever it may be. You're just waiting and hoping that they take a guy that's going to end up, to play well with the team. More than likely, the guy we draft, you're not going to know, or you're going to have limited knowledge of. So
we also have 60 picks in between.
Yeah, but it's
it'll be quick. We pick 166 and 183, and
yeah,
we're done.
But yeah, Bill, man, we appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for being here, and we appreciate you. But Rattler's gone, so that's no longer going to be an option for the Giants. So, I mean, I guess if they were to go quarterback now, Giants fans are probably hoping for Joe Milton. I don't know. It's not a bad pick for the Saints, though, because they don't have a long-term answer. Maybe he is a guy that could develop, and if not, it's a 5th-round pick. You're not paying him anything anyway. He could be a backup.
Right. I'm surprised he went that late in the draft, but there's always surprises, And Brendan Rice is still out there too, which is kind of surprising to me.
And Lou says, "Oh damn! Now the Giants can't take Rattler. He thinks we're going to end up taking the quarterback he wants."
Yeah, we're not taking a quarterback. Lou, I'll be surprised if the Giants take a quarterback. They again, one goes undrafted, they might bring him in, but I can't see them spending. We don't have any picks. We have 2 more picks.
And Lord Commander says, Christian Banduk, I just walked in. So how do we do? We've only had 1 pick so far, but luckily for you, we've got it's coming up. Our pick's coming up. We're 16 picks away from our 2nd pick. And then 15 or so picks after that, we're going to have another pick. So, and then that's it. Those are our last 2 picks. But we got Theo Johnson, who I think a lot of Giants fans are going to be excited about. He's an exciting tight end prospect. He had the highest RAS score of, and he had the highest athletic score of any tight end prospect in this year's class. He's over 6'6". He ran a 4.57. So he is going to fill that Darren Waller void.
Right. Hopefully.
Not saying he's going to, be as good as we were expecting Waller to be, but that's why they drafted him, to be that role in the offense. So, they got a playmaking tight end in the 4th round. And yeah, I saw somebody mention the new trailer for. I saw it. I'm down on the Marvel movies as of late, but I did see the new Wolverine and Deadpool trailer. It actually looks good. I have some hopes for it. It looks good.
Mm-hmm.
Picks in where I picked 151 for the Indianapolis Colts.
So I got a DM on Twitter from Chris, and this is what this says. It says I've been a Giants fan since 2016. I've been watching you. I don't know if you got this too. I've been watching just about every Giants game you and Chris did for 4 years now. Today I got to be part of the draft pick announcement in Germany with Amari Toomer.
Oh my God.
It says right now we're sitting in a bar in Munich. I can't wait to watch a season with you again. And tomorrow I will watch the live of your reaction to the third day. Greetings from Germany. That is freaking awesome.
Oh,
That is awesome.
I'll have to check that out after the stream. That's incredible.
That is awesome.
That's awesome. That's incredible.
There you go. I got a picture of it. That is so cool. Yeah.
Wow, that's awesome.
That is awesome.
You got to meet Amani Toomer. That's awesome, man.
That is really cool. I mean, that's the thing. Like, who knows? You never know who's watching. That is cool as hell.
Picks in for the Philadelphia Eagles. Pick one. Actually, funny story. I got mail the other day to some, and it should have went to somebody else's house. So I knock on their door. They're like a block away from me. It's the same house number that I have, but it's a different street.
Right.
So I knock on the door, and the guy answers the door, and he knew exactly who I was. And then his kid comes up. He's like, "Yeah, we're getting ready to watch you for the draft."
Nice.
Yeah, they might be watching right now. I don't know.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. That's pretty cool. Got to meet Amari Toomer.
Jalen Hurts, 38-58.
Man, I used to go to training camp. It was so long ago I went to training camp. I'm so freaking old. I remember when Amari Toomer had hair.
Oh, yeah.
I had hair back then, too. Yeah. He had like dreads. He had like short dreads back in 96, 97. I had a really good head of hair back then. I was in my early 20s.
I don't remember Amani Toomer with hair, actually, now that you're mentioning it.
Yeah, he had hair when he was drafted.
Not for long.
No, I forgot how long ago it was, but he did when he was a rookie. He definitely had it. Let's see if I can bring up a picture.
And Adam, man, thank you very much, man. The premier Giants content we come for a sandwich. See you guys for preseason. Adam,
damn right.
Thank you.
We're Italian, man. I mean, that's part of it.
Thank you for being
about
here.
the food.
And Xerox says, "Let's go, boys! Great draft so far. We got 2 more picks, man. We got another what, 15 picks or so before we're up, man.
Yeah,
let's knock it out of the park. Yeah. Eagles are on the clock. I forgot the Eagles added Kenny Pickett.
No,
I forgot about that.
It's easily a forgettable transaction.
Not that I'm just looking at the additions the Eagles had this offseason. I forgot they added Kenny Pickett.
Yeah. Man, I can't find it. Everything I see from like 1997, 1998, he has a helmet on. So I can't find a picture of him with hair. But that's how long ago that was. That's when they started coming up to Albany. It was 1996. I used to always save my vacation for.
I'm sure if I saw it, I'd be like, oh yeah, I remember that. I remember Toomer,
Yeah, there's no pictures of him that I can find with hair.
All right. We're coming up, guys. We got about another 13, 14 picks to go. Darius Slayton reminds me of Toomer a bit. Maybe a little bit.
Yeah, Toomer was definitely better.
Oh, not even close. Yeah. Not even close. Greatest Giant ever at that position.
Yeah, I agree.
Not the most talented, but great,
Yeah, most longevity by far.
Won a Super Bowl.
Yep.
Holds all the records.
Yep. Yeah, it's hard.
I was always upset that he never made a
Pro Bowl.
A Pro Bowl. Yeah.
I think I'll take his Super Bowl.
Of course. Yeah. But he had a couple of years where he could have made the Pro Bowl. He had a couple of 1,200-yard years.
Oh, I agree. Without question. I gotta find one, man. Yeah, all that talk got started because I wanted to order pizza and it was $40. I'm like, I'm not doing it.
And the red formula, thank you very much, man. Would you guys rather see Locke or Jones under Jones? And I know a lot of Giants fans don't want me to say that, but for me, it's Jones. I just don't know how I'm going to go another year watching Jones. I get it, man. Now, I'm not saying there's not going to be a point this year if Jones is playing really poorly where I don't want them to pull him, because I think there will be. If Jones is playing really bad 5 weeks in, I would probably want them to make a change. So
because they don't want to have to pay that injury clause either.
Yeah, but to start the year, I'd rather Jones. I mean, Jones has at least proven to you that he could get a team to the playoffs with not a lot of help in 2022. I think, I'm being honest. I think he does give this team the best chance to win. I know he didn't seem that way last year. I get it. But that's how I feel right now. I want it to be Jones.
Yeah. It's got to be Jones. I mean, there's a reason Locke is where he is.
Yeah.
But, yeah, if we start off terribly, there's no reason to keep playing Jones.
And Joe says, yeah, Chris, we watching. Stop opening my Oh, there you go. There's my neighbor. There you go.
There you go.
Oh, that's all. I've seen Joe. Joe's in my chat a lot. There you go. That's awesome. And David, there you go, guys. David, thank you very much, man. One of my favorite non-Disney animated films is The Secret of NIHM, Don Bluth's first film after leaving Disney Animation. Also, did you know that the Tim Burton was also on the Disney Animation staff? He left because his style didn't fit Disney's. I actually did know that, David, about Tim Burton because I watched a documentary about a month ago where they talked about The Nightmare Before Christmas, and they mentioned that. So I actually did know that, but that's the only reason why I knew it. Which kind of makes sense because Tim Burton is
that freaking Disney film. I was like 1982. My wife liked that film.
Yeah,
there's no rats or mice or something.
But thank you, David, man. Thank you. But there you go. There's my neighbor. That's awesome.
There's your neighbor. Stop opening his mail, Chris.
There you go. That's awesome. What's up, Norman, man? Thanks for popping in. And Ray says, is there any difference or upgrade between starting Jones or Locke? Either way it goes, expect mediocre quarterback play. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I get like fans just don't want to see Daniel Jones. You know, there's a portion of this fan base that just doesn't want to see Daniel Jones. But if you're asking me honestly, I think Daniel Jones gives this team a better chance than Drew Lock does. You know, but Elf last year he was bad, but that's just how I feel.
Yep. Yep.
Let's see. I've never heard of that movie. I'll have to check that out. Secret of
it's from the early 80s. Like I said, it's about rats. I'm almost sure. I don't really remember. I haven't seen that in Jesus. It's over 30 years. My wife liked it though.
It's an animated movie?
Yes.
Okay.
It's cartoon.
I never saw it.
No, it's not the way they're done now. Like it's,
the old school. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I am dead.
And we got to trade Eagles again. This is like the third trade the Eagles have made in this draft. Who'd they trade with? I missed it. I think it's the third time they made a trade. Howie loves making trades, man.
He does. This would have been the Colts.
Colts?
Yep. Yeah, the Eagles just drafted. Don't worry, all the Eagle contenders are like, oh, Howie made another deal. Oh my God, what a steal. They're doing that. For real.
Eagles utilizing their draft capital. they make more trades than anybody else on draft. I mean, we do too. Typically, we didn't this draft, but
We
Shane,
didn't have a lot.
Shane, yeah, exactly. We didn't have much to trade, but Shane in the past has been very active on draft day. Why do the Eagles have so many picks? Because they make trades all the time.
It's true. They do that. They're very active.
Let's see what the pick is. Let's see the next guy that they're going to draft that's going to somehow become a great player. Pick 150.
Yeah, he's a Hall of Famer. What a steal. What a steal, Chris. Hall of Famer.
Celebrity influencer. What is he, like a YouTuber? I don't recognize him.
No, but if you're an influencer, you're not a celebrity. Yeah, you're an influencer. You're not a celebrity. You're not famous.
Yeah.
Okay, technically, we're influencers. I am definitely not famous.
No.
Although there's people at work that'll tell me you're famous. I'm like, I am not famous. I'm not famous at all. Nobody knows who I am. It is rare that anybody recognizes me. So I'm not famous. You're famous. You're recognized pretty frequently.
Yeah.
Nobody's recognizing a dude that just fits in with everyday society.
Who's the pick?
They got to talk a lot.
Took him. They took Jeremiah Trotter.
I told you. I didn't call it there, but I knew they had to take him at some point.
They took Jeremiah Trotter Jr.
They had to take him. And now you'll be like, oh my God, it's like, yes, Jeremiah Trotter. But most Eagle fans didn't even watch the Eagles when Jeremiah Trotter was there because they hadn't won a Super Bowl. So we all know there was no Eagle fans before 2017, but now it cracks me up.
Jerry Rice's son still hasn't been picked. Frank Gore's
No,
son.
he's going to the Niners. One of the Niners pick. That's got to happen here. Where do the Niners pick? The Niners are.
Forgot where are they?
I don't see him here. I think
Maybe
they're
they'll be
done for this round. I don't think they have another pick in the 5th round.
Let's see.
6th round. Where are they?
OMB Kev says we need to get Fist Vegas up here. Do you mean as the influencer to announce the pick? We would know what he looked like if he did that. Let's see.
Where are the Niners?
We need mahogany. All right. So Dre wants mahogany.
I don't even see. I didn't see the Niners having another pick. Let me go by team. Can I go by team? Where are we?
Lou says, "What did you think of the Ram Brennan Jackson pick?" I'm gonna be honest with you. We've been having so much fun talking to the chat. I didn't notice it. I mean that's where we're at in the draft right now. It's more so just hanging out and wait until our picks are made. But let me see. I honestly don't know much about him. But let me look into him. Brennan Jackson. I'm sure he'll be good. The Rams always draft well. 5th round pick. He's an edge. I don't know much about him. I'm not even gonna lie to you, Lou.
Yeah. At this point, like I said, for me, I don't do enough research into it to know that's a great move when you're into the 150th picks in the draft. I certainly don't analyze it that deep.
He's a 6th-year senior, so he played there for a long time. COVID guy.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know much about him. But knowing the Rams, Lou, that'll probably end up being a good pick. You guys draft really well.
Oh, they're well coached too. That
helps.
Yeah. That definitely helps these because, like we talked about before, when you're here, usually developmental talent. It's something you got to develop, and if you have a good coach, you can get the most out of them. If your coach sucks, you're not gonna get it.
And we're up in somebody else. We got about 10 picks, guys.
Yep, 10 picks.
So you figure another maybe 25 minutes or so, we'll probably be making our first selection, and then probably another 25 minutes after that. We'll be wrapped up at about 4:00.
Yep. Then maybe I'll just drive to a pizza place and just get 2 slices of pizza.
Just get the pie.
It'll cost me $8.
Well, then you got the gas factor. But then if you get a delivery,
It's not the pizza
they
places
charge
aren't
you a
that,
delivery fee. They charge you a delivery fee.
right. The pizza places aren't that far from me, so
Like, what's that about? Now they charge you a delivery fee and you got a tip.
right. Yeah, exactly.
Picks in here for the Browns.
I want to see. Yeah, let me go. I'm not going to order it, but let me see. I got something in my. Oh, let me get rid of this. I don't know why this is even in my cart. God only knows how long it's been there.
Blake says 10 picks. Blake, we're up in 10 picks.
I'm just curious how much it would be with all this stuff. I type in pizza. Pizza Hut's the first thing that comes up. I'd rather spend $40 on a pie and freaking.
Ross says, Chris and Kevin, if you're ever in the UK, I need to take you guys to. I would love to go to the UK one day, man. I would love
Yeah,
to.
Same here.
Maybe I will go there, in a couple of years. I would love to go there, over there.
How much is this one? Sons of bitches put cannolis right under the pizza. What are they doing to me?
I thought when you first said that, I thought you said that they put cannolis on the pizza.
No.
I'm like, I love both things, but not together.
Not together. You could probably make a cannoli. That would be an interesting thing to do, but you'd have to make the crust a cannoli crust. I don't even know if you can do that. And then you'd have to put the cannoli filling and like the chocolate chips and stuff on top of it. I mean, they make cannoli nachos, which is just cannoli dip. And
they make cannoli nachos?
Yeah, there's a place I got cannoli nachos, which is it's just pretty much the.
I mean, I guess that's not that far fetched when you think.
You can probably do it. You could just get the shells.
Yeah.
Right. You just break the shells up and just dip it in the. That's all it is.
Cleveland just took a wide receiver, Jamari Thrash.
I thought about at one point. My wife and I were thinking about making cannolis, and the shell included. And we looked at it. I'm like, we would kill each other trying to prepare that. So it's just easier to make the dip and buy the shells pre-made and make the cannolis. But I'm not making the shell. And I'd probably screw that up anyway. But it seemed like it was a good idea.
Mike, man, you didn't have to do that, dude. Yvonne, you didn't have to do that, man. Yvonne says, what's up, guys? Who will have more sacks, Kayvon Thibodeau or Brian Burns? How many touchdowns? Well, now you got to buy the pizza, bad dog. What's up,
Mike,
guys?
You're the man, Mike. I appreciate it, bro. Thank you. You definitely did not have to do that. That's just me. But pizza. It's not like I can't do it. It's just like I didn't expect it to be that much. And
Yvonne says, what's up, guys? Who will have more sacks, Kayvon Thibodeau or Brian Burns? How many touchdowns for Malik Neighbors? Okay, I think you have to go Burns. I think that's the safer pick. The guy's had 46 sacks since he's been in the league. So you pretty much know with him, you're probably getting at least double-digit sacks, even though last year Kayvon did so. I would lean Burns, but I think it's going to be close, Yvonne. I think both those guys are going to have double-digit sacks next year. I really do. I think one's going to help the other. So, but if I had to pick, I'd pick Burns. And then as far as how many touchdowns for Malik Neighbors, I've gotten myself in trouble with these touchdown predictions.
6.
Yeah, you're gonna go that high. That's high. I mean, it's for most teams that's not high, but for the Giants, that's high.
6.
You think I'll have 6 in his rookie year?
Yeah. Listen, you would hope so, right? Because his whole thing is he's supposed to be able to take these things to the house. So It might be a 7-yard slant.
Yeah. I would say I'm going to say 7. I'm going to one up Bad Dog by 1. I think Malik Neighbors is going to be really.
You said mine was a lot.
I know. I'm an optimistic guy, but no, I think Malik Neighbors is going to have a big impact in his rookie year. I really do. Is this Germany also?
That's got to be Germany.
Man, I love German beer, by the way.
Oh, German beer is the best.
German beer.
Well, actually, Belgian beer is the best. Germany's right up there, though.
Yeah, but dude, thank you so much again, Mike. Man.
Yeah, Mike. You didn't have to do that.
Greatly appreciated, man. We weren't trying to. We were just having
I wasn't.
We were just having a conversation like two friends at a bar. We weren't trying to get you to buy us pizza.
Right.
Mike, man, thank you so much, man.
Now this one's a little cheaper. If I do, meatballs and sausage. No, it's being the same thing. It's exactly the same thing. It's $31.60. What?
Well,
is
now
going-
you got no excuses. You got to buy it now.
No, I know. Now I gotta buy it.
Thank you, Mike, man. Thank you very much. There's actually a lot of good there's a bunch of good German bars in the city where they have like, they have all the German beers, the women dress up like, they wear like the German dresses. There's a bunch of them I've been to in Manhattan. I love German food. I love German beer. Yeah, man. A lot of fans of Germany, apparently.
Yes, there is. That there is. Hi, Big. Oh, yeah. Look at the shirt. Come on, show them, baby. Yeah.
There we go.
Go Giants. Right? Oh, nice. That's a big one.
LBD in the chat.
That's right.
Little bad dog.
Not so little anymore. He's getting
MBD, medium bad dog.
medium. Yes. That's a big. He loves the animal rumble books, the battles of the animals. You can't see it because it's green screen.
I see it. It looks like it's an ape or something, right?
Yep, but like this is Extreme Animal Rumble. So they fight each other, and he loves the battles.
Awesome.
Right? Yeah. That's a lot of stuff we're gonna have to read. Right? What are y'all quiet for? So go Giants.
Giants.
You're good enough. Yeah.
Pretty soon he's gonna be calling the games with us.
Pretty soon. 2 years, hopefully. We down here.
Yeah.
All right. Have fun, buddy.
Okay.
Nah, he's off camera now. Some days he would get on, Some days he get on here. He doesn't stop talking. Some days say anything.
And Ray says a book and not a tablet. Ray says a book and not a tablet. Good call. Yeah, it's crazy to me, man. I remember my ex-girlfriend's best friend had like a 5-year-old at the time, and he knew more about a cell phone than I did. It's crazy.
It is embedded in them.
Yeah.
I think I have a picture from when he was like 3, and he took my phone and he took selfies. I'm almost sure I still have them on here. And I'm like, what were you doing in there? He's literally like 3, if that. Where the hell are they? And I'm like, what were you doing? Maybe I don't have them anymore.
Picks in for the Chiefs. We're almost up, guys. We're in about 8 picks now.
Up. There it is. Yep, there it is.
Oh,
Him taking a selfie.
There you go. Bill, man, thank you so much, Bill. We got to get a get together with you guys. Well, maybe we'll go to a German bar and
Bill's the man. Yeah,
and get pizza and eat German food with you guys for one of these Giant games one of these days, man. Bill, man, thank you so much, man.
Yeah, you guys didn't have to do that. You didn't have to do that. Now I have no choice. Now I'm going to go buy me a $40 pizza.
You got to get a $40 pizza, and we got to get some German beer. Next
I got some beer. I don't even think this is. Oh, this is from Maine. This isn't even imported. I always thought this is really good. Somebody said it the other night. Allagash is like their favorite beer.
Allagash is good. I gotta get in. I'm gonna get some German beer after this stream. Now.
Beck's is German.
Beck's is really good.
Beck's is a German beer.
You got to put olives.
Heineken's Holland beer. That's not German. Now I gotta look, Bill. Now you got my. Now you've piqued my interest in beers. German beers. I know Beck is German. It's the first thing I thought of. Spaten. Oh, that's good beer. I'm gonna have to make a run to the freaking whatchamacallit. The beverage mart.
Picks in for the Bills.
Back for more.
So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 6 picks left. Before we're up now. Bills picks in, guys.
What is this? Spinosaurus.
I'm not a Spinosaurus.
It's a Spinosaurus.
A dinosaur.
Oh.
Dr. Obscurity says, I hope it's better pizza than our draft. I like our draft.
Draft too. But, what they say about pizza. I'll tell that joke when the little one's not here.
Bill, you're not lying in New York City. Yeah. You're not lying, man.
It's insane. Extreme Animal Rumble. All right, we'll have to read that one later for sure. It's pretty cool.
The Giants
And
who said we should
dinosaur
trade down.
battles.
American Cheese, I would have liked to have traded down.
Yeah.
What has he got? A dinosaur fight on there?
Yeah, there's dinosaur fights, there's ocean fights, jungle fights, zoo.
What was that video game, Bad Dog? Do you remember that video game? It was like a Street Fighter version, but it was with animals. Do you remember that? I can't remember the name of it, but it used to be like dinosaurs would fight each other instead of the characters from Street Fighter.
I forgot what it was called. So we have an ocean rumble, a bug rumble. Those things freak me out, man. Not that we don't have tarantulas in this part of the world.
Scott just said it. That was the game. Primal Rage.
No, thank you. No, thank you.
Primal Rage, yeah.
Rumble.
That's a bug rumble. Dinosaur rumble, jungle rumble. There's got to be the ocean one, right?
We already went to the ocean.
That's right here. So shark rumble. So shark rumble. Well, how does a Great White not win all the sharks? Great White must not be in there because he would win.
Yeah, he was.
Oh, was he? Well, he must win because that's like
No,
Jaws.
Tiger Shark was.
Oh, the Tiger Shark. Well, let's not read the whole thing. You don't want to spoil it.
Picks the Commanders.
Yeah, there is a great white shark in there.
All right. We'll have to read that later. He loves those books. He loves the Tiger Shark books. Or the Rumble books.
Have you ever
get them from school like during the bracket, the NCAA bracket? So they started doing that a couple of years ago where he'd bring them home and we would pick who we thought was going to win. You didn't know right away. They would give you like the next day.
Yikes. It has no cap.
Because it's green. Green disappears.
It's going to dry
Snoop
out.
will disappear. See how he disappears?
Why is he like that?
Because it's green. And in the green screen, everything disappears that's green.
What about him?
Half of him will disappear too.
There you go.
See?
Yeah.
What's wrong
You're like a
Told you, it's green, right? I am Houdini. Like when I would drink Rose doesn't disappear, just her head.
Why does her head disappear?
That's because that's there. Actually, I don't know why that part disappeared.
Good question.
Must be the way the lighting hits it. I don't know. The green screen is magic. Superman can show up fine because he's not green or yellow. So he shows
What
up.
yellows does it?
Yeah, because yellow and blue make green. So yellow kind of, but
There's yellow kind of on him.
yeah, the Superman part. But
We got about five
His
picks.
head disappears.
I know because it's yellow.
Wait, does his bottom disappear?
No, it's blue.
Yeah, but he said blue.
Blue and green make yellow, or yeah, blue and yellow make green. So yellow's closer to green.
Mike,
Yeah.
I got you, man. I'm going to read your last comment. Somebody asked how many guys are left in our top 30 visit. The Knicks game, I don't know. I got to see how my voice feels, Mike. I'm not even going to lie. I got to see how my voice
If
feels.
you don't use it,
I do. What am I going to use them
No, you
for?
don't.
They just sit there. What am I going to do with them?
then why do you put them down here?
They just hang out with me. I don't know. Rose comes up.
Why does he?
They used to just sit on the couch. People like the little characters, so they just, I don't know, they're just down here. I don't know why they're down here.
Well, I'm gonna show him.
Okay.
Look at him. He's disappearing.
Yes, he is.
He's disappearing.
He's disappearing.
That's
Sure.
Bert, right? That's Bert, right?
Yes.
We've got somebody asked how many top 30 guys we got left. I'm looking. I think it's only the DTs, guys, and maybe a corner.
The hell is that thing?
I
I have no idea.
Hey, you copied.
I think. Yeah,
Wear your wig.
I'm not wearing that. We don't wear that anymore.
Then why
I think
you
it's just
not-
defensive tackles, guys.
Halloween.
Then you never go for Halloween.
I will. I will.
Ugh. If I brought him in here, would he hold?
He would totally disappear.
Let me do it then.
I'll do it, but I don't even know what the hell that thing is.
I'm holding something.
Well, actually, he didn't disappear. That's weird. I don't even know what that is.
You kind of see it.
Yeah, I don't even know what that is. That's something mommy has for whatever reason. I don't know. I don't even know what that is.
Snowman, but a soldier.
It does look like a soldier.
But a snowman.
Maybe he's a nutcracker. Maybe it's for Christmas.
How do you see
Oh,
it? He's
we got a lineman.
I don't know.
We still got
I
a
don't
lineman
know.
on the board. Okay.
maybe the dark green doesn't really.
I don't know how.
He
It works.
turned black.
I don't know. I don't know what's up with that.
Will the dinosaur disappear?
I don't know.
Well, the grass will disappear. How did he not disappear?
Dre,
I don't know.
everybody wants us to take Mahogany. I've been hearing that name a lot.
Mahogany.
You
Like wood?
He's out of Boston College, a guard.
Mahogany. Where's my best available? There it is.
I think we're going D-tackle. I mean, maybe not with the first one because we got 2 picks, but I think it's clearly obvious to me. Well, I shouldn't say that because you never know, but based off of the pattern, I think we're going with the DT here with one of these picks.
I am. Let's see. Oh, my
Well, maybe we'll get a fun pick here. Maybe you guys will get Joe Milton. Maybe be excited.
What?
Maybe we get Rice. Maybe get Frank Gore Jr.
Yeah. Now he's got to go to the Niners.
Yeah,
Brendan Rice still there?
I think he is. Christian Jones just went to the Cardinals. We're got around another 4 picks to go, guys.
Erdinger. I think I wanted to get that when I was in Disney World. They didn't have it.
But it was a Disney girl. It wasn't even there. Yeah.
4 picks, Alan. 4
Bye,
picks.
buddy.
Watch the old line disappear, Bill said. Because he was putting all the things up to the screen. That were
Little guy's insane. Crazy boy. Christian Jones finally went.
There you go.
That was higher. Definitely.
Rattler went to New Orleans.
Yes, he did.
Saints took him. Official quote from Tyler Newman. I just met Dex for the first time. That man is huge. He's a giant. Literally.
Literally and figuratively.
Yeah. What are you rating our draft up to now? I mean, I don't like doing draft ratings, to be completely honest with you. I feel like it's almost like rating the president before he even takes office. You know, because I feel like it takes 3 or 4 years to really judge how it, what happened. So for me, I mean, am I happy? Yeah, I did a mock draft. The first 2 guys I mocked, the Giants took. So obviously, I like those players, so I'm happy with that. But you don't know until 3 or 4 years down the line. But I love Neighbors. I thought Neighbors was a slam dunk pick for the Giants if he got there. I just didn't know if he would. I love Newbin. Clear need of ours, best safety in the draft class. And then after that, I mean, Theo Johnson seems like a fun pick, exciting pick. So we'll see. But I mean, here's what I'll say out of our first 4 picks. It doesn't seem like the Giants, at least based on where these players are projected to go, but like how much does that really mean in the grand scheme of things? But based off where these players are projected to go, it doesn't seem like the Giants reached for the most part. They took guys where they were supposed to go. So, and they filled needs. But, we'll see how they play on Sundays.
Right. That's the whole thing. We got to see how they play before we can say it's a good pick or not a good pick. Because, again, I think most people thought Evan Neal was a great pick when we took him. And so far, that hasn't looked like a great pick. And I'm sure that when we took Micah McFadden, people were like, who the hell is that guy? And he's ended up being really good. So you never know. Same thing with Wan'Dale Robinson, right? A lot of people are like, why the hell did we take Wan'Dale? That was a reach. And Wan'Dale looks pretty damn good. So
yeah, that's the funniest part about that draft is that day. We didn't hate the Wandell pick. We were
We
just
just didn't get it. We didn't know who we had.
surprised by it because Tony was a very similar receiver, and then we later found out they were going to trade Tony. But the general consensus by Giants fans, that was either that or the Cordell Flott pick were the two picks they hated the most that day.
Yeah.
And now Wandell looks like the best pick. So
I know.
You can't judge it until at least two. I mean, Kayvon's probably right now the best player from that draft, but you got Wandell in like the late second round. So you can't judge a draft for at least 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's tough.
I think Wandell's in for a really good year this year, by the way. I think if he
with Malik Neighbors now, that he should be.
Yeah, I mean, like last year, Wandell didn't. He was coming off the injury. He wasn't really himself until probably midway through the season, and the last 3 or 4 weeks, Wandell really looked. You really started to see, wow, like this guy's starting to become something, man. So I'm excited about Wandell this year. I really am.
Yes, agreed. I think he could have a big year because you got two guys in the out. Well, I mean, I don't know how much Hyatt's going to play, but I think Hyatt could be something.
Yeah.
My kid.
Alan said, but who will get him the ball, though? We get it. We get it, guys. We get it. Jacob Monk.
Well, it might not be this year, but again, it's not like Malik Neighbors is only here for 1 year. Yeah. Right? So, again, if Daniel Jones sucks, which most people think he's going to, next year they go out and get a quarterback. Guess what? The team's already there for the quarterback.
I know you. I figured you. I knew you were joking, Alan. That's the running joke.
Oh, you never know. You never know people joking.
No, you're right. You're right.
Who's throwing the ball? Who's throwing the ball?
So Jacob Monk, for another Duke, another Blue Devil gets drafted.
Yeah,
I think that's like the third or fourth. That I forgot the name of the head coach that took over that program. I think he actually just got a job at a bigger program, but he really kind of put Duke football a little bit on the map. They were getting a lot of primetime games this year.
This is garlic bread, and it shows wings. These guys are supposed to leave 20 minutes ago, and I still hear them banging around up there.
Everyone but DJ could get him the ball. Big Joe Chestnut.
Right.
Elko. There you go. That's the Duke's football program is actually like pretty decent now. Where did he end up, Elko Chase? The Duke coach. I know. I remember he took a job. I think he got a bigger university. Picks in for the Colts. A&M. Okay, he ended up with Texas A&M. Okay. Texas A&M was a hotbed for college football talent there for a little bit with Johnny Manziel and.
There it was.
And Chris, cheers to another great draft, man. Appreciate you guys grinding it out the past 3 days for us. Thank you so much for being here, Chris, man. We appreciate it, man. Appreciate you, man. Do you guys like the running back out of Purdue? At this point, I'm going to be honest. I don't know much about the running back. All the running backs that I thought that I was intrigued by, they're all gone, I think. You've got Braylon Allen's gone. You've got the dude from Notre Dame is gone. All the guys that I thought.
How was that?
I get
King fries are done.
Bobby told me to call him emergency. Bobby Skinner wants me to call him. My phone's upstairs, Bobby, if you're watching my stream. So I'm going to go grab it real quick.
Emergency?
I don't know. I guess maybe he wants me to talk to him on his stream. So, Bobby, I'll be right back. I'm going to get my phone.
I've never had to do that before.
He said, not really, but want your opinion. I'm going to get my opinion to you, Bobby, in a minute. Well, you know what it is, Bad Dog? My cell phone is linked to my laptop.
Oh, gotcha. I don't use the laptop. I just pulled their stream up. my emergencies trying to figure out what the hell pizza they get now. And I think I'm going to get mod sticks in there because you get, if I added $7 to my order, I get $5 off. Then again, see if I get this. This is 2 meals worth of stuff too. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to do it. I don't really want mod sticks though. I kind of want garlic knots. I don't know. I could have eaten 10 pizzas by now. No, it takes a while for it to get here. I haven't ordered it yet. Because we all know I don't eat during the stream anyway.
I didn't realize. I thought my phone was on the charger. My phone is dead right now, Bobby. I don't know how I'm getting the text then, though. So I forgot to charge my phone, Bobby. If you're watching, I'm gonna message you back real quick, though.
Service fee $6. Well, that's part of the reason it costs so much. I just brought their stream up for a second. I muted it though.
What did they say? They probably want me to call in. I actually got the house phone, Bobby, if you want, but I got the house phone down here. Oh wait, hold on. I got his number. I'll call him. Let me call him. Let me see what he's got to say. Is it what we're up this pick though?
Yes, we are.
All right, I'll call him now. I'll call him. I'll put him on speaker.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to recognize this number, though. What's up, Bobby?
Hey, we just wanted to call. Who do you want to pick 166? Are you live?
I am live. I didn't know that. Yeah, you said emergency. You said emergency. I got nervous. I'm like, what the hell? But what's going on, man?
Who's your pick for
166. At this point, Bobby, it's like throwing darts at a board.
Throw a dart. We're about to be on the clock.
All right, Bad Dog, who do you want to pick 166?
Let's
throw a dart.
Throw a dart. Who do I want at 166? Brendan Rice.
Brendan Rice would be a fun pick.
There's a fun pick.
Yeah.
We're getting kids. All right. Love you guys. Hope you guys are having a great stream.
Bobby, we'll definitely meet up for a Giant game this year, man.
We just threw a dart. All right. See you guys. Bye.
Be good, buddy.
I can't believe Brendan Rice is still out there, honestly. They're going to go defensive tackle, though. I think it's one of these big Mekhi Wingo. Actually, Mekhi Wingo was overall supposed to go in the 3rd round. He's still there.
I really think it's going to be one of these defensive tackles, man.
That's what he is. He's a DT.
Yeah.
Tyler Davis.
Now it may not be with this pick because we kind of got, they're really close to one another, but I really think we're going to.
Do we still have? I can't believe Brendan Rice is still there.
He was like a 4th round guy, right?
Rice, 3rd round.
3rd round?
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of Giants fans want us to take Joe Milton, probably.
Yeah. They might get him undrafted.
Commercial. What else is new? Giants are up. Commercial. They always got to get their commercial breaks in.
Got to be done.
But, yeah, guys, I'm not ignoring the chat right now. I've had a lot of fun talking to you guys today. But, yeah, I just don't like to get the pick spoiled, so I'm not looking at the chat. Because I'm sure the pick's already been made.
Yep, pick is in, it says, for the Giants.
Here we go. So the later rounds, they did the commercial break before the Giants picks, but not the first round.
Correct.
They got to get that New York audience, man.
They do. That they do. That they do. That they do.
Here we go.
Here we go.
There's the Giants logo. Love it.
All right, pizza's ordered. Just an update. Pizza's ordered.
Been ordered, guys. Pizza's been ordered.
Pizza's been ordered. I got some garlic knots. Got the old. I think I loaded this thing up.
I want the Giants to go back to the old logo, to be honest with you, Bad Dog.
What did I just do? Oh, I did load it up. So I got meatballs, green peppers, and jalapeno peppers. Yeah. We loaded it up.
Sounds good. I'm gonna have to get some pizza. I think I'm gonna have to get some pizza now. After
You have to get some pizza.
I think
now I got that. That was Mike's half. Now I gotta go get some German beer from milk. Oh, my mouth's watering, man. I get to eat pizza. I just had a craving for pizza today. And you know what's great about that? No one else is gonna eat it. Well, they're not gonna be home anyway. So
you're gonna eat the whole pie?
Not in one sitting. No, I'll be sick. But it's, I mean, by the time we finish this, it'll be 4:00, right? Yeah. So pizza should be 4:15. So I'll eat some then, and then I'll probably have some when the Lakers are done.
Before you go to bed.
Right. The Lakers play at 8:30. They're done by 11:15.
Oh, that's right. Oh, wow. So that's kind of a anticlimactic game 4, though.
Yeah.
Because they're down 3. The Nuggets have beaten them, 12 straight?
13 in a row.
That's insane.
Well, the Lakers, when they couldn't hold on, the lead in game 2 of the series was over.
They just have their number, man. Like, the Nuggets just have their number.
Nuggets are good. I mean, they're defending champions. I mean,
they're great. They're great. But, the first 2 games, I watched a little bit of them. I didn't watch game 3.
They're all the same. They're all the same.
It looked like, LeBron was playing great. And, they were hanging in.
They're all the same. It's very easy to
we took a running back. We took Tyrone Tracy.
There you go. He was not on the on the list.
Giants took a running back. 3rd team All Big Ten as a return specialist.
So there you go. That's what he's there for.
Well, we're actually gonna have a running back this year, Bad Dog, that can return kicks.
Not him to return kicks.
We're not gonna force a guy that's not used to it like Eric Gray. So
right.
The Giants get Tyrone Tracy. Let's look him up a little bit. So it's funny. Somebody in the chat actually asked me, "What do you guys think of the running back from Purdue?" Well, they just took him. Tyrone Tracy from Purdue. He had 113 carries, 716 yards, 8 touchdowns, 19 catches for 132 yards in 2023. And that they flashed right on the screen, return specialist. So
yeah, that was the big one, return specialist. So what a hell of a grab that one was.
So maybe a guy like that could
emergency.
Maybe a guy like that can help. With the new rules in the NFL, right? Kick returns are going to be at a premium. So maybe he's that spark in special teams.
Yeah.
Because now everybody's going to be returning kicks. So interesting pick there by the Giants. Let's look up on him.
Where'd that go? Let's see what it says. If I look at the Tracy moved from receiver to running back in 2023 and showed a promise of his new position. He's strong and quick. Can make defenders miss in the hole. His vision and patience aren't quite there yet, but he reads and decisiveness should get better with added experience in position. Tracy can separate from linebackers and produce after the catch, even when he steps up and competes in pass protection. In addition to experience playing receiver and running back, he returned to kickoff for a touchdown. So he's a Swiss Army knife type of guy. But obviously, he's a guy that can go out of the backfield and make catches if he was a wide receiver. So that's kind of what
NFL Network has his player comp to Bilal Powell, who, of course, played for the Jets. Round 4, Tracy was a full-time running back for only 1 year. Like you said, he made the conversion. He ran a 4.48 at the combine. And apparently he's known as a return specialist. So let's get to know a little bit more, Bad Dog. Let's look up some highlights of Tracy.
Yes. Let's look them up. Let's look him up.
What do we like? What do we like? Let's go with this one.
I can't, I've been looking for a list of German beers, and I only see Beck and Spot. Alt beer, Rock beer, Eisbach, Doppelbach.
Field. This is Tracy, beg your pardon. Tracy, he tight-ropes that sideline. Tight-rope. First to begin the second half. Sheffield. This is Tracy, beg your pardon. Tracy, he tight-ropes that sideline. Tyrone Tracy Jr. 5 end zone touchdown Purdue.
Don't see it very often anymore.
Well, you don't. You might see more often in the NFL now with the rule change.
Making his 34th consecutive start today. Clean pocket, steps up, guns it. Pass is caught. That'll move the sticks. Tyrone Tracy. There he goes. Tracy.
This is a fun player, right?
Towards the end zone for the Iowa touchdown.
That's what I'm saying. He can kind of do it all.
Beating Whiskey too, and they did it with a late interception over the middle.
Tracy, Tyrone Tracy won't be stopped.
Boy, Iowa probably wishes they still had him.
Yeah.
Sheffield in motion. Tracy gets the carry. Tracy, big hole. Tracy, touchdown, Purdue.
For its rushing attack. Didn't have it last week.
You're populating the line of scrimmage. They should have an opportunity here. Well, Tracy, look at him go. Touchdown.
Stanley handing it off to Sargent. No, they reverse it. And here they come. Tyrone Tracy Jr. Touchdown Hawkeyes. 23 yards.
Is that Tristan Wirfs out in front blocking for him
Tracy.
there?
It's the edge. Another first down. Tracy, touchdown.
Because obviously when he was on Iowa, that was a few years ago.
Very nice job by the Boilermakers.
Picked up at 17. Now right after a core down the field. And that is
that was a bad throw.
What a play it was by Tyrone Tracy getting behind the defense.
That was the same
He's not going to be a guy that gets
Tyrone Tracy runs
He's a guy that
between the
can create a big play here.
It's Tracy up the middle. It opens up for Tracy. Foot race. Can he beat Hollis?
This late in the draft.
Hollis with an angle and tracks him down inside the 10. Osaka will mostly play on third down today as it opens up again for Tracy, and 2 first downs on this drive.
So you get the gist, man. He's a return specialist, like they said. I don't hate it, bad dog.
No, again, you at this point you're just taking guys that are versatile. You hope you want them to get on special teams at this point.
I think he's our kick returner. I would think.
I would imagine.
Yeah, I don't know if he has punt return experience, but I would think he's our kick returner next year.
Yeah.
Which is more important than it's been in recent years. So hopefully he can create some big plays for us, man.
Eisbach. That's supposed
One
to
more
be good.
Go. Giants traded up? No, they didn't.
No, he didn't.
Oh, they're lying. Okay. They're lying.
Yep. Yep.
And Dharma says, "Okay, Mr. Copperfield over here. What is he? Is he behind?
Oh, with the green, the green. See, look at you can see right through. I can make myself disappear. You see right through my head.
And J-Tac says with the new kick return rules, the dude will be a factor. Well, yeah, I think they probably factor that in with that pick. And Michael says, don't know why we need to give up the 5th swap. Cost us, Braylon. Oh, you mean in the trade for Brian Burns? Yeah, I mean, who knows where they had those running backs ranked, but yeah, we would have. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm glad we have Brian Burns though.
At the end of the day, I think Brian Burns will make more of an impact than Estime.
Yeah. And Connor says, "What is the rule change? I'm unfamiliar." So let me read the exact rule change because I want to make sure I'm explaining it right. But I think I let me just make sure. because there's more to it than just where the defense lines up. I think there's like touchback implications too. So let me read it. We'll share it with the chat real quick. But basically what it is, they're trying to get the best of both worlds, right? Because they're trying to cut down on concussions due to, collisions when you're running from your own 30-yard line going full speed, but they're also trying to get kick returns to be a factor again. So this is the rule change. The competition committee has passed for 1 year. So we'll see if it lasts. Of course, we remember Bad Dog a few years ago, they added the rule with the pass interference replay rules, and they got rid of that.
Right. Quickly.
So we'll see if it lasts, but something they're experimenting with. The competition committee has asked for 1 year changes to the kickoff play. The ball is kicked from from the 35-yard line, as it says, same as the current rule. Safety kicks would be at the 20, same as the current rule. Okay. The way the alignment works, all kicking team players other than the kicker will line up with 1 foot on the receiving team's 40-yard line. So instead of running from the kicking team's 30, they're actually going to be on the receiving team's 40. That's where everybody's going to start except for the kicker, of course. The kicker cannot cross the 50-yard line until the ball touches the ground or the player in the landing zone or end zone. The 10 kicking team players, which are, of course, going to start at the 40 of the receiving team, cannot move until the ball hits the ground or the player in the landing zone or the end zone. So basically, the ball has to be caught, Bad Dog, and before those guys can move.
So it's like your backyard. You couldn't rush. You had to count 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, and then
Kind of. The receiving team will line up as follows: a 5-yard area from the 35 to the 30, where at least 9 receiving team players must line up. At least 7 players with foot on the 35-yard, blah, 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 blah. Players not on the restraining line must be lined up in setup zone outside of the hash. I thought that there was some kind of rule that further incentivized you not to take a touchback, but I guess not. Landing zone. Landing zone is the area between the receiving team's goal line and its 20-yard line. Any kick that hits short of the landing zone, treated like kickoff out of bounds.
So no pooch kicks.
So if it lands at like the 25, if you like,
you can come up and catch it and you get it at the 40, right?
At the 40. Play would be blown dead as soon as any kick that hits in the landing zone must be returned. So that's what it is. It's not that there's further incentive to not take a touchback, but if they don't kick it in the end zone, you have to take it out. So if they kick it, if it gets to the 3, you have to run it back.
Right.
If I'm understanding that right? Any kick it's short of the landing zone is like a kickoff. So that's what the rule is. So
yeah, you can't just fair catch it at the 4.
Yeah, so teams will have the option when they're kicking off. Do you want to, play strategy and see if you could pin them inside the 25? But it's going to create more big plays, and it's obviously going to create more kick returns. So that's the rule change. So definitely,
again, I'm not gonna read this dissertation that this person wrote, but I'm just gonna read you and people have their own opinion. This guy said, I hate the neighbors pick. Spelled neighbors wrong right away. So, I mean, you as soon as you spell neighbors wrong, it's like, what are you even watching? I hate the neighbors pick. We should have traded up to number 4 to get Alt because Alt was number 1 on the board and a lock for the Chargers. That's the first sentence.
What was it?
I hate the neighbors pick. We should have traded up to 4 to get Alt because Alt was a number 1 on the board and a lock for the Chargers. I don't need to read anymore, but this is the type of shit I get on my page. So the Giants should have wasted draft capital to move up to get alignment, according to this person.
And then you got other people that saying we should have traded back.
No, I say it all the time. That's why we are where we are, and they are where they are.
And Nick says, my teammate Antonio Alfano is in this draft. Would be pretty cool to see him. That would be awesome. Nick, I've met Nick in person. He's huge. He's an offensive lineman. So that'd be awesome, Nick. Hopefully he gets drafted, man. Not a J-Tax says you can look up the video of the XFL kickoff. Oh, good call. If you want to see what it looks like, yeah, might as well. Look, I'm actually interested by, the new kickoff rules. So
maybe I don't know what year Nick is in, but maybe someday we're sitting here and we're calling Nick to the Giants.
That would be awesome.
What would that be? That'd be pretty amazing.
Let me take a look. So that I haven't watched an XFL game. So this is what it's going to look like on NFL Sunday, guys. This is 4 years ago. So they've been doing this for 4 years. Okay.
Seattle. That kick better go beyond the 20, and it does. To the 15, here's Reynolds.
Let's start over.
Is back to kick it away. Keenan Reynolds for Seattle. That kick better go beyond the 20, and it does. To the 15, here's Reynolds. Up the middle of the field.
That's the new NFL.
31-yard line.
That's what a new NFL kickoff is going to look like.
Williams.
Well, as you can see, they can't move until the
Keenan
return of
Reynolds
catches.
for Seattle. That kick better go beyond the 20, and it does.
Interesting.
To the 15, here's
Yep.
Reynolds. Up the
It cuts down on injuries, I guess. Concussions. That's the goal, I guess.
Jordan Travis is gone. The Jets just took Jordan Travis. I know that was somebody mentioned him earlier. Giants taking a flyer on him.
So there you go. Just take a flyer on the quarterback.
I shouldn't be complaining about pizza prices because I'm looking at one of these orders I got, and I granted it wasn't just for me, but $140 on hibachi. I must have been drinking that night. Well, that's 2 meals: temptation bowl, cucumber roll, rock shrimp, extra noodles. Those are for my kid. He won't eat anything but the noodles. I got problems. I got to stay off of DoorDash. That's why I never use it.
So Jordan Travis to the Jets. Obviously Rodgers is the guy. Tyrod's the backup. He's the guy you sit, and maybe you could develop into a backup. This late in the draft, 6th round, that's fine, right?
For Jordan Travis, yeah. I mean, at this point, anybody's fine. Again, what are you looking for here? If you're a GM, you certainly aren't looking for, if he becomes that guy, great. But if you're looking for a guy to become your starting quarterback at this juncture in the draft, yeah.
Good luck. Sometimes you get lucky. The 49ers got lucky, but good luck.
Because that situation is amazing. But they certainly didn't go in there going, that guy's going to be our starter.
Of course not.
They thought Trey Lance was going to be their starter, and they moved up to 3 to get him. Luckily, they were able to sweep that right under the rug.
That's the craziest thing about all of it. And it does go to show you that Brock Purdy does deserve some credit. Because not every quarterback could go into that situation and be as successful as he has been.
Right.
Yeah, that's insane to me that they traded up all that capital that they did to get Trey Lance, and then they luck out and they get their quarterback at Mr. Arella. It's insane.
Yes.
Picks in for the Eagles.
How many freaking picks?
We've got another 10 picks or so.
It's taking forever for that to get there. Let me just do this.
I feel like the Eagles have so many draft picks, man.
No, so far they've only had 5.
Really, it just feels like they've had a lot. They got Trevor Keegan. I remember him from Michigan.
They have 3. Well, they had 3 5th rounders. I'm sorry, they had 6. They had 6 picks.
They just got one of
It's their 7th pick.
They just got one of the Michigan offensive linemen. Was Keegan the one that got hurt, or was it? I feel like Keegan might have been the one that got hurt. I can't remember.
I don't know.
But they just got one of the Michigan offensive linemen. Rob says, guys, I said it months ago, Jordan Travis in the 6th. Good call. Good call. He got drafted before Joe Milton did. So I'm not really stunned by that. He clearly would have won above him if he never got hurt.
Right.
So, good call. He's a bit undersized, but hey, basically when they show the strengths of a player, though, and the first thing they say is winner, it doesn't really excite me as a fan.
Right.
It doesn't impress me that you were a winner in college.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So, but hey, maybe the Jets.
That's why he's pretty much a 6th round pick, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
The Jets just picked and they're on the clock again. And Brendan Rice is still sitting there. I guess if we get to the back end of the 6th. Oh.
Got about 9-10 more picks, guys. Zach had a broken leg. Okay. Yeah, I remember watching that game.
It was bad.
That was bad, man. And they still won after that.
Yep.
They almost didn't get in. Well, they probably still would have gotten in, but they almost lost that last game. What was it, to Ohio State in the Big Ten championship?
Michigan.
Yeah.
Well, Ohio State always plays them tough.
Yeah. But if they would have lost that, I don't know if they probably still would have gotten in, though. But it would have been interesting because then maybe Florida State would have gotten in.
Yeah.
Picks in for the Jets. What do they just have back-to-back picks?
They must have.
Daniel Jeremiah's best available.
Wow, he doesn't even have Brennan Rice up
He's
there.
right there, 126.
Oh, 126. Malik Washington's still there too.
I'm leaning we're going DT here, but maybe not.
Yeah, Wingo's there. Christian Boy. I think the same thing. I got to guess there.
But
Giants.
we finally took a player that we didn't bring in for a top 30 visit.
Right.
How good do you think the Jets will be this? Like, let's just play the game that Rodgers is going to be healthy. Do you think the Jets will be really good this year?
They're the Jets, so 8 wins.
Yeah, even with
if all things go well for them, 8 wins. They're the Jets. There's no knocking the Jets. It's just that's the Jets. They do everything that seems to be right, and it just doesn't. They're like the Mets.
Yeah.
You see all these moves making. I'm like, oh my God, this team's gonna be great. And then inevitably something happens to those guys. It's so knocking either team. It's just they have bad luck. They have bad luck.
I'm telling you, they got a lot of talent. They got a lot of talent on that team, though. But you're right. They're the Jets.
They're the Jets. It's just they have bad luck. It's got nothing to do with them being the Jets. They're just unlucky. They're an unlucky organization. They haven't been good, and they're unlucky on top of it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, come on, man. All the hype's up there. Oh, we're gonna get Aaron Rodgers. They get Aaron Rodgers. Takes 4 snaps, done. They're playing really well. Breece Hall looks incredible. Breece Hall, season after season, gets hurt, done. Zach Wilson, they're all excited about Zach Wilson, garbage. Not even there anymore. The Jets should just stop drafting quarterbacks. You think we have a hard time with it? The Jets have drafted 3 guys in the top 5 that did not see a second contract.
They just took a running back, Isaiah Davis. I want to get the chat's opinion on this. Who's your shocker this year in the NFL? Who's your shocker? Who's that team that is so much better than anybody anticipated? Because there's always 1 or 2. Yeah. Like in 2022, it was the Giants. The Bengals, the year they went to the Super Bowl, nobody saw that coming.
Right. It could be the Bears.
I don't know if the Bears would qualify. I think people are going to be
high with all that.
Getting a lot of Giants picks. I don't hate that.
I mean, who's projected to be really bad? I mean, Arizona? Could they surprise with a healthy Kyler Murray? Nobody really pays much attention to them.
It's Rick says
they got Marvin Harrison Jr. They added linemen.
Houston Texans. Would the Texans qualify? I mean, last year they narrowly missed the playoffs. No, they made the playoffs.
They made the playoffs last year.
They won a playoff game. I don't know if they would. I mean, here's what I'll say. If the Texans are a Super Bowl contender, I think that's a surprise. Like if they did what the Bengals did with Burrow. But if they make the playoffs, they win 10, 11 games, I don't think that qualifies. Who's that shocker?
Yeah, I'm maybe the Cardinals. It's the team that I think of.
Because Kyler comes back, they get Harrison, they get a lot of draft picks. But that division is so tough, man.
It is, but that's why it would be a shocker.
Yeah, and the Rams are pretty good. Niners, of course,
Niners are good. The Seahawks are decent.
decent.
The Falcons.
It was probably the biggest shocker. Well, the Texans, of course, but also the Bucks were a huge shocker last year.
They were.
They got to
That
the
division was awful, though.
Yeah, but they won a playoff game.
Well, they were playing everybody beat the Eagles at the end of the year.
That's true.
The Eagles were the worst team in the league the last 2 months of the season. They really were.
Yeah.
They really were. Which that gives me hope that they're really not as good as, well, they'll never be as good as their fan base thinks they are, but maybe they're not as good as everybody thinks they are. Because, again, granted, they had a lot of draft picks, but you lost, Jason Kelsey, you lost Fletcher, you lost a lot of leadership on that team. And it's not like A.J. Brown was hurt for a lot of or Jalen Hurts was hurt. They didn't miss a ton of games. They might have missed one or something here and there, but it wasn't like they didn't have major injuries. They didn't lose Jalen Hurts for 11 weeks. They didn't lose a lot of guys down the stretch. They just didn't play well. Their defense wasn't good. Now they did a good job with their first 2 picks. So they addressed a big time weakness, which was their secondary. And they may be good and they may not. I mean, you just with cornerbacks, it's tough. That's a tough adjustment. So
call me a homer, bad dog, and I am. I'm a fan. I love my team. I do think the Giants could surprise next year. I do. I'm not saying a Super Bowl team or anything like that.
I don't think they're not going to get me again.
I'm not even going to predict it, but it wouldn't stun me. They have a really good pass rush. Is the line improved? Wouldn't stun me. That's all I'm saying.
I hope the line is better. I mean, obviously, it can't be worse. I mean, let's be honest there. But if this line is average and Daniel Jones stays healthy, I think I just tricked myself into believing Daniel Jones can still play. I really do. I do it every year. And then, like I said, after the first month of the season, I'm like, I'm done with him. But then time heals all wounds, totally forget about it, forgive, all this stuff. Well, forgive, don't forget, whatever. Okay, because it gives me a reason to believe. I don't want to go into September like some of these, there's some fans who say, oh, I'm not going to watch it. We suck. I can't do that. Like, I can't go in. Even if I feel like we're not going to be a good team, as we approach it, I always want to sit there and go, I've seen Daniel Jones be effective. I've seen him make plays. He's shown flashes. Can he just be consistent? Can we protect him consistently? Now he has a freaking real wide receiver to throw the ball to. They added a tight end. They got a really good defense. Can they be better? I keep thinking to myself, they can do this. Doesn't matter if Barkley's there or not. Barkley wasn't a big part of it. That's not a big deal to me. Okay. Running the football is not whatever.
I definitely agree Barkley's replaceable. I'm with you on that.
I mean, nobody's going to be as good as Barkley. I don't think we lose.
You're one Barkley, no. But not the Barkley there is now, I agree. You could replace him.
Yeah, I'm like as a whole.
Yeah, as a whole.
As a whole, I think that you don't fall off too much.
I agree with that.
So yeah, I mean, I'm like, well, Evan Neal, this is the thing though. Like, I'm like, okay, maybe Evan Neal this year. He's got a new coach, year 3, fresh start. Come on, Evan, let's go. John Michael Schmitz should develop. You got Andrew Thomas. You picked up John Runyon. You picked up Illuminor. I'm just thinking to myself, these guys, all right, the line ain't going to be great. I'm not thinking it's going to be the Eagles line, but I'm just like, just be average. Just be an average offense. Just be an average offense. And I think this team could win 9 or 10 games because I love our defense.
Well, I know based off last year, and I'm definitely not going to go into next year uber confident. There's no way. I'm not tricking myself. But it's not crazy to think that the Giants could have an average offense. The Giants had an average offense 2 years ago. They ranked in the middle of the pack in both yards and points.
And
it's not
made the playoffs.
Brian Dable and Mike Kafka are really good offensive play callers. I know of last year we have the sour taste in our mouth, and it was a complete and utter failure. And again, I'm not predicting it, but I don't think it's crazy. That's
I think our defense is better than it was in 2022.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. I think an average offense.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all I'm asking for. Just average.
Yeah. Now again, I'm not gonna.
League neighbors should help that a lot.
Yeah.
We haven't had it. We have not had a big play guy in the receiving game in Daniel Jones's career. So now we do. And let's hope that they use him effectively. And again, Wan'Dale Robinson with Malik Neighbors outside of him, that could open up a lot of stuff. Cowboys. Carson. Oh, the Cowboys. Every time we like a guy, they gotta go. They gotta go to the Eagles or the Cowboys.
Cowboys took my late round guy that I wanted. Cowboys took him, Kalen Carson. He'll be good there. He'll be good there. I guarantee it.
I was talking about Cooper Beebe, and then as soon as it went out of my mouth, there he was going to.
He'll be good there, guaranteed. And Zeke, man, thank you very much, man. He says, "What's up, guys? Is it true we haven't drafted a quarterback since Jones has been here? Not one. Bad dog, don't do it to yourself. DJ is not it." I think that is true, but it's not that shocking though. I mean, when Eli was here, we didn't draft that many quarterbacks either. Like Carr was the backup. We didn't draft him. Later on in his career, we started drafting guys in the 4th round. But it's not, I don't think it's that crazy that you're clearly not going to draft a quarterback his first couple of years in the league. If anything, if you have a backup, you're going to want him to be more of an experienced guy like Eli was his first year. 2022, we had no chance to draft a quarterback. It was the worst quarterback draft ever.
Yeah, it was terrible.
So yeah, we have not, but I'm not that surprised by it.
Yeah, Eli's first 6 years. Now, granted, Eli's first 6 years were much better than Daniel Jones because he won.
Of course,
was on his way to another one. But I'm trying to think if they even drafted like a quarterback in his first 6. Towards the end of his career, they did. I don't remember when they got Loretta. They drafted Ryan Nassib one year.
Did we draft Lorenzen? We must have.
Was Lorenzen there before? Was he a draft pick or was he an undrafted guy?
I don't remember. I feel like he was a draft pick. Yeah, out of Kentucky. I think he went to Kentucky, right?
I don't know. But Zeke, I'm not. Again, it's the fan in me. Like I want to believe, but I don't. I'm not going to sit there and think that he's going to be good. I play tricks of myself to, He's shown signs that he can be it, but he's just not. And that has been my contention with Daniel Jones for going on 6 years now. Is there's no consistency. He doesn't process fast enough, and I just don't. I don't think that changes in year 6. I don't think it changes in year 6. But at the same time, I'm like, if we could just. But there's been no consistency around him. For 5 years.
Lorenzen was undrafted. Coded said, okay, so he was an undrafted quarterback. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we did draft quarterbacks later in Eli's career, but early on we didn't draft any quarterbacks. I don't think. Like Loretta was much later.
Shit! Look, pizza's here. I'll be right back.
Hey, look's gonna get the pizza before we.
I'm just gonna put it. We're almost done anyway. So.
And not a JTAG says there was a point when I thought Nassib was gonna slide in and be our Aaron Rodgers when Eli retired. It would have been cool. Nassib went to Syracuse, right? If I recall, would have been cool. New York guy. Then you had Loretta. Then you had Davis Webb. All those guys were like 4th round picks, but those didn't work out. But yeah, I'm not stunned that. To me, like picking up a guy like Drew Lock, for example, in free agency, he's still young. That to me is kind of similar to drafting like a 5th round quarterback. Like kind of the same thing to me. Like Drew Lock is still a young guy that if he gets an opportunity could potentially become a starter in the NFL, like Geno Smith. It happened with him later in his career. Not that I would expect it, but it's kind of similar. Like signing a guy like Drew Lock is kind of comparable to taking a guy like a Jordan Travis, for example, in the 5th round of this year's draft. That's the way I look at it. So they just signed a younger quarterback instead of drafting one. But yeah. Let's see. Webb was a 3rd. Okay. Picks in for the New Orleans Saints. But yeah, I will not do it to myself for Jones this year. I'm going to root my ass off for him, and I do think we could be better than some people may think, but by no means do I think we're a contender for anything like serious. Jalen Ford got drafted by the New Orleans Saints. If I had to pick my team that could be like a surprise contender, I have to really think about that.
Ford.
You got the pizza?
Yeah.
I'll give you a team, Bad Dog. I'll give you a team that I could see being a surprise contender. And when I say contender, I don't mean a playoff team. I mean a team that could like advance in the playoffs.
The Chargers.
Well, they're a great pick. You know I love Jim Harbaugh. I didn't even think about them. Jim Harbaugh is going to have that team as a Super Bowl contender within 2 or 3 years. He's one of the best coaches in the NFL. That wasn't the first team that popped in my head. Pittsburgh Steelers. Pittsburgh Steelers. They finally got a quarterback that's decent in Russell Wilson, and Mike Tomlin always gets the most out of those teams. So, and it's a really tough division. So, like anybody, the Browns have got a great defense. The Bengals got Joe Burrow back. I don't know. We're talking about surprise hot takes. I'll go with the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think they could be a team that maybe does some damage this year.
Somebody in the chat said Giants are winning 5 games at most. So you think the Giants are going to be worse this year than they were last year? It's interesting. It's an interesting take.
I don't think they will be. I don't think they will be. I know fans are kind of hoping for that because they want to be able to get a quarterback next year. I don't think they will be. I think the Giants will have a better record than they had this past year.
Yeah. I don't know how we're worse. I mean, what's worse? They added Malik Neighbors. They beefed up their offensive line. They added Brian Burns. They lost Saquon Barkley. They lost Xavier McKinney. I don't really see where we're worse.
And the Jets just had another pick. This is insane to me.
Yeah, Jets have a lot of picks.
Thoughts on Michael Pratt from Tulane? I don't think we're taking him, but he was a guy. I remember, like I said earlier in the stream, that during the draft process, a lot of people felt like for like a late round day 3 guy could be a guy the Giants target, like that style of quarterback. So I wouldn't be stunned, but I don't think we're going quarterback. But we could. Let's see. I don't know. Maybe I just have way too much faith in like Brian Daboll. I think Brian Dable's a good coach. And I think last year the team fought for him down the stretch. He was able to get a lot out of them. And I don't know, man. I don't think this team's gonna be a complete and utter disaster next year. I look around the league, guys that I feel are great, like Mike Tomlin. You can't convince me that the Steelers have a lot of talent on that team. They have some talent. They have talent on defense, but
I have no idea how Mike Tomlin gets that team to win.
Starting at quarterback every year, he's got that team winning 9 games. Great coaches or good coaches keep their team somewhat competitive, unless you get destroyed by injuries. And maybe I just have too much faith in Daboll. Like I feel like the Giants won't be a laughingstock. I'm not saying they're going to be a Super Bowl threat, but I don't think they'll be a laughingstock. Let's see. Elijah says 6 at most. I get John, and I think I might be in the minority. I don't know. I get Giants fans are down in the dumps off last year. I think we're going to win more than 6 games. I really do. But I mean, take my opinion with a grain of salt. It's most of the time we're wrong when we think what the team's going to do.
Right.
But I don't know. I think the Giants will be 8 wins, 7, 8 wins. I don't know. I think they'll be a decent team next year.
I hope so. I would like them to be competitive again. It'd be freaking nice if that happened. This pick is taking forever for the Jets. My God.
Here we go.
It's just taking forever, this pick. What do they have, 10 minutes to make the pick?
I don't want to be too much, too positive because I get scared when I do that. But I don't know. I feel
I
like
did that. I did that going into last year. That won't happen to me again.
yeah, but I don't know. I don't think we're going to be a laughingstock.
I hope not. I'm kind of sick of that.
So the Jets take a corner from Toronto.
Oh.
How many picks do the Jets have? It's like they're picking the entire 5th round.
They had a lot of round picks.
My God, man.
171, 173.
176.
176. I think the Jets are just had a bunch of picks here.
Let's see. The Giants are going to be. I disagree, Stanley. But hey, maybe you'll be proven right. I think we're gonna be better than that, man. Picks in for the Vikings.
Well, listen, if they go 4-13 next year, you'll get your quarterback.
Oh yeah, you'll get your quarterback.
You'll get your quarterback, or you'll get a quarterback. You may not get your quarterback, but you'll get a quarterback.
Davey says, "I'll wager we're 500." I would take you up on that bet because that would mean we would have to have a tie. That's hard.
Right, 8-8-1, 7-7-3.
It could happen. We had a tie a couple of years ago against Washington.
We did. Should have won that game.
Yeah. John says either Brendan Rice or Kalen King, please. Well, we're going to find out real soon. Maybe you'll get your guy.
Wow, Minnesota got a pick before Roman Oben even announced it. Unless he's talking about something else. They showed Walter Rouse on the bottom before he even went up to the microphone to make the pick.
And Shake, you're absolutely right about this comment. He says it's such a thin line. We need to see the whole picture of how things go down. We win 2 more games. We're in the playoffs, and that's why the NFL is so addictive.
Mm-hmm.
It really is.
Listen, the Rams game is one we could have won. The first Eagles game is one we could have won. There was one more out there we could have.
Well, if Graham Gano doesn't get hurt, we probably have 2 more wins last year. Like his poor kicking cost us 2 games. So it's
we lose to Cowboys kicked
the Jets game. Should have won the Jets game.
No, we should have won yes, we definitely should have won the Jets game. Holy shit, we should have won that one.
Yeah, but it's that's why the NFL is so addictive, man. It's a bounce here, a bounce there. The teams that
win, the year before we got all the bounces in our favor.
Yeah. The team that wins 6 to 10 win teams, it's just
the Bills. Yep, the Bills. That's another one.
Yeah.
I can't even say that. What is that? Parasimi plug. Right. A bunch of people saying the Bills. Absolutely right. We should have definitely won the Bills game. Bills, Jets, Rams. There's 3 right there.
Yeah.
If that's the case, we're 9-8. And we could have won that first Eagles game as well. Again, I'm not going to sit here and go, we're a playoff team, all this stuff. We play in a tough division. We play the AFC North this year. That's an incredibly tough division. But I'm not going to relegate myself to the fact that we're going 4-13 because Daniel Jones is our quarterback.
No,
I'm not doing that. I won't sit here and go, we're going to go 13-4.
No,
and believe Daniel Jones is going to find it in year 6. But at the same time, I don't think Daniel Jones is bad enough to make us 4-13. Is he good enough to make us 13-4? Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Is he that bad that we be 4-13? I don't think so.
I think, yeah, I agree. And I know at the beginning of the year last year, people think that because of and he looked horrible. But look at the teams we played at the beginning of last year. Look at what our team was going into those games. I mean, you're playing the Niners, you're playing the Cowboys, you're playing we played like 4 great teams at the beginning of the year.
Yes, the Bills, the Dolphins.
And we're missing Andrew Thomas. I don't know. I just don't think this team is as bad as a 4-win team. I just don't.
And that's the same here. I don't think we're a 12-win team by any stretch of the
Yeah.
imagination, but I don't think we're a 4-win team either. You said 7, 8. I think we're in that area. And if things go well, maybe 9. If things fall apart, yeah, they could be 4-13. I mean, if everything goes to shit, they definitely could be. But all things being considered equal, I don't think 7 or 8 wins is out of the realm of possibility.
I think that's where I'm going to have is 7 or 8 wins, but I'm going to hope they do better.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah. And John says, guys, it's perfectly okay to have belief for the next year. That's why we're here, right? I admit it's more hope than faith, but 8 to 9 wins is not impossible.
Yeah, you could not have worded it any better, John. That's exactly the way I feel. It's more hope than faith, but I completely agree with that assessment. It is not impossible to win. We're not asking them to win a Super Bowl and win 13 games. 8 or 9 wins is very doable.
Dre says, what's the point of 7 or 8 wins? Well, that's not the question. I understand where you're coming from, Dre, where you're like, I'd rather win 3 games and get a quarterback. But I'm telling you what I feel about the team and what they're going to do. I'm not, I don't think we're a 3-win team. I really don't.
Right. I don't know the point of the comment.
I think what his mindset is if you can't compete for a Super Bowl, we clearly need a quarterback. I'd rather.
But that's got nothing to do with our predictions. That has to do with the team.
Yeah, it's just a prediction. It's not.
You have to ask. You'd have to ask Brian Dable what the point is of winning 7 games
to keep his job.
You'd have to ask him that because we're just predicting that we think they could be a 7 or 8 win team, not that we think that's the best thing for them. But I don't think they're bad enough to be a 3 or 4 win team. I don't think they're good enough to be a 13-win team. I think they're kind of in the middle, and that's why you do these drafts. That's why you have these, you sign the free agents so that you can get from 6 wins to 7 wins to 10 wins to 13 wins to where you start to compete for, championships. It's a long process. It doesn't happen overnight. Yes, I understand. To get that dynamic quarterback, things can change fast. I get it. We've seen it with the Bengals. We saw it with the Texans. You see it, but the Giants tried, guys. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. You guys that hate Daniel Jones think we're going to win 3 games because he's the quarterback. They tried. They wanted to give up a lot to get Drake May. And the Patriots said, why would we do that? Why would we give up Drake May? We don't have a quarterback either. We suck too.
Yeah. And the way that NFL GMs think aren't the way that fans think. Like fans say, okay, well, there's 4 quarterbacks or 5 quarterbacks that are worth top 10 picks or 12 picks in this draft. That's not the way that NFL GMs think. The way that NFL GMs think there may be 5 guys that are rated relatively highly on other teams' boards, but if Brian Dable only feels that there is 1 quarterback that they could potentially obtain that is worth that pick, they're not going to be like, oh, well, JJ McCarthy's like the 14th best player on our board. Let's take him at 6. That's not the way it works. You have to be fully committed if you're taking a quarterback that early.
Yeah, and obviously they weren't. They didn't take McCarthy. They didn't take Penix.
Yeah.
So.
And Gavin says 31 teams every year are disappointed. That's a fact. One year we're going to be that 32nd team. 1 year. It'll happen.
4 times.
It has happened 4 times. It'll happen a 5th.
But that's the thing. I mean, we can sit here and criticize all day, but I will say it till the day I die. There's a reason they are where they are and why we are where we are. It's easy for us to sit here and criticize all this stuff, but we don't know any better than them, or we would have that job. Right? We don't have that job. We don't have a job. I mean, maybe somebody has a job scouting in college or whatever, scout high school players, but maybe somebody does have that job. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure if you were an NFL scout, you wouldn't be in this stream. Although you never know. There's any NFL scouts out there. What's up?
Hey, we got to talk to Justin Pugh.
That's true.
Got to talk to
I don't know if Justin Pugh's in the stream, but I'm saying, but my point is the guys in the front office are going to know as good as anybody. And nobody's perfect. Everybody's human. Everybody makes mistakes. You're not going to hit on every pick. Nobody in the history of football has hit on every pick.
You're not going to hit on most of the picks. The math says you're
correct.
Like, when we're talking day 2 and day 3 picks. So, it always cracks me up when you get these negative fans on Twitter that are like, oh, see, I was right. This guy wasn't going to be a good pick in the 3rd round. Okay. Okay. So, if you are always negative about every day 2 and day 3 pick, the math is just in your favor.
Right, but what is this?
Like 80%
That's
of the time
my
you're gonna look
favorite.
smart. You're going to look smart because most picks don't work.
Number one, it's social media, so who cares? Look smart. How? Like, oh, you were right. Okay, so you were right. And then what happens? Nobody gives a shit. Everybody moves on. Like it's this fast. Oh, you got that right. Great. What do you want? A cookie? You want a medal? Like what? What do you want? Everybody's right sometimes. Everybody's wrong sometimes. So being right, big deal. Being wrong, big deal. If you put your opinion out there, sometimes you're going to be right. Sometimes you're going to be wrong. That's just the way it goes. But some people just need that affirmation from social media. Oh, look at me. I was right about this. Me and my 19 followers on Twitter told you that the Giants are going to take this guy in the 3rd round.
Who was that? Was that Hank Aaron's like grandkid that just got drafted or something? They were showing a picture with Hank Aaron.
I don't know.
That would have been cool. That was cool if it was. We're up, by the way. Well, we're going to be
Yes,
up.
we are.
The Titans are about to pick.
Their pick is in.
Pick is in.
The pick is in. What are we doing? Defensive tackle, who's here? Mekhi Wingo's still there. Tyler Davis. These are just the best ones on the board. Christian Boyd. Brendan Rice is still out there. I know we don't need a wide receiver, but the funny thing is it shows the Giants' needs.
I can't believe this guy is an NFL head coach.
I can.
Every time I see him, I'm like, he doesn't look like a football coach.
He knows what the hell he's doing, though.
No, he's great. I'm not knocking him. He just doesn't look like a football coach.
I know looks can be deceiving, can't they?
They can be, yeah.
It says Giants' needs are quarterback. Isn't that funny? Quarterback, wide receiver, cornerback, guard, tackle. So they don't even have defensive ends.
What? Oh, for currently, you mean?
It does say best fit Christian Mahogany, or is that what his name is?
Yeah, from Boston. We just took a linebacker, Darius Musow out of UCLA. I mean, that he's a special team. We do need depth at the linebacker spot. I mean, you got Okereke, you have McFadden. You run a 4.7 40, 5'11", 225. Don't know much about him, obviously. Second team All Pac-12, 2022 to 2023. You figure probably going to be a core special teamer, but Giants get a linebacker with the last pick, Bad Dog.
Yep. So again, more and more special teams, depth, that type of thing. I will say this. I am surprised that they did not take a lineman in this draft. I'm not shocked, but I'm surprised they didn't at least.
I'm moderately surprised. Because I did go in knowing
either side. They didn't take a lineman on either side.
That surprises me.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I thought there was a good chance we would go defensive line in this draft. I was kind of iffy on offensive line, but I definitely thought there was a good chance we go defensive line. That does surprise me. So yeah, we get a linebacker. He was the stat that they showed on the screen was he was 4th in coverage of the Power 5 schools last year. So take that for you.
Again, at this point, it's depth. It is what it is.
Yeah.
It's all good, baby. I'm Burberry with the draft. People say I'm Gucci with it. I'm a Burberry guy. I'm Burberry with the draft.
Well, especially when you get into day 3.
I'm Burberry with the whole thing. Come on, Joe. Win some football games. Let's move this damn team in the right direction. I'm ready for this team to be freaking good.
He knows.
I'm sick of being crappy. I'm sick of it.
Oh, this guy's actually at a soccer game as he's announcing the pick.
Yeah,
let's take we'll real quick. We'll look at the highlights for him. Linebacker out of UCLA. A little undersized. He's 225.
He's only 5'7", so he's definitely smaller.
Oh no, I'm talking about our pick.
Yeah, I thought he was.
No,
I thought he was 5'7".
I thought he was 5'11".
Maybe it was 5'11".
What's his name again? How is it spelled?
Malik Washington. I just got rid of the. I just got rid of it. Hold on a second. I'll bring it up here. Teams.
UCLA.
Giants. Darius. MUA.
Yeah, I got it. I got it.
Musao.
Let's take a look.
6 foot 225.
They got limited highlights, which you kind of expect from guys that are later in the draft. Well, this one's a 5-minute video.
Yeah.
Oh wait, that's not him. That's Latu. It was a first round pick. He popped up when I typed in this guy's name.
Yeah.
All right, there's one. It's like 2 minutes long, but we'll play it.
Darius Musa. We used to have to do the Musa.
We're gonna have to do a lot of Wusas this year.
Yeah.
So here's Musal.
And giving credit to the Boise State fans, Genty, and that play blown up by Lewis.
Couple problems.
Patty over the middle, going to be well short of the first down.
Still has more than a quarter to go, so we'll see what that looks like. Penix fires a pass, it's caught. And after a short gain ahead of
It's going to run it again.
The thing is, who's actually taping Darius and putting this together?
Off to him.
It must be him.
Genty.
Right.
Height, one of the.
You know what I mean? Like, who's going out of the way to do that?
Through, looks downfield, starts to run. Plows. So third
Either
down
him or
short, they
Bates.
need this one. And they didn't get this one. Yep. Scored UCLA with their first lead after that last drive. Back to pass, a screenplay set up, and well read by Muasau, the middle linebacker.
with 6 penalties in this first half, totaling
Muasau.
68 yards. Empty backfield again for Penix, and across the middle, incomplete.
Final play of the third quarter. Pitt could sure use this one. Going to be a screen pass. The blockers in front, but not enough.
Straight ahead. Maiden, quick throw. It's in the air and it's intercepted. Muasau.
2 coming up. Another good ball. Number 2 again. This time not nearly as much room. Even still, pickup. Second down.
I love it. I know we're kidding around, but that's funny because that's it. Oh, what a bust! Damn it, Joe!
Davis
How you gonna take Muasau on 83?
It's past State's offense.
So Giants get a linebacker with their
stymied by
I mean,
It's a camp body, Chris. I mean, come on.
Muasau.
Yeah.
All right. He's a cover. Yeah, that's what I figured, Chaos, because that's the
We'll
first
see. We'll see what the Giants doing on the undrafted free agent market now.
that's the first thing that they posted, Chaos, was his
Coverage
coverage
guy.
grade. And he's undersized, so yeah, he's a coverage guy. Probably a guy that's going to be a core special teamer. Maybe long term he could, become a linebacker for this football team, but that's probably going to be his role year number 1 for the Giants. So that wraps up the draft, Bad Dog. You got some
Yes,
more
it does.
pizza to eat.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I mean, overall, we had a fun experience like we do every year. Giants ended up with who we thought in the first. We thought they'd be going wide receiver. We ended up with Neighbors. We get Newbin, who was probably I had him in my mock. He was probably one of the 3 or 4 guys I expected most with that pick.
And one of the better safeties in their class, without question.
Yeah, and then going forward, they get a versatile corner. They get a versatile corner that's more of a developmental player. I think the pick that obviously is going to excite the fan base the most today is going to be the tight end we got.
Yeah.
I think that's
yeah. I like that pick a lot. I think Theo Johnson could be a good sleeper pick. Without
I think
question.
that's the pick that's gonna we're gonna be most excited about of the day 3 guys. I think the running back's an interesting pickup. Maybe a guy that could help as a special teamer with kick returns. Maybe create a few big plays in the passing game, perhaps. Obviously a former wide receiver, so maybe a guy that could create some explosive plays in the passing game out of the backfield. But yeah, we'll see how it plays out. Obviously, little disappointed. I think most Giant fans probably are that they didn't address the line in this draft. But you got to hope that the guys we brought in, at least on the offensive line, you got to hope that those guys are serviceable. I think that's the right way.
And you also got to hope that both Evan Neal and John Michael Schmitz take steps forward this year.
Develop. Azudu, develop.
Yep.
That's what you got to hope. And then on the defensive line, I think we could have used a little more help on the interior. Obviously, you lose Leo last year. But, of course, we drafted an interior defensive lineman last year. So, again, further development from him. Love Dexter Lawrence there. And, obviously, Brian Burns helps the pass rush a whole lot. So, we'll see, Bad Dog. But, overall, hopefully we got some contributors. I think you have 3 for sure day 1 impact players in this draft.
Yep. Newbin, Johnson, and
of course, Neighbors. And maybe in special teams, the running back we took will probably be a contributor. So as a kick returner, which will be impactful this year. So we'll see how it plays out. But overall, I'm just glad that it's over. We had a lot of fun.
Yes.
And now the next now, like you said, the UDFAs are coming up. We're going to have the schedule release coming up soon. So that'll be a big day. And just really excited, man, for the start of the regular season. It's only about, preseason's in 3 months, man.
Yeah.
So I had a lot of fun with you. Love the chat, man. You guys are the best.
Yeah, you guys are the best, without question. We love doing this, man. This is our 6th one.
Yeah.
And it does. It's fun every year, no question about it. I love seeing some of the surprises or whatever, but it's always a fun time figuring out who the hell we're gonna pick, or especially this day, trying to nail who we're gonna get. So it's good.
Yeah, and the Tyrone Tracy pick, I think that's a fun pick, Achilles. I think that's a fun pick. We'll see how much of an impact he has for us. But no rage this year, Otis. I don't think there was any reason to rage this year. You're only gonna rage, Bad Dog, if it's a first-round pick, early first-round pick.
Yeah.
At that. You're never gonna rage over the 18th pick in a draft.
Definitely not.
Unless you're Philly 500, who raged over Jalen Hurts, but
a lot of them rage over. I told you, all the Eagles just. I mean, I listen. I have reactions without question, but they overreact to like everything. It's an act. It's what it is. They're acting. They're actors. Who gets mad about a second-round pick? I don't understand that. It may not be the guy that I want, but I'm not going to get bent out of shape over a guy in the middle of the second round. The first round, yeah. I mean, if you're picking top 5 and they screw it up, yeah. Like I said, there was really nothing that was going to do that to me. I would not have liked McCarthy, but I would not have reacted to him being drafted the way I did.
It would have had to been Bo Nix. It would have had to been Bo Nix.
It would have had to been Bo Nix, and Drake May would have had to be there. You know what I mean?
I would not have had a favorable. I'm not even gonna lie. I would not have had a favorable reaction to Penix, but I wouldn't have flipped. I would have probably flipped if it was Bo Nix.
Yeah.
I think I would have flipped if it was good.
Like I said, and May
Penix, I see that he has a pretty high ceiling. I don't see a super high ceiling with a quarterback like Bo Nix. Like that just feels like Daniel Jones all over again to me.
Right. So that would have made. But other than that, I'm not gonna.
Yeah. It would have.
Again, I wouldn't have blown again. I would not have been happy with McCarthy, but I certainly wouldn't have reacted the way I did unless, like I said, Drake May was there and they did that. Then I would have. But
yeah. But I had a lot of fun, guys. And he says, I believe in Jones. This will be the first season he has actual help.
Let's hope so.
I agree with the second part of your statement. I think this is obviously he's finally got a number 1 wide receiver. We'll see, man. You guys, let's. I'm gonna be rooting for him as much as anybody. He's my quarterback. He's my football team. So I hope Daniel Jones goes out there this year and gets this team back to the playoffs and he has a good year. We'll see. Yeah. But he's gonna be the quarterback. All these people, the same people that were saying that we're gonna, draft the quarterback, are the same people that are telling you they're not gonna start him due to the injury clause. They're gonna start him. He's gonna play. Joe Shane's been saying it now for months. He's going to play. Okay, we'll find out. But I do think there will be a shorter leash on him. If he's bad for 5-6 weeks, he probably will be replaced.
Great.
That's why Drew Lock didn't sign here for no reason.
Right.
I think Drew Lock signed here because, one, he knows there's a possibility Jones could get hurt for sure, and he looks at it as a good opportunity playing with Brian Dable and Kafka, knowing that they were probably going to go wide receiver, that he has an opportunity. If he has a good 5 or 6 game stretch, he could cash in and get a contract somewhere. Yeah. And he knows if Jones struggles, he'll get an opportunity. So I don't think Jones gets the red carpet all year, but Jones is going to start the year.
Yeah, definitely.
But Bad Dog, let's close it out, man. Thank you to everybody for being here. Appreciate all you guys. And we'll be live in a few days. We're going to be doing the baseball show for any baseball fans. We'll be starting that maybe in a few weeks.
Yeah. We'll have a recap show. We'll do our Talking Giants show, recapping the draft, sometime early next week, probably.
Yeah.
But listen, guys, I really appreciate you guys hanging out with us this weekend. It's always a blast. I love doing the draft. It is a lot of fun to cover this stuff without question. And the good news is today the Giants are done. It's 4:30 on the East Coast, 1:30 on the West Coast. You can go out and enjoy your Saturday night. So thank you to everybody that was in the chat and continues to support us through these really shitty times as the Giants just they're not a good team. We hope that eventually they do become a good team. And I've said this for many years. Just wait till we're good. We did have 1 year we made the playoffs, and it was a lot of fun. I'm hoping that is more sooner than later. So enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thank you, everybody, for the entertaining. He's over here for the entertaining talking sports and betting. This will be gone. Peace. Good weekend, everybody.